going to get into the introduction at the moment. Every year we meet in December, around third week of December, to discuss policy issues in education. And we have curated this platform particularly to discuss policy issues. If you see the panels today, the discussions today, there are a number of other things in education which are classroom level issues which we essentially don't discuss in School Choice National Conference. We keep the entire discussion broadly around the key policy issues. This year we have selected something which is of course a topic of hot debate at the moment, and we are all looking forward to the first draft of the new education policy which is coming out after close to 23 years, because the last education policy we had was actually not a policy but a program for action which was launched in 1992 after Acharya Ramamurthy Committee's report. So now we are really excited to see how the new education policy looks like, and we know that the committee of 5 people is currently drafting the report for new education policy, which will be out by the end of January. We thought that this is a great opportunity for us to kind of have different stakeholders together in the room. And today, as I see, I mean, lots of familiar faces, but I see wide variety of representation here, right from the low-cost private schools in Haryana and Bihar and Delhi, of course, and South as well as number of people representing Teach for India, then academicians and researchers. So I'm really excited about this discussion. It's really required to have these discussions ahead of new education policy, make our recommendations, and that's precisely what we plan to do at the end of this conference. I'm actually going to invite the key curator of this conference, Amit Chandra, on stage to give a brief of why did he think that the entire conference dedicated to new education policy was required. I'm just going to quickly run you through the day schedule so that we all know what we are exactly doing throughout the day. So we of course have 4 different panel discussions, and we have 2 really exciting side events which will actually be main events as well. Right after the first panel, we will have launch of CCS, Center for Civil Society's viewpoint on new education policy, which is available on as hard copies for a few of you, but of course those who are interested in reading more, we will soon have that draft published on CCS website. And we also have all of your email addresses, so we will send it to you. So we have launch of new education policy, and we of course have a very exciting book launch of CCS, Center for Civil Society alumni, Mr. Karthik Vinay. His book launch will be after the second panel, and then after lunch we have 2 more panel discussions, and we aim to end at 6. We are starting just about 10 minutes late, so I hope that we keep the time throughout the day. I'm really looking forward to a great, exciting day of discussions. Each panel has a lot of space for question and answers. So I really request all of you to participate in question and answers and make this conference a very consultative, productive event. I'm looking forward to an exciting day of discussions. I welcome Amit Chandra to give a brief of the conference to us.
Thank you, Rohan. As the part of the organizing team and leading this event, I welcome all of you here in this winter day to talk about some of the big ideas for policy reforms in education sector. As my colleague Rohan already mentioned, this is the 7th version of the conference. So while we were designing and discussing and talking about what should be the theme, central theme for this year's School Choice National Conference, what we thought is new education policy, which is the biggest topic for the day, at least in central government, should get that proper attention. And the idea with the School Choice National Conference right from the beginning has been to bring all the stakeholders on one platform to talk about big ideas of reform. But at times what we realize is that the environment is not right, or how much there is buying and openness from the government to take those ideas and execute it. So if we continue talking about big ideas but there is no buying, then it has almost no use or impact, at least in short term. However, in long term it might curate a discussion to go forward, but in short term almost nothing. And that is where at times many of us who kind of visit several conferences also start losing relevance of the conference if there is no concrete outcome. But here we have a wonderful opportunity. the central government is drafting new education policy, as most of us know. So that has certainly given us an opportunity, which is the environment is right. There is openness, there is change, and things gonna move forward. So for the conference, this could have been the best theme that possibly one could pick, and that is what has further got much more attention this year in the conference also. Now, the next level of concerns surely may be whether this change, what are the concerns with the policy making segment itself. At least we see some change in terms of the policy design itself. So usually the policy design has been that the select committee sets up a draft policy, and thereafter it is open for comment. People give comment, and many of us, because of really lack of some incentives, don't really care about what is the policy environment happening. And then one fine day you'll realize, oh my God, what is it? What is the trouble that we have got into? And you realize later than the sooner. At least with the consultation process this time there is a huge consultation happening, and people are and the government is looking for input, and that is going to be the base of the, at least in theory, designing this new education policy. So that is where I see a wonderful opportunity for all of us. While we criticize positively, we also contribute in the policy making segment and make sure that things at least get right to the extent it's possible. My own experience working in the field of education, for observing it for let's say last 8 years and engaging actively for last 2 years, has been, I'll highlight just couple key concerns that I have, which is number one, I see that degradation of value education itself. And I see increasing corruption both in public and private sector of education. It's not just to say public, private too. Let me give you an experience. I was 2 months ago, I was traveling in Tamil Nadu. I was interacting with one of the at a very high senior position, retired from Indian Army, who started a school out of his own will, choice, desire, and commitment to bring some change. He was talking about his initiative, and he mentioned that he had to pay 45 lakh rupees to get NOC from education department to start the school, right? And for me, I was also shocked and surprised. I said, for me, it was more of a moral conflict, saying, you have served in Indian Army and you paid bribe. And his simple reply was, do I have an option, right? So that is one thing. Second thing, in the public sector too, I see with a lot of good initiatives too, but I was traveling in Bihar and realized that in the building construction on schools and midday meal, people are making money. So all those teachers now are simply just interested in making money. And I see this due to this reason, entire value education system degrading. So people, those who will have to, let's say, pay bribe to start a school, thereafter, how do I expect that they will go for real value education? And that is the thing which really haunts me today in terms of future. And then too, it is so important. It is so important for us, for India, to have the right set of policy. Because think of the world. We have almost around 6 billion people, out of which 1 billion comes from India. And if this 1 billion is not well educated, how do we expect a better world? Then I would certainly not be surprised what's happening in Syria or Iraq or whatever is spreading out the entire world, right? So all those things are really a concern to me, and that is where I see the role of India, the government, to have the right policy perspective and get things going. So I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this conference. We also had some very big names who had promised to be there in this conference, but I guess you also see there are some political events happening outside, so they are dropping last minute. But all of them have shown great interest. So even those who are not really able to make it, they are really looking forward to the outcome of this conference, and they have particularly and personally mentioned it to submit a copy which to take forward to the MHRD minister itself. Now, just quickly, I'll mention a couple of points during the conference. We are also live streaming it, so many others who could not really make it can see the conference outside, also sitting in their room or office. We are also, social media will continue posting on Twitter and Facebook on the updates. It's live happening. I encourage all of you also to do that, and for that you can use hashtag, which is mentioned here and here too, if that is visible. Hashtag SCNC 2015 is what we are using for Twitter and Facebook. Please use it, post it, and couple of ideas that you think is really interesting coming out of this conference, and it should reflect on NEP. You can use hashtag NEP, which is mentioned all over. So these are the hashtags we are using. And final thing is, I'll welcome all my speakers, audience, NISA members, researchers, academicians, speakers. Also mentioning that for speakers also, this conference is not going to be as easy because we have very critical audience sitting there. So you'll have a good, fun time. Now I invite my colleague Rohan, who will facilitate the first panel, and hopefully we keep the time. Rohan, please.
Actually, I will welcome all the panelists just in the interest of time. Mr. Professor Kamal, Ekta Sohna, Shantan Gupta, and Dr. Geeta Gandhi. We talked about diversity of different speakers, and Amit, we assure you that the big names outside, we are big names inside. So we'll promise that we will have a great discussion on this panel. It's a great panel. I'm really excited also because it's not very often that we have like four friends that we have worked with very closely over the last few years on the same panel. So I'm really also excited about that. I'm not going to actually spend too much time in the introductions because you all have speaker profiles with your conference. So I'll just please request you to refer to those. I have Shantanu here with me. I have Ekta, Dr. Geeta Gandhi, and Professor Kamal Kishore Sharma on this panel. We will be talking about depoliticizing education. If you see the blurb of this panel, we are essentially talking about two different broad themes here. And I would also request my co-panelists to kind of have the discussion around these two broad themes. One is, of course, the entire agenda around the minimum government and maximum governance. So we'll talk about that as one part of depoliticizing education. But the other entire part of it, which we actually have seen a lot more in the last few months, is the whole political agenda in curriculum formation and some of the key decisions in education. So we'll also briefly touch upon that. I think we have some really qualified people to talk about that here who have seen the political process around education very closely. So without wasting too much time, I'm going to first invite Shantanu to make the opening speech there. We will take about 5 to 7 minutes to 10 minutes for each panelist. I'll summarize at the end. We will have about 15 to 20 minutes of question and answers at the end. May I please request that if you have any question and answer questions, please note those down. I'll take all the questions at the end. We'll start with Shantanu.
Thanks, Rohan. Thanks a lot. And good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here as a speaker. I got the opportunity to organize the fourth and fifth version of this conference. And I can imagine how difficult to chase speakers and follow with them. So it's good to start here. To start with, the topic given to me is depoliticizing education. In fact, when I was coming, a friend in CCS said we already politicized the panel by donning a political attire. So with that, yeah. So I thought I'll maybe spend maybe a minute on the topic itself. Because if you see the blurb of the topic, we have used two terms. One is depoliticizing, that's difficult to pronounce. Depoliticizing education, and minimum governance, minimum government, and maximum governance, right? And I think that there is a difference in these two. And when we are saying depoliticizing education, we are assuming that politicizing is bad, which may not be the case always, right? So one word that we are picking is politicizing. Second, we are saying it should be not. Yeah. So we have problem with politicizing, and we have problem with maximum government, right? That's I want to spend some time on. So let's see. Let's spend 2 more minutes. That what are the instances where politicizing can happen, and a strong hand of government can play a bad role. First thing which Rohan mentioned, one is content, curriculum, basically what to be taught, right? And there is huge politics around that. We will come to that. Second is language of instruction. You must have seen various states. There is a lot of politicizing around. In Maharashtra, it's a big politics. In Karnataka, it's a big politics around local language. There is a lot of research around that also, but there is a lot of politics around that also. Third thing which we can touch upon is delivery of quality education in terms of learning outcomes. And very sadly, in fact, I'll make a point that I think we need some politicization around that, which currently is not. Fourth is affirmative action in form of reservation, and where the norm of education as a public good come into place, and due to this logic, government takes a huge control on education. And then we'll also talk about actors in education, their political voice and role. So if I can classify my categories, so these two on the top have a huge ideological politicizing. And I guess you can never stop that. You can, even if you take control of curriculum from the government, you can never stop a politician commenting on the what should be taught, right? And there are huge departures, right? So there is a left-leaning, and normally this will reflect in a lot of arts and humanities kind of courses, basically history. So when the new government came in central government, they've removed people like Irfan Habib, Romila Thapar. They say we don't agree with the kind of history they have written till now, and they have a different point of view, which is right. We can debate, but that political, ideological politicizing, I think you can never stop. But yeah, how you can minimize it? Maybe by taking the control from the curriculum from the government, or maybe government can be just one of the players who's making curriculum, and there can be other parties, and schools should be free to choose which curriculum they want to choose. Second, quality of delivery of quality education, learning outcomes. Here, I'll make a point that there is hardly any politicizing happening. Why I say so? One of my interns did a research on this particularly. We deciphered 2012 elections, 2009 elections, and we found a lot of manifestos, and we saw there is hardly anything on the quality education side. So you will rarely find. So let's say ASA report, it comes every year, right, and it gives very dismal data. Have you ever seen road shows that my boy was in school and is not learning? You see similar road shows on light and electricity and roads, but you never see road shows or road rallies by parents. My boy was in school and is not learning, right? And in fact, you'll see, even if Uttar Pradesh will get a bad data and Gujarat will get a good data, you'll rarely see someone politicizing around that, oh, my state is learning good, right? So in fact, I make a point that politicizing should happen here, and it should become the naming and shaping of the state should happen in the ASA data, or whichever EI data, but it's currently not happening. I think this is the key to all the control that government is having. That in the name that we are saying that education is a public good, As you all understand, it's non-excludable, it's non-rivalrous, as people think, but I disagree with that. And because of that, government gets a huge control on education. When I say control, in two forms. One is providing a school recognition, and they are the one who set the curriculum. And this is the, I think, main thread they have through which they get huge control. Now I think the next slide will talk about the actors that we have in education. So around school, we have the primary beneficiary, the child, the teacher, parents. We have government schools, private schools. We have various kinds of government schools, government run, municipal run, specified schools, aided schools. Private, we can for the sake of discussion, we can divide them to high-fee private schools and low-fee private schools. Now let's see what kind of voices these stakeholders have in the system. If you see child, he has little choice. Why he has a little choice? Because maybe income, access, which city he lives in, which kind of family he comes from, what is the job his father does, he's a central government employee, that decide basically which school he or she can access, right? So he has a little choice. Structures like National Commission for Protection for Child Rights are almost dysfunctional. So in that form, he has a weak voice also. Teachers, they have a very strong voice. I'm sure Geeta will touch upon that. Teachers Union, one of the very strongest strong unions in India. They conduct elections, they conduct census for India. They have a reservation in upper house. So they hold disproportionate political power and political voice in the system. Parents, the parents who access government schools, the school management committee, village education committee are hardly performing, so they have a weak voice. Yeah, the parents who access private school, they have a strong voice because they pay fees, there's competition in the market, and they have, so through them, through these platforms, they can use structures like parent registration. Government again has a strong voice in form of, as I told you earlier, they set up curriculum and they are the one who recognize every school, their own schools and even private schools. They have a strong voice in the system. Private schools, high-fee private schools have strong registrations, but same is not the case with low-fee private schools, which is accessed by the poor. So if you divide my slide diagonally by half, you will see the consumer of the system, which is child and the parent, have a largely has, apart from the private schooling case, they have a weak political voice, and the producer of the system, which is teacher, government, and private schools, they have a strong political voice. I think 2 more minutes. Now let's see what's the current role of the state. I picked this idea from a paper by Parth and Lewis. That currently they play these 3 roles: controller, they control in form of curriculum and the school recognition. They are the producer also, so in form of they run government school. 65 to 70% of kids in India average out rural and urban. They study in government school, and they are also the inspectors of their own schools and also of their private schools, right? What is the outcome of what they have done till now? ASAR data says 50% of grade 5th children cannot even read second grade text. India is ranked second last in PISA, and India opting out of PISA in fact in 2014. We said the test itself is not right. So now, how can we align these different roles? So currently, the government is acting as a controller, producer, inspector, right? So can we think instead of controller, producer, inspector, government can be facilitator, dancer, and informer, and how these roles can be played? So yeah, so instead of currently controlling the whole education space, can government be not a facilitator in form of very liberal supply side of schooling, and school recognition should be based on outcomes rather than inputs, which currently is. And Gujarat education rules give you some hope regarding that. Instead of producers themselves, can government not be financer? And that will also take care of the public good part, so that even the affirmative action is on, even the poor are not left behind. Government is still financing their education on per child basis, but that money in form of voucher, in form of cash, can be used in form of education, which is produced by a private party. Instead of inspector, it can be informer, that they can conduct wide variety of tests and they can tell you that this school is of this nature. Now it's public choice that whichever school they want to go to. So I think with this sentence I'll end my note that I think instead of depoliticizing, we should start thinking of how we can de-governmentize the whole education, and that will lead to depoliticization itself. Depoliticizing itself, because currently you have given so much power to the government to hold in form of curriculum and school regulation that they will tend to play into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Be out of our hair is what Shantanu has to say to the government. I'll invite Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon next to make a presentation. A small request to all my panelists, please stick to your 7 to 8 minutes time so that we have great interaction with the audience. I'll be passing on these posters to you, which actually say that it's this.
Good morning. Yes, the government's role as producer, funder, and regulator of school education using the right and talent. I'll try and be truthful to the topic which was given to me. Let me just make this clear. I'm trying to get the next slide. I'm checking the position. Okay, so I'd like to start with showing a typology of school types. So you've got government funding or private funding on the rows, and in the two columns you've got either private operation or public operation. So you've got these 4 types, A, B, C, and D, 4 types of schools. Private schools with government aid are kind of public-private partnership, because funding is by public sector, operation is by the private sector. Then where funding is public and operation is by the public, the production of education is also by the public sector, then that's quadrant B. That's a pure public case. Then you have another kind of public-private partnership whereby funding is by the private sector, but operation is by the public sector. That is government schools with charge fees, and there are examples of that in many parts of the world. That's quadrant B. And quadrant C is the pure private case where both funding and operation is by the private sector. Schools can broadly be defined into these 4 categories. So the 2 kinds of public-private partnerships are on the leading diagonal: public schools with government aid or government schools with that charge, that are on fee. Here is the findings from a paper by Ludger Wussmann, published in 2005, which basically says that the math score of students that study in schools that have public-private partnership element of the kind where the private sector operates a school but with funding from the public sector, that is the best type of arrangement compared to other kinds of ways of organizing schools. So what we have is that the problem is that government production and government funding doesn't seem to work very well. Take the RT Act example. Section 18 of the RT Act makes the needle's eye wide for the government. It says that government and government controlled schools are excluded from the purview of having to get government recognition. So therefore, they don't have to comply with the norms of the RT Act, the physical infrastructure norms and other norms, basic situation norms, etc. But it makes it narrow for the private schools. So in other words, it exempts government from certain kinds of regulations that it wishes to impose on private schools. There is no ombudsman for government schools, but government officials can check private schools. In the UK, Ofsted, which is the Office for Standards in Education, is an independent autonomous body. And here there is an example of a deliberate, measure to create a distance between the government as the funder of education and the private schools that are mostly autonomously run. They are of an aided nature. But this independent body does inspections of both kinds of schools. And there's another example, which is a much more high-stakes example, one could say, whereby the UK government took a very deliberate effort under Tony Blair's prime ministership. As soon as he came to power, he decided that he will make the fixation of interest rates every month that previously was in the hands of the government of the day. He said that we want to depoliticize that. We want to give that decision to be made on economically rational basis every month. So he created a monetary policy committee whereby that policy, which was made up of experts, economists, and academics, to make the monetary policy basically of the country, or at least to fix the interest rates of the country. So here was an effort where recognizing that if economic policy is made on the basis of political expediency, it shall not be made well. It may not be made well. It would be subject to political pulls and pressures. Whenever government is producer and funder, both those things, when it's playing both those roles, its policies for schools are subject to political pulls and pressures, and they have to kowtow to political expediency reasons. So, for example, there's pressure on contract teachers to be regularized. Whether it makes economically rational sense or not, educationally rational sense or not, there is a sort of irrefutable logic, political logic, as to why it has to be done, even if it's not pedagogically right, or educationally right, or rationally correct. Similarly, interference in the curriculum. There is some political expediency for doing that, even if on other bases it may not be desirable. Indeed, this kind of approach often extends the same policy to private schools as well. For example, closure of private schools owing to politically motivated holiday declarations in Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, the number of holidays that are declared on the Jayanti of this person, that person, kowtowing to different caste groups and different, Thakurs one day, and then Patels another day, and so forth. So as a result of that, government doesn't want to be embarrassed that it's only shutting down its schools, government schools only. So it makes it mandatory for all schools to close down on those days. So number of holidays that have been declared in Uttar Pradesh has gone up by something like 20 in 1 year. So now I don't think it's able to fulfill the 220 minimum days that you have to be in school on the RTI. SCST, OBC quota and RT Act Section 12(1)(c) in Uttar Pradesh is without any income limit. In most other states, there is a limit of, that the creamy layer is excluded from admission to private schools free of cost for those whose incomes are more than 6 lakhs per annum. But in Uttar Pradesh, your income could be 1 crore per annum, and your child will still get free admission if they are SC, ST, or OBC. So again, these are to do with how school systems become subjected to political pulls and pressures if the government is the regulator, the funder, and the producer of education, and indeed its perverse regulatory measures can also spill over to impacting private schools. We don't need to rehearse here in this forum how education standards have been going down in the country. This is the ESSA report from 2010 to 2014. Learning achievement levels have fallen tremendously in both arithmetic and reading areas. This is from the NCERT's achievement survey of class 5 from 2011 and 2015. It's not out around the public domain, so I'll swiftly move on. Then change in government schools per pupil expenditure. We have data for these 8 states. This is the per pupil expenditure in government schools in these 8 states. The average for these 8 states between the period 2011-12 to 2014-15 over this 3-year period. Per pupil expenditure in these 8 states increased by an average of about 80%. Okay, so a massive amount of increase in per pupil expenditure in the government school sector. While at the same time we saw that learning achievement levels are falling by the government's own data as well. So in other words, you've got value reduction rather than value addition. You put more to get less. So that is what we have got now. Another way of sort of benchmarking this is that if you look at government per pupil expenditure in the first row, in those 8 states, government reading achievement levels, the percentage of children who could do reading, the class 5 children who could do reading at the grade 2 level is given there. So for example, in Uttar Pradesh, 27% of kids could, in Bihar, 45% of kids could, and so forth. And government expenditure per unit is therefore very low. Sorry, it's very high, 859 rupees per child, per percentage of children who can read. And in the private schools, you can see the per pupil expenditure is hugely lower, and the percentage of children who can do reading is very significantly higher. And therefore, the private expenditure per unit of achievement is only 29 rupees. So if you were to take the ratio of public expenditure per unit of achievement, divide that by private school expenditure per unit of achievement, you have this massive number in the case of Uttar Pradesh 29, and then by the time you take the average across other states, it comes to maybe about 5 to 8 times more efficient. Government sector being 5 to 8 times more, private sector being 5 to 8 times more effective. At the same time, there is also this political, how shall I say, this necessity to keep on giving in to the demands of the most vocal groups. The most vocal groups, of course, in the education sector, as Shantanu also said, are the teachers. Because they are a large group, they are politically active, they have been given a politically advantageous position by being told that because the Constitution of India guarantees that 1/12 of the upper house membership will be made of persons who are elected from a teacher constituency, and obviously teachers have tended to elect only teachers. So MLCs, about 8.3% of the upper house membership is necessarily made up of teachers. No other group of public sector workers, publicly paid workers, has been given this privilege, this politically advantageous position. So this has led to a culture of political activism, even among those teachers who don't get elected. There is this culture of political activism. Now, this is not confined only to those states where there are upper houses, because upper houses only exist in, I think, 5 or 6 states, maybe the larger states. But even in other states, aided school teachers contest elections regulated to the lower houses of state legislatures. And although I don't have the tables here to show you, I was just looking at the table myself and looking, just to remind myself, 17% of the upper house of Uttar Pradesh is made up of people who are teachers. Really, roughly one fifth of the upper house membership is made up of people who are teachers. So when teachers are themselves legislators, you can see that they would tend to make policies that favor the worker group as a whole. So it is not therefore surprising that teacher salaries should have increased very handsomely over a period of time. So this shows teacher salaries as a multiple of state per capita GDP, and whereas you can see that for China, the ratio is 0.9. That means roughly teachers in China are paid the same as the per capita income of China. Okay? They're paid like the average person is paid, the same amount. If you look at India, you can see that states like Uttar Pradesh have about 15 to 17 times as well paid as the average person in the state. And this is, of course, before the Sixth Pay Commission. Sixth Pay Commission doubled teacher salaries. And if you take the 9 states average, it's 5. And that was before the doubling of teacher salaries. After that, it's more likely to be, I've just done a recent calculation, it comes to 8, a ratio of about 8. So teachers are 8 times as well paid in India as they are in China in relation to per capita income. So, this is the result of allowing the education sector to be so heavily dominated by interest groups. And the last 2 tables I want to show you is very quickly. You don't need to look at the whole table, just look at the last row where it says India totally. If you look at the first column, there's number of schools. So India created 1.38 lakh, call it 1.4 lakh government schools between the period 2005 to 2014, over that 9-year period. 1.4 lakh new government schools. What happened to enrollment? Enrollment fell by 67 lakh. That's given in the next set of columns. India created 1.7 lakh private schools. That's in the second column. And what happened to enrollment? 3.55 crore enrollment increased by 3.55 crore. So parents are voting with their feet. They're abandoning the government sector, suggesting that this way of organizing things is not very liked. And the last table is the number of small government schools in the year 2014-15. A small school here is defined as a school that has a total enrollment of 20 or less than 20. And we see here that in the last row, that for the 20 major states of India, there were 96,965, nearly 1 lakh schools that had government schools that had a total enrollment of 20 or less than 20. And they had 12.5 lakh students, that means 12 students per school. Nearly 2 lakh teachers for these 1 lakh schools. There's roughly 2 teachers per school. Pupil-teacher ratio of 6.7 students per teacher. 74,000 rupees per annum per child is the per pupil expenditure, with a total salary of 9,700 crore for these 2 lakh teachers that are teaching in these very small schools. Showing the dysfunctionality of the system, the government school system is emptying, and that is perhaps why in Rajasthan 18,000 schools were closed last year, 4,000 were closed in government schools, closed in Maharashtra, 2,900 schools closed in Chhattisgarh, and so forth. As states are realizing that government schools are, grotesquely, economically unviable, they're having to be closed down. And I think I'll just leave it there because my time is up. But I guess the only last statement I might just make, if Rohan allows me, is to say that it is not that in the government school system there aren't measures to bring teachers to be accountable. Because that is the nub of the whole issue is, if the nub lies in whether you can make the teacher accountable within the government sector. So within the government sector, there are provisions. For example, to bring a teacher to go through, there are sanctions. For example, entry into the teacher's logbook every year, character reference by the principal, which is then to be taken into account at the time of promotion and so forth. There are some provisions for shifting teachers from one school to another. Some disciplinary procedures are in place, but they are very, very rarely able to be implemented. And the reason is because teachers are politically very powerful. They have their own sympathizers in the government, teacher MLCs and teacher MLAs, and they come to the rescue, and the teacher union leaders, they come to the rescue of erring teachers. If a district basic education officer or district inspector of schools has the temerity to bring a case against a teacher, usually teacher union leaders rush and teacher MLCs rush to the aid of that teacher or that group of teachers, and they don't let those sanctions be applied. So this is why it is necessary to reflect on the extent to which producing education within the government sector is sensible, and to what extent one should really go for public-private partnerships. But public-private partnership is not a panacea. The design of the PPP is the thing that really matters. And I hope we talk more about that.
Thank you so much. Great. As we all can see, Geeta largely talked about the efficiency of government spending, and while we talk about the role of government as financier, but is that financing itself happening right? Is there enough efficiency in government spending? And how does the interference of government in areas of education where government should not ideally be playing a big role actually is counterproductive for the sector? With that, I'll actually now welcome Ekta to present her thoughts in about 5 to 6 minutes, please. That's it, yeah.
Thank you, Geeta, for sharing a lot of data, mind-boggling. I'm always impressed by people who have a lot of data because I purely today have observations, remarks, and stories from where I come from. My personal background, just to give you a brief, my family's been running private schools for the last 28 years, sort of low-cost private schools. My father's been in education for over 40 years, and I chose to sort of take education as a career, and went to Newcastle University in 2005, did my master's, attempted a PhD, came back to India 2011, and I found myself having a very rosy picture of education when I came back to Gujarat. I thought we were one of the more progressive states. I thought we were more flexible when it came to allowing private schools to flourish, and so on and so forth. But the story is quite different from that. Recently, I went to a conference in America. I was invited by Excellence in Education, a foundation chaired by Condoleezza Rice, just to have a session on discussion about private schools, local private schools, and I heard some wonderful speakers there. Sugata Mitra, I'm sure you're all aware of him, having very interesting ideas in education, as well as Nicholas Negroponte from MIT. Two of the very interesting anecdotes and stories I brought back with me, just to give you in two-liners. Sugata said that the concept of learning will be radically revolutionized in less than 5 years. By that, what did he mean? He meant that give children the power of internet, give them larger screens, let them self-organize, let them have comprehension power, let them have critical thinking, and they will sort their education out themselves. So that was one of the radical anecdotes I came back with. The other one was, Negroponte said that when he was really pressed, really pressed, he gave away that maybe within 30 to 40 years, the future of learning might look something like this, that learning is a chemical reaction. You could just take a pill at night and wake up in the morning knowing something. So, very radical. And then I get a call from Amit Chandra saying that, would you come and talk about the new education policy? So I found myself on the extremes, that on one hand, you have Sugata and Nicholas talking about really radical forms of learning. On the other hand, we're talking about the new educational policy, the reform that we have almost waited for, what, 30 years? Minor revisions in 1992. So I thought, this is very interesting. So I looked at the new policy consultation process to how about, how they will go about creating these changes in their policy. It turns out 2.5 lakh meetings, 2.5 lakh meetings at the village level, 6,600 meetings at the block level, 676 meetings at the district level, 3,500 meetings at the urban municipal bodies, and multiple meetings at the state level. And what are the things they will talk about? So I really thoroughly went through them. And the sort of questions they were asking that they will discuss in these 2.5 lakh meetings, etc., is that can students read and write? This is what they will ask. Do we have enough teachers? How to improve? What sort of assessment we need, or how effectively can we assess children? So on one hand, you have Sugata saying that radical form of learning, and how do we go about designing an assessment that would suit that radical form of learning? And here we are thinking, how to do this. Teachers already in services, do they know how to use a computer? The questions were, are children curious enough to use a computer in the classroom? Is going to be quite difficult, but I'll try my best. So you see this kind of examples in this consultation process, and to me, rather than being too critical and too sarcastic, it seemed like what you will arrive with is how a good branded private school works. You'll have that system at the end of all of this, that how a good private school already has figured it all out, and now we're doing the consultation for that. So it really surprises me. They came up with 33 themes at the end of it. They submitted that in November, and you can see it online. It's on MHRD website. They're saying that education must be affordable and it must be accessible. That was the most highlighting theme. And then the second one was that the gross enrollment ratio should rise quite significantly. Well, if you look at ACER, it already says that by 2018, rural sector involvement in private education will be, if not more than 50%, if not more. So you already have all of these things, and still these people are going on doing that exercise. Amazes me. To bring some things forward, Cadmus Education Private Limited, a company I set up in 2013, or did I try to set it up? The first school we were attempting to open in a fishing village. So I'm based in Jamnagar in Gujarat, 35 kilometers away from Jamnagar. I went for buying a plot of land, which I successfully did under a company's ownership, 10,000 square feet of land. When I went to amalgamate, because it was a non-agricultural land, I don't know if you guys know the terminology, but then you have to amalgamate those things as one plot, and then you can construct a building. So there was a typo error at the local municipality level saying that if you have 9.5 meter wide road, you cannot amalgamate a plot more than 1,000 square foot. So what do I do now with this expensive land that I bought? But actually it's just a typo error. It's actually, the rule is you need a 16 meter wide road, which we already had, but so the typo didn't match. It delayed me by 1 year, one entire year to open a school. Next year, I attempted everything, and I was talking to Amit about it, that the whole procedure of being recognized and jumping through hoops and also paying for it cost me something like 2.75 lakhs. This is purely what we call administration, in other words, corruption. So Amit was quite relieved. He said, "Hey, that was very cheap. A colleague of mine in Chennai paid something like 45 lakhs. So I thought I got myself a very good deal." So such is the story at the grassroots level, that we talk about policies, we talk about lots of things, but that's not how we see it when we work in the school day in and out. Just to lastly speak one thing about ban on the discretion of power. How does corruption happen? It happens through discretion. That I was talking to somebody very recently that in Gujarat, टीचर की जो ट्रांसफर होती है वो सिस्टम बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंट हो गया. तो बोलते हैं कैसे? तो पूरा सिस्टम ऑनलाइन कर दिया भूपेंद्र सिंह ने कि जो भी ट्रांसफर्स है you can apply for it. There is a platform for that. You go online and you go through the whole system. So a teacher came and told me in my school that ma'am पहले तो यहीं से DO ऑफिस से हो जाता था 10-15 हजार में, अब तो गांधीनगर अहमदाबाद जाना पड़ता है, वो भी 50,000 लगता है because they're big officers. So this is just one example. Second is, we're talking about model schools. Gujarat is talking about model schools, that we will open what a model school should look like. So a lot of grant has been passed for that. So there's a school nearby from where I am, and something like 4.5 crore of or 5 crore of grant has been passed for that. Literally, I have a friend who's associated with that project. They have nearly spent 4 crores now. Building का अभी तक plaster भी नहीं हुआ है. पैसे कहाँ गए? 4 crores and there is still no plaster on the school, so they will apply for more grant, I'm sure. Teacher training, कहते हैं कि teacher training करेंगे. You look at all this consultation, they're saying that we will come up with better teacher training programs and so on and so forth. When we send teachers from our school for a training, what happens is that it's a 2-day training, so 48 hours you need to be with them and they'll go through with experts on those things. Rather, what happens is my teachers come back in only 1 hour. क्यों भाई क्या हुआ? तो बोलते वहाँ गए, किसी ने पूरा फुल प्लेट रखा खाने का, हमारे फोटो खींचे, फिर चाय नाश्ते करते फोटो खींचे और फिर हमसे कहा कि अगर आपको जाना है तो आप जा सकते हैं. There is no training. Because the guys pocketed all the money for lunch, he just took a photograph, he didn't feed anybody over the next 2 days, he didn't do any training, he did chai nashta and then sent them off. So that's teacher training at the grassroots level. Then they're talking about ITC in education. I have friends who run government schools. We closely work with those government and our private school associations. They're saying that we've been given computers since 2009. Since 2009. We are now in 2015, at the end of 2015. They only have 2 computers and 1 printer. And I said, very good, you should get an internet connection and I'll come and teach you my pedagogy. And they said, हमें तो computer use करना ही नहीं आता, computer आ गए कभी training ही नहीं आई. So since 2009, they've never been trained. So such are the, sort of cases when you come and work at the grassroots. I mean, I can go on sharing lots and lots of things with you. But just last one and I finished. हम लोग 11 science का school खोल रहे हैं अभी जून से next year से. So the rule is you can apply for a progression level. कि अगर आपके पास class 10 तक का school है, तो all you have to do is you have to apply for a वर्ग वधारो. That's what they say in Gujarati in class 11. Yeah, and so under that you can only take something like 40 students. So I went to the DEO and all the government officials and I said that look, I am expecting something like 150 students. Can I apply for 3 classrooms at the same time? And he said, no, there's no such provision under the system, but you can just accept as many as you want, take as many as you like, and we will see to it later on. That means we will only give you 1 classroom, you take as many students, when it comes to the question of your reputation, we will press you and we will take money out of you. And they tentatively told somebody that, ask her to keep in mind something like 5 lakhs. So such are the stories, but I can go on forever, but my time is over. We will talk about this later during the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ekta. I'm really surprised to hear these stories from what we can call the pilgrimage of good governance, that is Gujarat.
It's the pilgrimage of good packaging and good marketing.
I think Ekta has focused on governance issues as well as the political interference part of it, which is really interesting. Just to add to that, I think how the governance and political interference kind of marries when it comes to the sector. In one of our meetings with Rajasthan, a very senior officer in Rajasthan Education Department, they decided to introduce a fees control bill in Rajasthan, like about a year and a couple of years back. We were talking about the same to the Secretary of Education in Jaipur. We figured out that there are about 33,000 private schools in Rajasthan, out of which around 26,000 qualify for 25% reservation. Out of which 21,000 schools actually agreed to admit 25% children under the section 12(1)(c) of RTE. When it came to reimbursements, they realized that actually all 21,000 schools charge less than government per child expenditure, which is 17,500 rupees. And the government is introducing fees control. Here the case is actually control yourself. If the reason is for abstinence, it's not that the need is not for control of private schools. So there is a political pressure from the teacher unions and the common schooling system proponents, and I don't think any of us would actually here disagree with need for universalization of education, but at the same time, the approach to regulation and this perpetual, if I may say, arguably, hatred towards the private schools, although they are playing a very significant role, is something that really needs to change. So what we really need is not just a change in rules and regulations, the surface level changes, but we need a complete paradigm shift. We'll hear much more about it from Professor Kamal Kishore-ji. May I please invite? I'm sorry, I'm going to call you probably after 6 minutes. We'll have enough time to interact. Thank you so much. I have such a nice panel.
No, I'm prepared for half an hour. Is this working? Okay. Yeah, so you don't need to be frightened. I will cut down from 30 to 5 minutes. All of you in the audience understand English very, very well. So, because I want to understand whatever we are speaking from here is going deep down into your minds. Who is not comfortable with English? और आप में से कोई अंग्रेजी में थोड़ा uncomfortable है, ऐसा कुछ? मेरी भी खिचड़ी है, क्या करूँ? खिचड़ी ठीक है ना? All right. See, I love the presentation which Professor Geeta put forward. I mean, such a lucid insight into what is ailing with numbers, and it came out very clearly that private schools have been doing the same job more effectively and at a lesser expense. So that thing is almost proven from what she talked about. But we have to understand why we are still continuing all this. As an academic, I have a different point of view. Sometimes theoretic, and sometimes it comes out of how practice has shaped theory. But if you see that our constitution itself, the preamble, when it was these two key magic buzzwords of socialist and secular were added, right since then, there is a lot being done in the name of government and social good and public good. And this is the situation we are in today. Now we have to understand that theory also talks about if there is a lock-in, it takes ages to come out of it. So that much more strong the willpower has to be in the government. So what is this lock-in I am talking about? लाखों स्कूल खोल दिए, अब उनको चलाने के लिए कुछ लाख और टीचर्स चाहिए होंगे, और उनके आने से वो पॉलिटिसाइज होगा, बच्चों को कम फीस पे, पेरेंट्स को कम फीस पे बच्चों को पढ़ाने की आदत लगेगी. ये सब लॉक-इन है. लॉक-इन एक बार वो आदत लग गई कि पढ़ाना नहीं है, नहीं पढ़ाने से चलेगा, या फिर 50 रुपए पर मंथ से ज्यादा की फीस मैं नहीं दे सकता. मेरे ही गांव में राजस्थान में मेरे ख्याल से 40-50 रुपए फीस है, उसमें मिड डे मील्स भी मिलती है, और उसके बगल में एक ग्रेजुएट ने अभी प्राइवेट स्कूल खोला है और उसमें वो सिर्फ 125 रुपए लेता है पर मंथ, और 125 में वो करीबन आधे से ज्यादा गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चे शिफ्ट हो गए यहाँ पे. तो शायद उनको 50 और 125 में वो फर्क इतना नजर नहीं आया जितना इस चीज में फर्क नजर आया कि डिसिप्लिन है और प्रेशर टू परफॉर्म है, और वहां पे एक प्राइवेट एंटरप्राइज का फंड है. व्हाई डू वी थिंक प्रॉफिट इज बैड? And that is why this socialism concept is seeping into all kinds of decision making. My take is, by doing this, by removing the competition, we have not allowed the private sector money to flow free into this. And what is happening is everything has to be done under a public NGO or a Section 25 company or a trust. And you are called a private school because the owners of that trust, the members of that trust, is from a private community, but you're not supposed to make profit. Now, how far is that possible if you're not making money, putting it back into the system, trying to make it better, trying to make it larger? आप देखिए कि इंसेंटिव किस टाइप के हैं. नेगेटिव इंसेंटिव्स हैं कि अगर आप प्रॉफिट नहीं कमा सकते तो प्रॉफिट कमाने के तरीके आप खोज लेंगे. So अभी क्या किया जा सकता है? What can we do? There are 2-3 things I just want to touch upon in this. एक था कि there has to be a distinction between public provision and public production. इस चीज को अगर हम अटैक कर पाए गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे, now public provision is the prime responsibility because education is a right, is a basic necessity. It feeds into productivity, awareness, national income, everything. Right? There is no doubt about that. Public provision is a responsibility of the government. We are into socialist practices because at the time when all these policies were made in 1940s, 50s and 60s, the private sector was not so forthcoming. Except the Birlas and Singhanias, I'm sorry to use them, but they did it purely on philanthropic motives, right? फतेहपुर एक शहर है, मतलब टाउन है राजस्थान में, इतनी बड़ी स्कूल है, वो सेठ जी हैं कलकत्ता में रहते हैं, उन्होंने एक टाइम पे 60-70 के जमाने में उन्होंने बहुत सारी ऐसे कई एग्जांपल्स आपको मिलेंगे वहाँ पे। तो उस वक्त प्राइवेट सेक्टर रेडी नहीं था, तो गवर्नमेंट आ गई, चलिए आ गई, मान लिया, लेकिन क्या आज जब ये proof lies in the eating of pudding, and most of our speakers have proved it, that there has to be a larger role for private sector and profits. At this time, can we separate public provision and public production? So can government limit itself to the ideals of public provision and create conditions that public production happens in private hands? That is my one point on the base policy. The second point I want to speak about is the voucher system. We keep talking about this, that put the power in the hands of the students. Let the school run after the students rather than the teachers running after the government. Let the school lie in the hands of the student, and the poor student get it through the vouchers, through which they will go and automatically choose the better school rather than the nearer school. Better school rather than the nearer school, because they don't have a choice. We talk about school choice, but where is the choice? I don't see that choice. Technology can be used. The last point, I have a lot of things to speak on, but technology I want to emphasize. Yesterday I was in Samsung in Gurgaon, Samsung futuristic products that they were talking about. There was an entire section on education, and they were talking about this size of a classroom board as well. But they showed us 55-inch display with a smart board app over it, like a board over the display board. Display is like a TV, and this smart app will be over the board, and you can actually write with your fingers. You can press just touch a corner and bring it down and clean and wipe it or send it by email. Everything happening dynamically. Of course, that costs. But look at it. With the numbers you look at, the kind of numbers that are being spent without results, I think technology can be used in a huge way by developing management information systems, GPS-enabled mobile internet technology. It has come in the higher education. The MOOCs, the massively organized free courses around. You can do a Harvard or Princeton in India today with all the courses that are done by MBAs. National Digital Library, internet-based classes, cloud technology, knowledge work, open access materials, education resources, everything. Technology is a big enabler. We have seen that it brings the kind of competition. You have seen it in telecom. You have seen it in airfares. You name it, and wherever competition has come in, it has brought wonders. And the one class of people, stakeholder, which has benefited the most is consumer. To me, the child, the student is the ultimate consumer. We have to give power into their hands, money through vouchers, technology, whatever way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to just take 2 to 3 minutes to summarize plus make my points and open the house for question and answers. So please keep your questions ready. There are 2 issues that we are talking about here, and that's the way CCS likes to also kind of articulate it. See, one is the issue clearly about the governance itself, that better governance, that it should be good. It should be the issues that Ekta talked about, and also the issues that Professor Geeta and Shantanu both kind of highlighted, that the governance itself should be better, which the new government seems to be something that they actually popularize that entire slogan of limited government, maximum governance. And the second one, actually, why do we criticize political interference or role of the government in education so much? Also because the sector is in dire state. I mean, it's really doing bad in terms of learning outcomes, which again Shantanu talked about, the PISA results and the ASA results and the National Achievement Survey, which is actually done by the NCERT and implemented by the state level bodies as well, also shows that we are not doing good in terms of learning outcomes, even in absolute terms. Hence, we need to pay special attention to what role the government is playing. We did focus a lot in this entire panel on the causes part of it and also the effects part of it. We started getting towards what could good system look like, what solutions can we think about. I think Professor Kamal in particular mentioned about per child funding. Vouchers, of course, is one method of it. There are multiple other ways of doing it, like the direct cash transfers, conditional cash transfers, unconditional cash transfers, education credit accounts. US has at least 8 prominent methods of per child funding in practice at the moment, and some of them are working really well. So per child funding is one option we talked about. In general, CCS would promote that we should actually have much more data-driven policies, as against having policies which are driven by philosophies or ideologies, which is actually one challenge in the education sector at the moment. Looking at something as simple as the entire Right to Education Act itself, and we will be talking about it much more in details in the next panel. We had 95% enrollment when we actually implemented Right to Education. We have 96.7% enrollment now. So for getting 1.7% of enrollment, we have spent at least just on Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan 256 billion rupees during that time. So is our expenditure and the outcomes that we are getting out of it actually even justified is something that the government needs to look at and have much more pragmatic view, data-driven view towards making policies. During the same 5 years, actually, Geeta mentions this in her talks as well. The government school enrollment went down by 6.5% and private schools enrollment increased by 6.2%. So we have to really pay attention to what the data is saying and work towards that. Teacher accountability is another area where we see political interference, and my panelists talked about it as well. NUPA study, which is actually led by Vimla Ramchandran, does go on record to say that 60% of teacher appointments as well as transfers are politically motivated in India at the moment. There is absolutely no scope in the current system to talk about teacher performance management. In all other sectors, we have something around performance-driven incentives and salaries, whereas in the current education sector, we don't seem to have it. So we need to pay attention to that once again. In terms of regulation, I think all the panelists have talked in details about how the regulation really is not focusing much on learning outcomes, but focusing much more on the input side of education. So we certainly need to pay attention to that. And expenditure in education is another area which all the panelists talked about briefly. We really need to pay attention to what exactly are we spending the money on that is collected through taxes that we all of us pay, which goes into the non-lapsable fund, which is Prarambhik Shiksha Kosh, and from there again gets spent on education. So is it actually being spent effectively? 70% of the money, first of all, the issue of underutilization itself. From 2009 until now, not once has the government spent all 100% tax money collected, which is non-lapsable fund. Every year the utilization is between 50% to 70%. What happens to the remaining money? Does it actually get converted, spent on education again? And then there is a demand that no, we are still not spending 6% of GDP. Maybe that's not needed because we are actually not even utilizing the money that is already collected. One. And the second issue there is how does that 1 rupee spent on education? 70%, 78% of that goes on teacher salaries. Another 14% goes on management related expenses.
what school principals at the end get is really a small portion of the entire money available for education. And you'll be surprised to know there was something called teacher innovation grant that each teacher in government schools used to get, was 500 rupees per year. When they decided to cut down government expenditure in education, the first thing they stopped was that. So not anything else. So we have to really see even the spending. Is it actually in the right direction? Are the decisions in the right direction? Last point I want to make is how does the good regulation system look like? Actually, we have some sectors. We are not talking here, at least I'm not talking here about complete withdrawal of the government system. That becomes a controversial issue. There are a number of possibilities here. One particular sector where the government role seems to be working well is the communication, the telecom sector, where BSNL doesn't play the same role as TRAI. TRAI plays the role of setting out rules for the sector, and BSNL participates as an equal producer, equal supplier, and competes with other providers. And what we see is the results that multiple households in the country today have mobile phones and access to communication. I'm not saying that that's the completely flawless model. Something that can be thought about. In power sector, we have seen similar reforms. So we have to start thinking about those reforms ahead of new education policy. If we come up with a policy once again, which was the case with our first education policy, again the 1986 policy, where we had multiple objectives but no concrete direction, we will not probably do a great justice to the school education sector of our country, because I'm pretty sure that we are going to live with this policy for at least next 20 years. So we might as well just change our ways significantly. That's my contribution to the panel. I'm going to start inviting questions now. Please raise your hands, and may I request somebody to please pass on the mic. We'll see how the questions are. If the questions are way too detailed, we'll take one question, one answer. Otherwise, we'll take 3-4 questions and we'll start the answer.
गुजरात मॉडल तो बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट है, पूरा देश में फैला हुआ है, गुजरात मॉडल ही लागू करें। एक सुधा मैं ये जानना चाहता था कि 15,000 जो ट्रांसफर में लगता है बीओडीओ के लेवल पर और 50,000 लग रहा है जो ऑनलाइन हो गया, तो इसमें क्या डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बता सकते हो कैसे इसके किस लेवल तक जाता है? क्योंकि बीइंग ए नेशनल ट्रेजरर ऑफ द निशा अकाउंट्स के बारे में थोड़ा कुछ जानना चाहते हैं। और एक क्वेश्चन था, हालांकि एक ही क्वेश्चन अलाउ किया है रोहन ने, लेकिन रोहन से भी मैं एक चीज जानना चाहूंगा, एक ही क्वेश्चन बताऊं कि प्रिंसिपल के बारे में जो रिमार्क दिया है शायद आधा अधूरा है रिमार्क आपका, पूरा अगर कभी हो तो हमसे समझ लेना।
Definitely. You want to answer that? About the Gujarat model.
Thank you so much. I am HR Bangia. I am the founder of Indian Institute of Public Administration, Haryana Regional Branch. My questions are many, but I would like to be brief in this matter. First of all, I must say, Mr. Shantanu, instead of having difficulty in talking about depoliticizing, why don't you use politics to be kept at bay in education? And just as a humor. Second, first question is that now we are talking about normal children. We are not talking about differently abled children. The number of differently abled children may be 1%, 1 over 10%, but they need special care. They need special attention. And not only that, they are very innovative. And you find in some cases where they are given a kind of education in such a good atmosphere, they come up with good ideas and they have excelled in many spheres. My next question is that guru, teacher, respect is missing due to the absence of moral education. Unless these things are imbibed from the very beginning, initial stages, the माहौल बहुत खराब हो रहा है यहाँ, टीचर की कोई रिस्पेक्ट नहीं है. Why should it not be restored as in our olden days? Because of Ekta's this thing.
Sir,
no, this is very important.
No, I'm sure it's important, but there are other questions as well.
You are talking on maximum and government. This is what I'm suggesting. Just one line. I will finish. Sure. My question is, there is need for confederation of schools administration. This is a must. All the associations and unions should combine in one at a national level, there should be a consideration. There are many more, but I am thankful to you.
Thanks for your suggestions. Any more questions?
I think
We'll take two more questions. I'm going to.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
Hi,
Vikas.
my name is Vikas. So my actually, it's sort of a statement and a question. So I do agree with Chandru that we have to actually do a little bit more politicizing because nature abhors the vacuum. The teacher units are politically active and therefore the voice is heard. So actually I think CCS in this point is great in terms of actually trying to use data to bring that perspective forward because I mean government is also people. They also need to hear different voices to understand. I mean actually one, and this is to Geeta, I mean one of the things that really struck me when I read about the Patna study, which was that 65% of kids are going to private schools if you take into account unrecognized schools. And unfortunately, because of policies, the number of unrecognized schools is very large. And that's true in all larger cities. I mean, obviously, as it indicates that basically even in rural areas, the numbers are increasing quite dramatically. But we already are in a situation in metros and in tier 1 cities where you probably have about 65 to 80%. I think that could be a place where if there was more data, then it could be like the air pollution index in Delhi where people wake up and sort of say, abhi bhi idea hai logo ko. Middle class and media still thinks that the poor go to government schools and the rich go to private schools. So I think it's only when you are able to do the kind of work that you're doing that will become clear that actually that's not true anymore and doesn't make sense. And it's only when the media comes in that I think politicians will potentially start listening and sort of saying, okay, we need to do something about it. So that's I don't know if there's enough more studies beyond the Patna study, because the DICE report only looks at the recognized schools. So that's a question that I don't know if there's an answer.
Thanks, Vikas. We'll take 2 more questions and we'll I may request that difference between question and commentary, restrict to question. We can make hear commentary from the panelists. We have enough scope for discussions during the breaks. Questions, please. Ma'am, yes.
Hello, I am Arpita from Rethinking Foundation. So my question is like 70% of the salary is going, 70% of the money is going for teacher salary. But my experience while working in Bombay with government school has been different. So there's a position which is Shikshan Sevak, where they need to serve 3 years before getting permanent, and they get 6,000. A young passionate teacher who really want to teach children are getting 6,000, and you have to run your home. At the same time, you have to live with your passion. But on the other hand, there are like 50-year-old teachers who, Marathi medium or Urdu medium teachers, they are getting drawing salary of 50,000. So money is actually flowing in the wrong directions. Like we need to recruit young people who are actually passionate and can actually produce learning outcomes. And how do we do this? Like rather than creating a position like Shikshan Sevak and making that position permanent so that they feel motivated and so I would like to address this issue.
We actually have Geeta here on the panel. We can talk about that. Yes, sir.
मेरा नाम एंटोनिका है, डिफरेंटली एबल के बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ। मैंने एमए इंग्लिश किया है हिंदी मीडियम से। मैं रोबा का मेंबर हूँ, रामजस 5 एलुमनी एसोसिएशन का। बड़े दुख के साथ कहना चाहता हूँ, जितने भी स्कूल्स में गया, वो बेशक कलाम साहब का स्कूल हो रामेश्वरम में, या मेरा अपना स्कूल हो, कोई भी डिसेबल्ड चाइल्ड नहीं है। प्रिंसिपल साहब से बात की, मैनेजमेंट से बात करी, टॉप मैनेजमेंट से बात किया, वो मिलता नहीं है। और जो हमारा स्कूल है SW है, मधु विहार में है, दिल्ली में हेड ऑफिस है और चुरई में ब्रांच है। हमारे यहाँ डिसेबल्ड लोग भी हैं, बच्चे भी हैं और नॉर्मल भी हैं। तो मेरी ये गुजारिश है, अगर कोई मुझे गाइड कर सके कि मैं बच्चों को जो डिफरेंटली एबल्ड बच्चे हैं वो स्कूल में कैसे आएंगे, कैसे मैं कोई मुझे अगर उपाय बताने की कृपा करें तो मैं धन्यवादी होऊंगा। I must felicitate the CCS for organizing this conference repeatedly. I have the fortune of attending 2 conferences this time currently. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So we'll start with next one. Geeta, specifically about the teacher recruitment and para-teachers. So, and Shantanu also wants to talk to you. We have 10 minutes to wrap.
So we'll start with the Gujarat one. You raised a question about, being talked about and being the sort of role model for the rest of the states in India. What exactly is Gujarat model to begin with? First of all, Gujarat model is about in education, about right to education. That the government has adopted it in such a way where students do not suffer in terms of inputs. They're saying it to private schools that if you don't have a playground, you could simply go to a community, get the permission and recognition from them that people allow you to use that. If you do not have larger class sizes, they have given you a formula to how to formulate the space that you have to enroll the number of children. They have given you a number of things that allow you to run rather than going out of business. So that is basically what I see as the Gujarat model in terms of education. But there are other sides to it as well, that when you go for recognition, we did a joint exercise with CCS in terms of the number of documents you need in terms of getting recognized. Well, if you bar all the duplication and just sort of boil everything down, it comes to something like 35, 36 documents. And that too has a duplicacy in different departments. You take the same documents over and over and over again. So by the time you have collected all of that, and if you haven't had still your gray hair, you still have some life left in you, you go and say that, okay, now that I've collected everything, what's next? So they'll say that, okay, now you have fulfilled all the rules, now land norms, this, that, etc. You have to pay for it. So they make you jump through the hoops, and then every jump you make, you have to give corruption. So yes, Gujarat model is progressive, it is very helpful, but it has other sides to it as well. That, just last example, that Gujarat model in the recent election, in all the urban areas, it's the BJP that scored, in all the rural areas, it's the Congress that scored, because they are mainly focusing on development, which is not a bad thing, but on the other side, they have forgotten completely the social factor. So the people at the roots are very angry, saying that all that you promised, none of that has been delivered. You only packaged it so well, you marketed it to the rest of India so well, that people look at us saying that, oh, Gujarat this, oh, Gujarat that, but when they come here, there's nothing like that. More often than not, one question I always get asked is that, we've been to Ahmedabad, it's an amazing city, but I said, did you ever come to Saurashtra, where we are? It's only 318 kilometers away, but it's different world altogether. All the money sits in Ahmedabad and where all the, government activities take place. But if you move other than Surat, Ahmedabad and sort of Rajkot, Vadodara, sort of main cities, there's nothing else to be seen. Anyway, that's the Gujarat model.
I just want to address the point that Vikas raised and the friend from Mumbai. So on Vikas's point, the private share of total enrollment at the elementary level has increased from 16 percentage points in 2006, according to the ASA report. This ASA report is only a rural report, right? So in rural India, private schools enrollment share, that is the proportion of total children studying in private schools, was 16% in 2006. By 2014, that had increased to 31%. So it had doubled roughly. So that's a very massive increase, because remember that the child population in absolute terms is also increasing. So the fact that despite that in percentage terms you've doubled it, that's a huge increase. So that's one thing. Now for urban, we don't really have annual data, but it so happens that last year's National Sample Survey report was focused on education. So one can get it from that, and yes, even that shows a massive increase. One can do the analysis for urban and put it out, but I don't think that a lot of these figures are known to people, and yet there's no action. But I agree with you that yes, it has some shock value if one can produce the numbers, and maybe some governments that have a bit of spine, like Delhi government has taken certain bold decisions. But let's just hope that at the national level, these sorts of things will make an impact as well. But you're right that yes, I agree in general that data has the real power to inform people, and evidence-based policy is what we really need. On your point about the Mumbai, the Shikshan Sevaks getting 6,000 rupees a month, whereas the regular teachers getting maybe 50,000 rupees a month. If you look at the evidence on the relative effectiveness of contract teachers and regular teachers, actually children taught by regular teachers There were 3 different studies that all appeared in the year 2010. Mine was one of them. Mine was based on Bihar and Uttar Pradesh data, and there were others that were based on Andhra Pradesh data and Madhya Pradesh and Odisha data. And so all these 3 studies showed, using different methods, with data from 5 different states, but they all had the same finding, that children taught by para-teachers were doing no worse than children taught by regular teachers. If anything, they were doing slightly better, despite the fact that they come from, para-teachers are typically appointed in the more remote areas where children are poorer and so forth. And the reason that was given is because they apply more effort. Their absence rates are half the absence rates of regular teachers. Absence rates of regular teachers were 12%, absence rates of contract teachers were 12%, absence rates of regular teachers were 25%. So they were in school more, their time on task was greater, self-reported time on task. So teachers were asked, how much time do you spend on teaching when you are in school? And the self-reported time on task, teaching task, was greater among para-teachers than among regular teachers. So all of that goes to support your point that if these are younger teachers, they are better qualified in some sense, in terms of having at least qualifications on paper. Although in terms of actual subject matter knowledge, their subject matter knowledge is generally a little poorer than those of regular teachers, because regular teachers got their degrees 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when actually a degree meant something. Today, a BA degree has less, in terms of content. So basically the point is this, that it is extremely expensive. If you look at 50,000 rupees as a multiple of the state per capita GDP, that's extremely high, right? So 6,000 is more like the actual state per capita GDP. So the point is that so there's this whole equity issue, huge big issue, that in the same school you've got para teachers who've got roughly the same qualifications and you pay them 6,000 rupees a month, and in the same school you've got regular teachers teaching the same classes, same children, but they're getting 45 or 50,000 rupees per month. In the case of Punjab, 60,000 rupees per month. Right, for primary school teachers. So there's a big equity issue. How do you deal with that? And what has happened is that para-teachers associations have argued that we should be regularized. And in many states, they have become regularized. Uttar Pradesh regularized 176,000 para-teachers in the year 2014. Okay, so most of the states, because of legal reasons, because equal work for equal pay kind of reasons, court after court is ruling in favor of para-teacher associations who are asking for equal pay. So they're doing that. But the point is that at least in the case of the para-teachers, because their jobs are annually renewed, or after 3 years there's a performance appraisal as to whether you're going to get regularized or not, there is greater effort, perhaps partly because their jobs are annually renewable. What is the point of giving everybody 45,000, 50,000, 60,000 and making it across the board the same, irrespective of effort? So how do you combine these two things? A consideration for efficiency and effort, while at the same time being responsive to this equity problem. So one suggestion that has been put forward by Lon Pritchett is that why don't all the teachers start life as para-teachers, contract teachers, and then after some stipulated period, in Maharashtra it sounds like it's 3 years, it could be 5 years, it could be 7 years, it could be 3 years, there is a performance appraisal, and at that point, teachers who have done well in the first probationary period, they are promoted to become regular teachers. Not that it's everybody's entitlement, that the whole lot will do that. And then again, this should not be the end of it. After another 10 years or 12 years or 7 years, there can be another performance appraisal. Now, at the moment a teacher enters the profession and then is a teacher for 40 years, and there's no professional development opportunity, no way of rewarding the teachers who are doing well, and maybe penalizing by not promoting those teachers who've been chronically absentee and so on. So I think that we have to balance equity and efficiency considerations.
I think just to, not to interrupt you, just to briefly mention, I was talking to somebody just 3 days back about Shiksha Mitra, and the school owner, the government school owner said that, yes, we've been given the grant to have a certain number of teachers, but we have employed only one, because we didn't need more. This is what happens. You give the grant, it's actually to help the students at the grassroots, but the money just gets pocketed. Anyway, just 3 days back.
All right. So I'll address the more difficult parts. Generally, there is a very difficult take to answer a question on differently abled students. Somehow in the last week or so, I had the privilege to discuss with 3-4 different sets of people who are working for the differently abled. One of them एक ने देहरादून में एक स्कूल खोलने की सोची है जो entirely रेजिडेंशियल होगा और all kinds of disabilities वहाँ एड्रेस होंगी, फीस होगी 5 लाख रुपए एक साल की, and they have done a market survey and they found there is a market. So they are addressing a certain segment, okay? They might be addressing 1 or 2% of the total differently abled population. Look at the larger context. Look at a regular school. 99%. So if we define that 1% is the average differently abled students population, it's about 2.3. So I stand corrected. 97.7, right? 100 minus. Okay. 97.7% for an example's sake, let's take in a class. There will be 97.7 sets of parents, okay, and there will be 2.3% sets of parents of differently able. Whose voice will prevail? Tell me. All right. So the question I'm trying to point out is there are issues around whether the differently abled student should study in a normal school or a special school. And there are two entirely different schools of thought. If you go by Indian democratic values and democracy and the larger view should prevail, then you will end up in none of the regular schools would cater to the differently abled one. Now, on the other side, you see NGOs, a lot of bodies actually have opened small area schools and they are catering to differently abled. That's pure philanthropy. That's not an organized effort. So I'm just putting some thoughts around it. So I don't have a take on that. There are different markets that are being addressed by different sets of people. NGOs address, with the government and donors' help. And there is on one side, the market is also going to take care of a certain set of students who can pay more. On the other, again, a controversial subject on teacher respect. I have dealt with this day in and day out. I am a PhD from IIM Ahmedabad. I have been in the government also in the civil services. And then I came to a university education system. I've been a professor, dean, and vice chancellor of a Delhi-based university. But when I go in a train journey, आप generally बातें करते हो, अगल-बगल बैठे हो उनसे और ये exchange करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि भाई आप क्या करते हो, आप क्या करते हो. तो मेरा पहला response यही होता है कि who am I? I am a teacher. So and more often than not, 90% of the cases, I've seen. And the communication, next level of communication doesn't happen. Acha, teacher hai kya baat karenge? And because there is nothing much associated with a teacher in terms of career or making money or no stories around them. Cut that story short. Come to your homes. You have all, sorry. Some of you are in the decision phase, but the more experienced ones would have their kids. When you have a discussion on class 10th, 11th, I've just gone through this phase, so I understand this very well. कि क्या करेगी? मतलब मेरी बेटी है तो उसके बारे में. So, but the kid, what will they do, right? So, out of all the things that you start off with, two examples I'll tell you. All the things you start off with. Okay, give me half of it. All the things you start off with is engineering, medical, and so on. So all the glamorous careers. Last में teacher. आपके अपने घर के अंदर, आपके अपने mindset में ये problem है. Why do we expect from others to do as you wish? Let's start with ourselves. Thank you.
Excellent point. We will have a small ceremony here, which is basically launch of CCS viewpoint on new education policy, which is designed across the principle of limited government, maximum governance. That is the core message that we are trying to give through this message. I'm really, actually all of us are privileged to have Ms. Anu Aga here in the room, who
as we all know, is a Rajya Sabha MP. Prior to that, she has done a phenomenal amount of work from the industry side in education sector. She continues to be on a number of interesting organizations boards, including the Teach for India and of course the Thermax Foundation itself. We will invite Ms. Anwar to launch the new education policy document, which is available here. She had already mentioned that she would not like to speak, so unfortunately we don't get to hear her thoughts, but she is here right after the panel on during the tea break. So please, let's welcome Ms. Anwar. Would you like to?
Thank you. I'm associated with education through two NGOs, Akanksha and Teach for India. And when we started public-private partnership schools in Mumbai and Pune through Akanksha, I used to say working with government is a spiritual experience. But today I would not say that. I have learned over time that everybody in government is not bad and everybody in the private sector is not good. Let's understand that. And I've had very, very positive experiences, especially in Pune. You mind if I narrate just a few experiences?
Please.
Through Akanksha, we have been able to impact the lives of children, not just in academics, but in their lives. And 4 of our children have joined with full scholarship World College, 1 in Armenia, 1 in Italy, 2 in Mahendra College outside Pune. Through competitive examination, those who know about how difficult it is, 5 of our students have got with full scholarship into Azim Premji Institute. So, those good NGOs can make a remarkable impact on the lives of children. This is this example.
Not recognized.
Huh?
They are not recognized.
I'm sorry, we run municipal schools, we've taken over and we've had very good experience. We've had hiccups, out of turn admission, all that hiccups we have had. But don't forget, we have learned to mobilize the power of the parents. And that's very, very strong. And today, there's out of turn admission. Through Teach for India also, we have had wonderful experience. And we have Teach for India schools in 7 cities, and I urge you to go and visit them. And my Thermax Foundation has started reaching out to municipal teachers for teacher training. Only 17 days. And there is a huge difference. You know, we write off the teachers, but nobody, someone said, is invested in them. With this minimal investment, there's a huge change in attitude. They've improved their skills. And this is the 4th year which we are going to run this program, and it's very welcome by the teachers. So all teachers are not bad. In fact, I would say if invested, municipal teachers want to do something good. And I'm very proud to say that in Pune, we have started an initiative not just to impact a few schools, but every municipal school. And the commissioner is partnering us. And corporates, Teach for India, Akanksha, and other NGOs have started work which is accepted by the unions, by the political system. So I think let's not write off the system, learn to work with them. That's my message. Thank you.
small token of one more. A quick announcement, we are running about 20 minutes behind the schedule. We are going to make some changes in this sitting arrangement because I see a lot of people still waiting to get a seat here. So we have a tea break now. When you go out, please carry your bags with you because we will be changing the sitting arrangement in the hall in the next 10 to 15 minutes to make space for others to sit. We were scheduled to meet at 11:30, we'll meet at 11:45. And the tea is on this side, on the right hand side. Megha, Mr. Murli, Mr. Vikram Jain,
How are you?
and Mr. R.P. Jain. Pramila, all yours. I'm handing over the mic.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This session, I think, is one of the most strategic and interesting of today's conference. It's the question we're all trying to answer. So we've had the right to education, but we still have an education crisis that everyone is writing about. So what do we need to do to convert this right to education that we've given every Indian child into the ability to actually learn and to solve this education crisis? And CCS has put together a very interesting panel, a sort of multi-dimensional panel, on which we have 4 key verticals represented by each of our speakers. So, you have the science vertical with one of our leading scientific minds here, Mr. Muralidhar Koteshwar. You have the academic vertical with Megha Pradhan here, whom I call a sort of evidence sleuth. They're doing research on what is leading to better learning outcomes. Then we have a politician, Mr. R.C. Jain. In fact, I would say an education activist. He has a politician as a sort of complementary activity, but it helps that he's a politician because he's been able to prevent the closing down of many schools serving the poor. And we have the corporate strategist, because ultimately you do have to create ideas into working models. I'm going to quickly read out their bios. I'm not going to read out the whole bio because you have it in front of you. So Mr. Muralidhar Koteshwar is a part of the team that built India's first supercomputer, the Param at CDAC. He subsequently held leadership positions in multinational organizations, also in this area of supercomputing and so on. He is currently managing director at Sonim, which makes one of the world's most rugged phones, and is on the board of Onya Digital, a web portal and mobile apps development company. He has held a number of workshops for teachers and parents initiated by him that have reached over 1 million people in 150 countries globally. Recently, he enabled an agreement between IAHB and UNESCO to organize a global series of media and education conferences. So Mr. Koteshwar is going to share with us today his thoughts on what education is and what learning is, and how as a country we're going to be able to deliver learning to our children, and what are the kind of new strategies we need to adopt for that. Megha is with JPAL, which, as you know, has been doing a lot of fantastic work on trying to sort of collect evidence to help policy making in the country. So Megha is currently a senior policy and training associate and the regional education policy lead at JPAL South Asia. She has undertaken, as part of a team, a study that looks at what are the things that increase learning outcomes. So she's going to draw on data both from India and abroad to present to us some of their findings and recommendations. Then we have Mr. Jain, whom, as I said, has been really doing some fantastic work in saving the budget private schools. He is currently the president of the National Independent School Alliance and Delhi State Public Schools Management Association. He is the co-convener of the Shikshak Prakosht of BJP. Under his leadership, 4,000 schools in Delhi were saved from closure in the year 2006. He has saved 1,500 unrecognized schools of Delhi in 2013. These were facing closure for not being able to fulfill land norms criteria and compulsory recognition under the RTE Act. he also recently convinced the AAP government to remove Section 10(1) of the Delhi School Education Acts and Rules of 1973, which had made it compulsory for private schools to pay salary equivalent to government school teachers. So Mr. Jain will share with us today his experiences on the challenges that we will need to overcome if we are to really provide learning to every poor child in a sense that is holistic. Then we have Mr. Vikram Jain, who has been for many, many years in the corporate sector. He worked with McKinsey and so on. Over the last few years, he has been working very, very closely with slum populations, understanding the needs and the opportunities that slum communities have. So currently, he is the co-leader of FSG's Affordable Early Childhood Education Program. And he has helped to develop strategy, new business models. He's done policy advocacy, customer research, and all of this he is going to bring today into his presentation. He's going to share with us their findings on a study they've done across 4,000 families in 8 cities, lower income families, understanding their spending habits on education and what their views are on education quality. So with this panel of 4 very diverse people, we're going to come at this problem of how do we translate the right to education into a right to learning. So Mr. Koteshwar, may I invite you to the floor first. And all panelists, we have a 7 to 10 minute deadline, so please adhere to that. We have someone sitting on the front who's going to hold up a placard.
Thank you, Ramila. What is the definition of education? And getting to tell this to a group of educationists who've been there for decades in education is a little difficult. So I'll simply take the help of Google and get you from the wiki. Transfer of knowledge, skills and values from one generation to another. Very simple. It used to happen with families. A carpenter's son became a carpenter. An Ayurvedic doctor's son became a doctor, and so on. But then it changed. Then it became institutionalized. Then the government got into it. And, the rest of it, the story, what's happened. So everybody forgot the student. When I started the first of the 100 schools for art of living in Karnataka in 2000, I went through the Karnataka Education Act every single line. There was not even one word on education. It was the Education Act, no word on education. How should the school be? How should you employ? How should you fire? What should be the leave? Poor education. We had forgotten the child. So let's look at knowledge, right? I want you to tell me, right? Knowledge. So what does it mean? Knowledge of transfer of knowledge. So what do you want to transfer from one generation to another? Science?
Culture.
Culture? What else? Come on. Moral. No, that's different. Knowledge, skills and values. 3 things. What is knowledge? Culture, know-how. Very good. Know-how. Science, fundamental principles of physics, maths. Little bit. All of this comes under knowledge and it's growing by the day. Volumes is amazing. The data available on the internet today, all data, today, 90% of that data was accumulated in the last 1 year. 90%. And it's in trillions and trillions of bytes. And that's all knowledge of the universe. Skills. What skills do we want to transfer from our generation? A lot of us, we go through the schooling system, and I was in IIT. I had my classmate who was an electrical engineer, and we were in the second year. I went into his room, it was dark. I said, what's happened? He said, the tube light is gone. Okay, students have already settled, get a tube light and change it. I don't know. Electrical engineer, second year in IIT, he didn't know to change the tube light. I'm so worried now because he's a professor of electrical engineering in IIT Bombay. So we've got to decide what skills is that we need to transfer from our generation to the next time. Now the values part of it. Okay? All of us want to do this. We want to make sure that value education or education with values is part of everybody's life. And if you take a sum total of knowledge, skills, and values, you should honestly evaluate how much can a school give and how much the whole world needs to give. How much can a child learn in a school versus learning everywhere else? Unless the school is amazing, like we heard in the earlier panel, which has all of these things possible in the school, right? The skills are given, the values are given, the knowledge is given, then it's a great school. And the moment it's a great school, what will happen to the consumers, the students? Will they not fight to get into that school? Imagine if all the schools were like that, then they would fight to get into the school. That's what the last panel was talking about. How can we get the children to decide which school they need to get into because of wanting to know that I will get good education in this school? So if you instead shift from education to learning, because all about education is about what we as educators, organizers, administrators, government policy, NGOs want to transfer to the next generation. But learning is about what the next generation wants to do, right? But the problem we have is what Einstein said. The problems of this world cannot be solved by the same thinking that caused them in the first place. So if we are going to give them education, we've got to make them think beyond our level of thinking. All right? So I would say that what we have been trying to do from the art of living in many institutions is how can we, because it's closely connected, education and society is closely connected. A really truly developed society is one in which all the schools are full and all the prisons empty. And as the schools keep giving better and better education, which is comprising all the three things, if we get a violence-free society, a disease-free body, a quiver-free breath, a stress-free mind, an inhibition-free intellect, a trauma-free memory, an ego that encompasses all, and a sorrow-free soul, that's the birthright of every individual. So we need to move from focusing only on ourselves to how can we focus on the children, what should they be learning, how should they be learning. Then if you leave that to happen, and we've seen that change now. All children born after 2000 are not the same as the ones born before 2000. How many of you agree with this? You know, I've been doing parenting and children programs for a long time, and I see the clear difference. They really are responsible. They want to take responsibility for their learning. And some of the people I've been speaking to in this conference, they give me examples of schools which have made this happen. So sharing and meetings like this, sharing these experiences, sharing each other's best practices in the field of education, and moving away from focusing on our own institutions to how we can make the learning happen is going to be the future. And one of the panelists talked about Dr. Sugata Mitra. I've been working with many people in the field of technology-enabled learning. I'm a visiting professor in a university. I do online exams, online classes. It's happening. Economies of scale will ensure that lots of education and learning will happen by children on their own. And I think that is going to make a big difference. So we must think about it, and we're looking forward to taking some questions from you on this. Because of lack of time, I'm not talking a little more on, what is the technology enabler that's happening in education. But I think it's time for us to look at Einstein's talk and the definition of education itself and see what is it that we must do to get the children to really learn. How can we enable learning and focus on that more? Thank you very much.
Megha, may I now invite you to come and share the results of your research.
morning, everyone. Great to be here. Such a full house. So what I'm going to be doing today is talking about what kind of evidence, what kind of research exists in the field of education. And just to give you a brief overview on the organization where I come from, I work at Jameel Abdul Latif Poverty Action Lab, which is a network of researchers from leading universities across the world. And the mission of JPAL is to do very rigorous research and also to ensure that this research is translated into policy. Because unfortunately, as we've seen, oftentimes policy is not formulated based on actual evidence, scientific evidence, but oftentimes it's based on ideology or instincts or just inertia of continuing with status quo. And our hope is that policy making more and more is based on actual evidence. So just to motivate the discussion, first let's talk about the good news. Thanks to Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and the right to education, we've actually seen massive increases in access to education. We have great enrollment rates right now. Yet, despite these great figures and enrollments, why are we not celebrating? Simply because we've realized that being in school does not ensure that the children are actually learning. And year after year, we look at these dismal statistics based on the ASER report, which tell us that students, for instance, students in class 5 are not able to read standard class 2 text or do simple two-digit subtraction. And that sort of begs the question, that what are we trying to achieve through our education system? Is it just about putting kids to school, or is it also ensuring that they're actually learning something in these schools? And what we've seen is not only are learning levels low, but they've actually been declining, at least in the last 5 or 6 years. Often people talk about the fact that the government is perhaps not investing as much as it should in education. But if you look at this graph over here, this is just the elementary education budget from Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, and we see in the past few years at least, there is an increasing trend as far as government expenditure is concerned. Unfortunately, at the same time, we see that learning levels are declining. If we're making all these investments in terms of resources, we're putting in all these inputs, these resources, why are we not seeing the outcomes in terms of an increase in learning outcomes, which is the focus that we've all decided on. And I think if I were to ask this entire room right now, how can we improve learning outcomes? I would get, 10, 20 different answers. Everybody would have a different thought or idea on what actually can help in increasing learning outcomes. And these are just some of the things that people might talk about. It's just about improving resources, giving kids better access to infrastructure, more textbooks, free uniforms, making sure that parents help children at home with their homework, getting better quality teachers. Unfortunately, we do have lots of solutions, but we work with limited resources. We have a limited budget. So how do we ensure that the resources are being invested in what works best? Where do we see the highest impact? We want investment to go in interventions or programs which actually help in increasing learning outcomes of kids. And to be able to know the impact of any program, what we actually need to do is compare what happens as a result of the program. So for instance, if you're talking about giving kids textbooks, we want to see, does that increase in textbooks? What effect, what impact does it lead to? And we want to make sure that this number that we're thinking of is attributable only to that particular program, because obviously there are lots of things happening at the same time. So how do you ensure that that number that you're looking at, the impact number that you're looking at, is based solely on that particular program? And for that, we need an adequate comparison group. So I'm going to not go into the technical part of it, but just to introduce this concept of what we call randomized controlled evaluations. This is a very specific kind of impact evaluation which helps us in creating a credible comparison group. So how it works is that you randomly assign individuals who are eligible for a particular program to a program, and the statistical result is that if these numbers are large enough, these two groups of people in the beginning of the program would be statistically identical. So whatever happens to them after the program can actually be attributed to only that program. And that's basically the theoretical background of randomized controlled evaluations, which is what JPAL specializes in. So now going into the policy lessons that we've come up with in terms of what works and what doesn't work in education. And just to let you know that JPAL affiliate professors have done more than 170 evaluations in education. So obviously there's a very rich body of evidence that these policy lessons are based on. I'm not going to go through all 170 research studies, but just highlight the key policy lessons and cite a few studies for each of these. Just a review of what are some of the results. We have results on school inputs, just adding resources, business as usual resources, more textbooks, more teachers. Does that work? What are the kind of results in school management? That's something which is very critical to learning outcomes. There's a lot of talk about public versus private schools. Pedagogy again is something which is very critical. And then lastly, I'm going to touch upon ICT in education, which is a big buzzword these days. So first of all, talking about just increasing inputs. And the result that we have is that adding inputs, your usual suspects of increasing infrastructure, increasing toilets, increasing teachers, increasing books, by itself, just increasing inputs does not work. And we have a bunch of studies which support this policy lesson. I'll just talk about one which happened in Kenya, where most of the kids did not have access to textbooks, and an NGO decided that we should just give more textbooks, and perhaps that would lead to an increase in learning levels of kids. Unfortunately, we saw that there was no impact of this particular intervention. And why that was? Because kids could actually not read these textbooks. One, these textbooks were in English, and two, the existing learning levels of these kids were so low that they could just not utilize these resources. So if you're giving resources which kids cannot use, or there's no accountability to ensure that those resources are used, those resources are obviously not going to have an impact. Similarly, an intervention where libraries were added to schools in Bangalore, that showed no impact. Where impact actually took place was when these existing resources were combined with a change in pedagogy, a change in teaching method, and that's the third study over there in Philippines, where you ensure that teachers were trained, kids were given textbooks in their mother tongue at an age-appropriate level, which is why kids could actually utilize these textbooks and increase learning levels. A lot is talked about, incentivizing teachers to show up, as well as put in effort in teaching. In one very interesting study, which was done with an NGO in Rajasthan, we saw that giving teachers small incentives based on their attendance, and this attendance was monitored by very simple techniques of having a kid just take a picture of the teacher at the beginning, at the end of school, that actually increased attendance by half. Not only did it increase attendance, it increased test scores of kids. So it's not that teacher was just showing up, but they were also teaching during these days. Another study in Andhra Pradesh where performance-based pay was given to teachers. So there was the pay was linked to how kids performed in school. That again showed that there was an increase in test scores. Now we have to be very careful with what kind of incentive design are we coming up with. In a similar study in Kenya, where you had teacher pay linked to test scores, we saw the teachers actually started having these pre-exam cram sessions, So they didn't turn up more to school. They weren't improving their teaching methodology, but they were just doing these sessions right before the exam, so what we call teaching to the test, ensuring that kids did better. And obviously something like that, even though in the first year we saw an increase in test scores, it did not persist because there was no intrinsic change. Community monitoring, just a brief mention, a lot of talk happens around having communities, parents involved in monitoring their kids. And we've seen that just giving people information on their duties is not sufficient. You need to make sure that the local communities have some sort of tool by which they can keep the teachers or schools accountable. So having information without teeth is not going to be sufficient. Private schools, I'll just touch upon one study which happened. Obviously, just comparing results of private and public schools is not a great idea because there's so much self-selection that happens. Kids who go to private schools are very different from those who go to public schools for a bunch of reasons, and that also drives their learning outcomes. And what we saw through a randomization study was that private schools actually did not do any better in basic skills of maths and language. They did, however, achieve the same results as government schools with lower cost and less instructional time. And they were able to spend this extra time on other subjects, particularly English, and that's quite intuitive because parents do send their kids to private schools because perhaps there's more emphasis on English. So they're actually private schools are catering to the demand for that particular subject. One particular intervention which we found to be consistently effective is that teaching at the level of the kid, as opposed to the class they are in, that works. And we did 5 studies across India, and across the board some teaching at the level of the child, so making sure that they catch up, that they have their basic maths and language skills at the right level. That actually worked all the time. And we tried different implementation models. This is a Pratham-based model. We tried different kinds of implementation methods, doing this in school, out of school, doing this with local volunteers or with government teachers, and across the board it was found to be effective. And last, on EdTech, we have fairly mixed results of EdTech. We've realized that just giving access to computers, to tablets, to laptops is not enough, and there are a lot of these programs happening across the world and now even in India where just laptops are being handed out and the idea is that somehow learning levels will increase. So you need to make sure that, if you are incorporating technology, that's integrated with the curriculum, or there is some sort of self-paced learning that is happening, which would drive the learning outcome, which is what happened in the next 2 studies that I mentioned, where, say self-paced learning or having programs which actually were connected to the school curriculum, that's where we saw positive impact. So this was a very quick summary. You can look, we have a bunch of other studies, summarized research papers, and you can look at this on this website.
Thanks a lot, Megha. In fact, a point that she made resonates with something I heard last week in this very room. Sal Khan of the Khan Academy, they are launching a Hindi portal. And the point he made very, very strongly is that we have an education crisis because kids are not being taught at their level. There are these annual syllabi and the teacher tries to get the kid through the syllabus. And even if a kid gets 70%, they pass. But nobody ever remedies that 30% on which they weren't able to answer the questions correctly. So in fact, the point she's making shows that evidence is proving what he says, that if a kid has not got that 30% right, we should work and make sure that they practice it so much that they get that 30% right and then promote them. May I invite Mr. R.C. Jain now to come and share with us his experiences.
धन्यवाद. Right to education to right to learning. Much celebrated right to education has failed. It is right. to make any visible impact. अब इम्पैक्ट तो बहुत देखने को मिला है क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के बारे में भी और बाकी बारे में भी। हमने राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट इसलिए बनाया था कि हम बच्चों को एक अधिकार दे सकें फोर्सफुली कि वो अपना सरकार से ये राइट प्राप्त कर सके। और आपने पिछले दिनों देखा जो राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट था, जब ये बना था तो मैं खुद दिल्ली के मिनिस्टर से मिला था, केंद्र के मिनिस्टर से मिला था और मैंने उन्हें कहा था कि राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट बहुत बिना तैयारी के आप बना रहे हैं, उसका इम्पैक्ट ये रहेगा कि ये 5% भी सफल नहीं रहेगा। वो रिजल्ट आज देख भी रहे हैं आप। कारण क्या है कि उसमें कई चीजें ऐसी डाल दी गई जो सिर्फ वोट के लिए बनाई गई थी, जिसपे ये ध्यान नहीं दिया गया कि इसका समाज पे असर क्या पड़ेगा। मैं भी पिछले दिनों मैंने एक बुक निकाली थी, दिल्ली की एजुकेशन व्यवस्था के ऊपर व्हाइट पेपर निकाला था और मैं दूसरा निकालने जा रहा हूँ। और एक बात तो मैं आपको बहुत मजे से कहना चाहूंगा और आपको धन्यवाद भी दूंगा कि जिस प्रकार से हिंदुस्तान में श्वेत क्रांति आई थी, हरित क्रांति आई थी, ये जितने भी एजुकेशनिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं इन्होंने 1980 के बाद इस देश में शब्द क्रांति जो लेकर के आए हैं उसके लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं। क्योंकि शब्द क्रांति मैंने इसलिए कहा कि 80 के बाद जो पब्लिक स्कूलों का उदय हुआ और हिंदुस्तान में जो लिटरेसी का रेट बढ़ा है उसके लिए आप बधाई के पात्र हो। जो शब्द क्रांति इसलिए मैंने उसको दिया है और उसके ऊपर मेरी एक 84 पेज की बुक भी आ रही है जिसपे मैंने इसको बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से फोकस किया है। आप इस पे लिखा है कि राइट टू एजुकेशन हैज फेल्ड, इट इज टोटली फेल्ड। उसका इम्पैक्ट नजर भी आया है। 8th क्लास तक बच्चे को आपने फेल नहीं करना। दिल्ली में बच्चा कहता है पास तो मैंने हो जाना, इसलिए मुझे लर्न करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। और 9th क्लास में जाकर के मेरे पास आंकड़े मैं दूंगा, 9th क्लास में आकर के जो बच्चे 8th क्लास से 100% पास हो जाते हैं, 9th में आके 4-4, 5-5, 6-6 बार उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी दी जाती है और उसके बावजूद भी 20, 25, 30% बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो फिर भी पास नहीं हो पाते। 10th में वो बच्चे पहुंच जाते हैं। अब 10th में चूंकि आपने एग्जाम खत्म कर दिया, सीबीएसई बोर्ड खत्म कर दिया, उसका परिणाम ही निकलता है कि एफएआर एसए के माध्यम से मैं भी उनको पास कर दूं ताकि मेरे बच्चे का, मेरे स्कूल का रिजल्ट बेहतर हो। परिणाम ये निकलता है कि जो ड्रॉप आउट है, अगर आप देखें जब से राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट लागू है, ड्रॉप आउट बहुत बड़े स्केल पे बढ़ी है। 11th में जो बच्चा पहुंचता है हम उसको पास कर देते हैं, 10th में आगे करो। तो इसका आउटकम तो निकल के आया, इम्पैक्ट तो दिखाई दिया है कि आज बच्चा पढ़ना नहीं चाहता, हम उसको पढ़ाना नहीं चाहते। दूसरा ये है, देखिए अब राइट टू एजुकेशन की आप बात करते हो और अभी मैं पिछले दिनों आपने टीवी पे देखा होगा कि जो दिल्ली में यमुना बैंक का मेट्रो स्टेशन है, उसके नीचे एक आदमी 150 बच्चों को पढ़ाता है जिनसे कोई फीस नहीं लेता। वो बच्चे तो खेतों में काम करते हैं। सरकार कहती है आप स्कूल नहीं चलाएंगे क्योंकि आप रिकॉग्निशन नहीं ले सकते, आपको बिना रिकॉग्निशन के आप स्कूल नहीं चला सकते, आपको बंद करना पड़ेगा। दिल्ली में ऐसे बहुत सारे, ऑल इंडिया में ऐसे बहुत सारे स्कूल हैं जिनको आपने बंदिश लगा दी कि विदाउट रिकॉग्निशन यू कैन नॉट रन द स्कूल। तो उसका भी आउटकम निकल के आ रहा है कि आप जब पिलर के नीचे पिलर को बना करके वो ब्लैक बोर्ड बच्चों को पढ़ाते हो, आप उसका रिजल्ट भी आ रहा है कि आप बच्चे पढ़ ही नहीं पाएंगे क्योंकि आप चाहते ही नहीं ऐसा। तो आपने 8th क्लास तक बच्चों को फेल नहीं करना, आपकी क्या इंटेंशन भगवान जानता है। आपने एक नियम बना दिया कि बिना मान्यता के स्कूल नहीं चलेंगे और मैं पेड़ के नीचे पढ़ाता हूँ, मैं गुरुकुल में पढ़ाता हूँ, मैं गांव में पढ़ाता हूँ, ऐसी जगह जहां मैं आपके नॉर्म्स पूरे नहीं कर सकता, फिर मैं आपके सब शिक्षा ज्ञान में मदद दे रहा हूँ। और आपने उस पर मेरे को बैन लगा दिया कि नहीं, आपके ऊपर 1 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना, 10,000 रुपए उसकी पेनल्टी अगर आप बिना रिकॉग्निशन के स्कूल चलाते। तो आउटकम तो निकल के आ रहा है। दूसरा, पहले बच्चा घर पे दूध नहीं पीता था तो मैं तो आके मम्मी पापा के कहते थे सर जरा डांट देना, मैडम जरा डांट देना, बच्चा दूध नहीं पीता है। हम कहते हैं अब हम नहीं डांटेंगे, हम ही डांटेंगे। तो रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छा आ रहा है। मैं तो इस राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट से बहुत खुश हूँ और मैंने एक सुझाव भी दिया था क्योंकि मैं इसका सबसे बड़ा विरोधी हिंदुस्तान में हूँ। मैंने इस पे शुरू से मूवमेंट चला रखी है और मेरे प्रयासों से 2011 में केंद्र सरकार ने सभी अखबारों में एक वो निकाला था विज्ञापन के जो इस पे आप अपने राय देना चाहते थे। मुझे फरवरी में पार्लियामेंट में बुलाया था, 31 मेंबर पार्लियामेंट की कमेटी भी बनी थी, तो मैंने बहुत अच्छे सुझाव दिए थे कि आपको बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलेगा। एक सुझाव तो मैंने यही किया था कि जैसे आप लोन मेले लगाते हो, जैसे आप लोन मेले लगाते हैं, ऐसे आप एक बड़ा बड़ा विज्ञापन लीजिए अखबार में। तो जो है कंप्लीटली ये जो 14 दे विल कमेंट गेट द एलिमेंट्री एजुकेशन सर्टिफिकेट, आपका पेपर पसंद, आपने इंग्लैंड में दिखाना है, आपने वर्ल्ड में दिखाना है कि हमने कितने % लिटरेसी ले ली। और उस बच्चे का भी पर्पस है उसके पास ये 8वीं पास का सर्टिफिकेट। पर जो बढ़ना चाहते हैं उनको आप तंग ना करें, उनको पढ़ने दें, उनके रास्ते में हिंडस पैदा ना करें। मैंने कई बार बहुत सारी ऐसी बातें की। दूसरा ये है, आप राइट टू एजुकेशन तो आपने बना दिया। मैं दिल्ली की बात करूंगा, दिल्ली में स्कूल बहुत कम है, 400 स्कूलों को डीडीए ने लैंड दिया, जबकि दिल्ली में 4400 स्कूल चलते हैं। तो 4000 स्कूल अपनी लैंड पे चलते हैं, उसमें मूवमेंट चलती है, उनको बंद करके कैसे बंद किया जाए, कैसे दिल्ली में शिक्षा व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब किया जाए। मैंने मूवमेंट चलाई, सरकार को मजबूर किया उसको ऐसा ना। आप हर प्रकार से रुकावट पैदा करना चाहते हैं, मुझे नहीं पता क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है। बाकी हम लोग यहाँ पे बैठ करके फैसला कर लेते हैं कि हमें कुछ करना है, पर हमारे रास्ते में जो रुकावट पैदा की जा रही है उससे राइट टू एजुकेशन और राइट टू लर्निंग मुझे नहीं लगता कुछ निकल जाएगा। नेगेटिव सोच मेरी हो सकती है, पर मैं वो बोल रहा हूँ जो मैं फेस करता हूँ, जो मैं डे टू डे में महसूस करता हूँ कि किस प्रकार से अब आपने 25% रिजर्वेशन कर दिया। 40 बच्चे एक क्लास में, जो 25% बच्चे जो जाकर के वहां पढ़ सकते थे जहां पर उनकी कैपेसिटी है, आपने उनको उठाकर वहां भेज दिया। पर जो फी पेइंग बच्चे, जो फीस देकर के बच्चे पढ़ना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आपने कोई स्कूल नहीं बनाया। वो कहां जाएगा? आपने लिमिट तय कर दी कि एक क्लास में इतने बच्चे होंगे, पर आपने एक्स्ट्रा फैसिलिटीज प्रोवाइड नहीं की, एक्स्ट्रा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड नहीं किया। खाली कागजों में बना देने से आप राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट, राइट टू लर्निंग नहीं कर सकते। उसके लिए धरातल पे आकर के सोचना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए तभी आप कुछ अचीव कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो वो भी अपना करते रहेंगे, हम लोग भी अपना करते रहेंगे। तो जिस प्रकार का माहौल, जिस प्रकार की सोच को लेकर के 10th का बोर्ड खत्म कर दिया, बच्चा 12th में जाता है, उसे पता ही नहीं चलता कि मैं कहां स्टैंड करता हूं। पहले 5th का बोर्ड होता था, 8th का बोर्ड होता था, 10th में बोर्ड होता था, उसे पता चलता था कि ऑल इंडिया में जो एग्जाम हो रहा है उसमें मैं कहां स्टैंड करता हूं। एफ और एस में नंबर देके मैं पास कर देता हूं। 12th में जब उसके हाथ से सब कुछ निकल जाता है, तब पता चलता है कि वो तो जब आगे उसको कंपटीशन में जाना तो स्टैंड ही नहीं करता। तो ये चीजें जो है, हम सब लोग यहाँ जो बैठे हैं, ये सरकार तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। राइट टू एजुकेशन, राइट टू लर्निंग, ये सब उस समय बात करते हैं जब आप जो दिल से कहते हैं वो आपके दिमाग से भी निकले, आपके मुंह से भी निकले। अब मैंने तो दिल्ली में बहुत सारा ऐसा प्रयास किया, दिल्ली केंद्र में बैठा है, अभी मैं महसूस करता हूँ कि शायद वो 10th का बोर्ड भी अब दोबारा से आने जा रहा है, जो मुझे लगता है, और जो नो डिटेंशन पॉलिसी है वो भी हटने जा रही है। पर भाई जी, अगर मैं पेड़ के नीचे बैठ करके आपके सर्व शिक्षा अभियान में मदद देना चाहता हूँ, तो मेरा रास्ता क्यों रोकने वाला? लैंड नॉर्म्स आपने मेरे लिए बना दिए, और कितने नॉर्म्स आपने बना दिए। दिल्ली में एक स्कूल को बनाने के लिए आपको कम से कम 36 सर्टिफिकेट लेने पड़ते हैं फ्रॉम द वेरियस जो अथॉरिटीज हैं। शिक्षा दे रहा हूं, शराब की दुकान नहीं खोलना। आप दे नहीं सकते मुझे, मेरे रास्ते में रुकावट को पैदा ना करें। आप हर चीज कमर्शियल चार्ज कर रहे हो, कहते हैं मैं कमर्शियल हो गया। बदल दीजिए 1860 के एक्ट को, जिसमें आप कहते हैं कि स्कूल चैरिटी बेस पे चलेंगे, बदल दीजिए, क्योंकि आप खुद में से कमर्शियल चार्ज कर रहे हैं। ये सोचने की बात है। कमर्शियल वाटर, कमर्शियल पानी, कमर्शियल हाउसेस, कमर्शियल आपका सीवेज चार्ज, इवन आपने सर्विस टैक्स भी लगा दिया स्कूलों पे। तो आप एजुकेशन की बात कहां करते हैं? आप कहां चाहते हैं कि 5 आदमी पढ़ने के बाद आपसे सवाल पूछे कि मुझे नौकरी क्यों नहीं मिली? तो मेरा कहने का मतलब, शायद मैंने बार मुझे दिखा रही है, तो मैं तो ये मान के चलता हूं, हाँ, मैं तो ये मान के चलता हूं कि जो राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट है, फ्रॉम द वेरी बिगिनिंग, मैं अकेला आदमी जिसने 10,000 चिट्ठियां ऑल ओवर इंडिया में लिखी, सीबीएसई के एफिलिएट सभी स्कूलों को लिखी। आओ आगे आओ ना निकल के। हमारा जो नोबल कॉज है, एक प्रिंसिपल जो स्कूल का फाउंडर है, जो स्कूल को बनाता है, कैसे स्कूल बनाता है? सुबह 6 बजे उठकर 4 बजे तक बैल की तरह लगा रहता है। कभी आपने उसकी दिनचर्या देखी है? उसे पता ही नहीं चलता मेरे आसपास क्या हो रहा है, क्योंकि उसको फुर्सत ही नहीं मिलती है। अभी हमारे सीबीएसई के चुनाव चल रहे हैं, जिसमें 4 गवर्निंग बॉडी में मेंबर चुने जाते हैं। मैं पिछले कई दिनों स्कूलों में खत्म कर, स्कूलों में गया, कहता है यार मेरी प्रिंसिपल तो जवाब देने में लगी रहती है, डिपार्टमेंट से चिट्ठी आती रहती। मैं इस काम में लगा रहा था, सरकार जो मेरे को जेल में डालने का प्रोविजन डालने जा रही है, अगर आप ऐसा करेंगे तो इतने साल की सजा, ऐसा करेंगे तो इतने साल बेटा मैं उसमें लगा रहता हूँ, मैं क्या रन करूंगा, क्या बच्चों को पढ़ाऊं। और स्थिति ये बन गई, खत्म करो, स्थिति ये बन गई, मैं फैक्ट बता रहा हूँ। पार्लियामेंट में भी ऐसे होता, बोलता रहता है, वो कहते रहते तो मैं आपको ये बताने जा रहा हूँ कि मैं दिल्ली में बहुत सारे 4000 स्कूलों को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ। वो अपनी लैंड पे भी चलते हैं, प्राइमरी भी है, मिडिल भी है, सेकेंडरी भी है, सीनियर सेकेंडरी भी है। मैं उनके दर्द को जानता हूँ। कहते हैं हमने गलती की जो इस फील्ड में आए, हमने गलती की जो उस गिलहरी की तरह हमने अपने योगदान उसको सेतु को बनाने में, भगवान राम के सेतु को बनाने में आज गिलहरी भी परेशान है कि मैंने अपना योगदान क्यों दिया। नलिन तो परेशान है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है, हम लोग यहां से एक मैसेज लेकर के सरकार के बीच में जाए कि आप जो एजुकेशनिस्ट हैं, जिन्होंने जीवन पूरा समर्पित कर दिया, उनको आप कुछ दे नहीं सकते तो उनको रिस्पेक्ट तो दे दो कि उन्होंने दिल्ली हिंदुस्तान में शब्द क्रांति के द्वारा जो आज बड़े बड़े मुल्कों को हिला के रख दिया। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बात कुछ दूर तक चली गई हो तो माफ कर देना। धन्यवाद।
Jayanji, thank you for that very, very inspiring and thought-provoking speech. As Jayan Saab said, we need a kranti, we need a shiksha kranti, as we've had kranti in all sorts of other fields. And it really is very tragic that while we're trying to increase the supply of education, the government is doing everything to actually restrict the number of service providers on all sorts of, irrelevant issues. May I now invite Vikram Jain to come speak to us. As I said, he's been working a lot with low-income communities, understanding their spending and their, desires from education. And he will give us some of his thoughts on, what could be possible solutions in terms of moving from education to learning.
I'd like to start with thanking Lisa for offering this opportunity. It's a very august gathering. Really fortunate to get the opportunity to talk to you. We've been working in early childhood education, which is, as we define it, something before primary. So all the years from playgroup, nursery, lower KG, upper KG. So I'm going to share today a little bit about who we are. What is the opportunity of improving quality in early childhood education? Why is it important? Why do we need to improve that? We've done a customer survey of about 4,000 families. I'm going to share some data. In fact, in the previous session, there was some kind of request around this data, so maybe this data might help. And then finally, how you can work with us as we go forward on this. So, we believe that the markets can and should help the poor. So, we definitely believe that private sector solutions can be a part of the portfolio that brings about social change. Our strength per se is understanding business and understanding the customer, and then coming up with solutions that help them scale up. You have a lot of ideas in the market which you hear about, but frankly, when you go back to those ideas 5 years from now, they're just restricted to, हाँ वो एक गांव में कुछ तो ऐसे किया था किसी ने और वो. We never hear of solutions which actually hit millions of people. So how can you take interventions that hit millions of people? I think if you're forced to kind of answer a question like that, most of us would probably cite microfinance as one opportunity that the private sector helped address a large scale issue. We are mission based and we are a non-profit. Most of the funding that we get is through foundations, and we use that to do essentially two things. One is we do a lot of primary research in the market to understand what are the needs of the customers, what are the trade-offs that these customers are making. And our target segment is customers earning between 10 to 25,000 rupees a month. How do these people make choices? What is happening in their lives, and therefore how do they choose various products and services that they buy? Because only with that understanding can you provide a solution which would work for this customer. So telling a customer, for example, I've done some work in low-income housing also, telling a customer that आपको एक छोटा सा घर देने के लिए उसमें टाइल नहीं होगी, does not work. The customer actually wants the tiles because it's also an aspirational product. He'd rather have an apartment which is 6 square feet lesser, but rather put tiles on it. So I'm just giving you like how people make trade-offs, which is useful when you're kind of in this business. We just don't do research, we actually take our research to action. So we work with entrepreneurs to bring these ideas to scale. So one of the areas where we've been very successful has been low-income housing, getting the market for housing under 12 lakhs going. We've also created a market which has lent over 2,000 crores in housing fee drivers to Kirana shop owners, all of those people where government banks were also not lending to because they did not have income proof. Now these are very much bankable customers, they make regular money, it's just that they don't have income proof. So how do you credit assess them and how do you create a market for that? So we've done that. We've also developed some solutions for clean drinking water, safe drinking water in slum, again as a business opportunity. Like I mentioned, 2 focus areas, low income customer and our understanding of them, and at the same time, how can we help build a sustainable business? Because at the end of the day, if the business does not make money, no one wants to run that business. Also, if the business makes money, it scales very easily. You set up a clean drinking water plant in a slum, you make money from that, you set up another plant. You don't have to be told कि जाके और slums में भी बनाओ. It's natural for you to expand, and in that way you're serving the poor. Moving on to education, early childhood education, unfortunately in India, hasn't got the emphasis that it requires. A lot of studies done internationally, more in the Western countries, say impact to kind of develop the child pre-primary. Because all the key skills like socio-emotional control, executive function, etc., pre-literacy skills builds at the early childhood. I think everyone knows that 90% of the brain develops by that age, and it's just that what is not as popularly known is that some of the key skills that are developed are the ones that are useful later on this life. So there was a study done by scientists where someone gave a marshmallow to a kid and said, if you, एक मिठाई है, अगर आप बच्चे को बोलते आप ये अभी खाओगे, अगर आप 2 मिनट रुक के खाओगे तो मैं तुम्हें एक और दूंगा. तो कोई बच्चे ने तो immediately खा लिया. Some other kid said, let me wait, I'll get one more. And it was interesting, he studied the same kids 20 years later. The kids who waited for the 2 minutes did much better in life in terms of holding on to jobs, in terms of even having fewer heart attacks. It's pretty obvious. Because if you have self-control, you won't go after that extra desert helping when you know it's not good for you. So some of these things which actually later on help in like persistence. Most of us will realize that inspiration is only 1% of our job. Actually persistence and kind of working at it day and night. And like Asi Jain Sirji said, पता नहीं चलता कि सुबह के 6 से 4 कब बज जाते हैं. It's that which leads to really impact and getting us. So those are skills which really develop at an early age. There's another nuance. A lot of the middle income families, so most people in this room would have had some sort of a good early childhood education environment at home, because probably parents are, our uncles, our aunts, our grandfathers, etc., spend that time in kind of talking to us, etc. Whereas this environment is missing often in nuclear low-income families. Most families in urban India, even in the poor, are getting nuclear. There's very little opportunity to talk to the kids to bring them up. So for these kids, it's even more important that early childhood education काफी strong हो. I'm now going to switch track and talk a little bit about the customer research. So we studied about 100 families into how they thought about early childhood education. At the same time, based on that, we then did a detailed research where we went out to 8 cities and talked to 4,300 families. And basically, what did we ask? What were their beliefs about early childhood education? What motivated parents to send their kids to early childhood education? How much they were paying? How did they consider the various options? What did parents look for When I go and send my child to a nursery, what am I looking for? After buying that service, what do I assess? How do I assess that the quality of that education is good? And finally, how do I gather information for all this? So we asked a very detailed questionnaire of all these families. All of our data is open source. I have at the end of my presentation an email address. Just drop me a line and I can share all this. There's a 300 slide deck which talks about what are the preferences. I'm just going to talk about 2 or 3 slides today. One of the interesting findings was 79% of children from low-income families. We did this survey by sending out teams in the neighborhoods. 79% of the families are sending their children to early childhood education. What was fascinating was, of the 21% that are not going are the 2-year-olds. So literally from the age of 2.5, almost early childhood education has now become the norm in India, even for low-income families. What was fascinating was, where were these people getting their early childhood education? A large proportion of these were going to affordable private schools. When we started out our study, we thought that a lot of this was going to go to the chains like the Bachpans, the Hippocampuses, or some of the high-end ones like Z, etc. But what we found was most of the parents were sending their kids to schools because they did not want the hassle for a double admission. And surprise, surprise, most schools in urban India today are offering early childhood education. Almost, a good 30% are even offering like play school, nursery, lower KG, upper KG. So 4 years before primary. And it is not because this is an opportunity to make money. It is simple. Every school operates in a competitive environment, which is at 1 square kilometer area. अगर मैं ये बच्चों को 2 साल में नहीं लूंगा, some other school will take it. I have to then fish from what is remaining. So it is becoming imperative for the APSs to kind of go lower as they progress. As for parents want their kids to really perform better. That is the key motivation for sending their children to early childhood education. Education has to be good. It's a prestigious university. Proximity also played a strong part. In terms of what do they expect once the children are going in? Of course, parents look at infrastructure, we all know that. In terms of the teachers, they're not very familiar about the education background. But at the EC level, how did the teacher treat you? What did the child say when he came home about the teacher? Motherly, caring, the ayahs are helpful. Those are the kind of things that people look for when they're choosing schools. This is the most fascinating slide. Across 6 dimensions, satisfaction levels of parents for early childhood education is astronomical. Mercedes would die for such statistics. And the reason is very simple. The schools are telling that your child is doing great. The schools are responding to what the parents want in a good manner, except that the parents sometimes are not demanding exactly the right things. So what is happening is, while the market is working very effectively, a lot of the elements that are being taught at the early childhood education are what we call not good EC or bad EC. A lot of rote learning is happening. ABCD is being taught, 1 to 30 is being taught. The child really doesn't know the difference between 18 and 22. 1 to 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30. 18 bada hai ya 22 bada hai? Question mark. Because the place value is not known. The teachers are also not aware that there is a different pedagogy to use when you're addressing kids which are pre-primary. It's a lot more play-based, it's a lot more child-centric which needs to happen. And frankly, we have to accept the fact that the environment that we are in is cramped. There isn't enough space for these kids. So how can you design it? So going forward, we are going to do a couple of things. We're going to, one, scan the market for all the interventions that are out there. Be it private sector, be it someone like a CLR who has done something nice with Anganwadis. or be it international interventions. We then want to sign up schools where we show them that, look, by doing this intervention, not just are you going to get better quality outcomes, but you're actually going to have a much better economic impact. The parents are going to recognize the benefits, the parents are going to come asking for your school, the brand value of your school is going to improve. And this is where I want to say that please reach out to us. We are happy to work with you. We want to partner with you. Those are my email addresses. I'll just point to Akshay, one of my colleagues. So you can drop your cards. We'll send you all the detailed on of your card. Give it to Akshay. And please do reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. So I'll just quickly wrap up, the main messages coming from the panel, and then we'll throw the floor open. So the key message that came from Mr. Koteshwar was that we need to rethink what education is. Education is something that the elder generation sort of imposes on the younger one in terms of what they think is to be learned and to be known. But we need to move to a system where learning is a holistic thing. The point he made, which really struck me, is that we need to evaluate what are the things which can be taught and learnt in school, and which are the things which can be taught and learned outside school, and how do we maximize the learning in each sphere of a child's life. The key message coming through from Megha's presentation was that the most successful of the interventions that they studied appears to be teaching the student at the student's level. That, I think, Megha was the thing which really had the greatest impact. So again, how do we do that in a way that is built nationally? Mr. Jain's point, that if we want a Shiksha Kranti in this country, we need to think about our educators as people who are providing the most value to society. We don't need to look at them as some evil exploiters. Therefore, the whole regulatory regime needs to change in a way that is supportive. And in fact, one question I'd like to put to Jain Saab in the Q&A is, how do we take this message to our political class, who in many ways think that education is a bad thing? Because that is really the key. How do we change the discourse? And of course, the key message coming through from Vikram's presentation is that if learning is to really be successful at older ages, then we have to lay the foundation starting young. And we need to think about the quality of early childhood education. We need to understand what, and we need to make policy that again is supportive here, that brings the best of research. So I'd like to throw the floor open. Okay, first question from this table here, and please say to the questions.
Thank you so much. In fact, two things are very, very important for the child. Number one, उसका बस्ता इतना भारी है, वो बेचारा क्या पढ़ेगा, क्या सोचेगा? Where is the infrastructure available for a girl child thinking, when will I go to the washroom? So these are very minor things, but have great impact. Second is that the private schools are giving too much work, that the mother of the child has to teach the child even up to 12 o'clock. All day, they go to tuition also, they do this. What is education? They should know what is education. Though they cannot fail in government schools up to 8th, but grading is the thing which is being sought for by the child and also by the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question here, and this to these two gentlemen.
To the panelists, see, the main intention of we are talking here about the quality in education. So when that was the important issue, let me put a question that, are we going to press the government regarding only accountability that students to the main education level, or we are also worried about improving the quality simultaneously. So first my request is to the panel, let us all get together, because entire country is in one opinion that first take down that no detention policy. That is our one issue, that our Karnataka, especially, I want to bring a note in this, our Karnataka is batting on that side, that let this no detention policy stay, only in that intention that they want to bring the students into the system. That is absolutely wrong. So we have also recommended suggested the HRD ministry, that fantastic idea, every state is in the opinion. So I want this NISA platform to raise the same issue in order to maintain the quality learning, because brain learns best at 0 to 8 or 10 years, and there we are giving no detention and making the child its own potential to lose. That is my request to the panel.
This gentleman in the purple shirt.
Question.
What a question.
May I ask questions?
My question can be answered by either by Megha or Mr. Muralidhar, whoever choose. There is a when we talk about right to education, it is like we are asking students to come from different societal strata. Now that has become an issue for the educators and the schools. Like that different lower part of strata is coming with some kind of issues. So how those things can be handled, because schools are really finding difficulties on it.
I'll answer a bit and then I'll ask Megha if she can. We've done this experiment in two ways in our schools. One is we found not just the concept of lower income, but also disabled. We found that the rest of the students became so amazing because they started to care for them. We found the difference, right? We found that the richer students started to care for them. And anyway, in our schools, we made it that all the holidays, they actually go to government schools and give them books and things like that. So that spiritual aspect became very important. Okay. The problem we had was with the corruption.
And discipline also, I want to.
The problem we had was with the corruption, because we found that these students who were being sent to our schools, we found they were not actually from poor backgrounds. We said, how come you're in your school when we came through the lottery method? So we went and paid the DO's office 1 lakh and he gave us a slip. So that was very sadly for us. The second model we did in one of the schools in Gujarat is that we ran the school till 3 o'clock in the afternoon for anybody who paid. And from 3 in the afternoon, we had absolutely about 75% of that. We had about 900 students in the morning and we had 700 students in the afternoon, which we ran as a free school in the same place. Okay? And the parents of the first school paid for the children in the second. Whatever, meeting the cost, because we were not able to simply run it because we had a separate set of teachers and we were giving them dinner, we were doing all that. So the parents paid. Each parent said, I will pay for one. So it actually in society, it made them more spiritual. So it is, the concept is okay, but you need to see how you can, make it practical.
Okay. We have about 5 minutes left, so we have to keep our questions short.
Depoliticizing from Reach Out Foundation.
Just I want to question to Jain sir. Just RT is going to be disturbed, not over Delhi but all over India. We people are why not going to fight against the RT in the banner of under the banner of NISA, because the students are going to be ruined, school are going to be ruined, quality education is going to be ruined. Just a request to Jain sir, we should come on the banner of NISA and all over India, we should take out the sound and voice to fight against the RT.
Okay, to Geeta, please. Geeta Kingdon here in the front.
I'm Depoliticizing from Reach Out Foundation, and my question is to Mr. Koteshwar. You had said that knowledge, value, and skills, these are the 3 essentials that a school should be delivering. So is there a system that we have come out with, or is there a way that we have been able to ensure that the schools are imparting these three things and they are giving quality education to the students so that they have enough choices to make?
So you see, the first two part of it, right? The first part of it, knowledge is fixed by the government, the curriculum. So you can go beyond the curriculum also if required, depending upon the knowledge of the teachers. The skills part of it is something that you always have to depend on outsiders. Because somebody be really good carpenter, you can't keep a carpenter in the school, or we had these skills even when I was in school, but it was not very detailed. Whereas if you want to give some schools which are practical, stitching skills, repairing skills, using screwdriver, small things, it's useful to give these skills. So, and the highly advanced skills, then they must go and become engineers or diploma or doctors, that's different. So the second part we may have to depend on consultants. The third part is very interesting. Every child is born with all the values that you want them to have after school. Every child. Whether it's energy, enthusiasm, honesty, all of that. Even before they are 2.5, they have it. And the child gets adulterated and becomes an adult. Loses all the natural things. So what should happen therefore is the teacher should get trained and become aware that here is this child who's really an amazing product of nature and society, and I must respect this child and nurture these values as they grow up instead of introducing. Like I was in a panel discussion on a TV in Bangalore. The professor of this college, in a degree college in Hooghly, had taken the children to a nightclub and parlor in Goa. The principal had taken. And he was drunk and he was asking the girls and the boys to drink. So how can that school or college teach values if they themselves don't follow it?
Question essentially was, have we been able to ensure that these three things are being imparted in the schools?
So I'm saying that this has been our experience. So I don't know whether you can regulate it, right? You can't say that this school should pass this thing. I'm saying the values depends on the school and the teacher because they themselves have to practice it.
Okay, I think we'll have to close that question.
My question is addressed to Mr. R.C. Jain Sahab. Jain Sahab, आपने एक बहुत ही impassioned speech दी और आपका जो अनुभव है वो बहुत ज़्यादा सबके लिए relevant है और जो topic है आज का it goes to the heart of that topic. तो how to go from right to education to right to learn? आपने जो बोला उससे मुझे समझ में आया कि राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट के नाम पर बच्चों के शिक्षा के अधिकार को छीन लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि स्कूल्स को बाधित कर दिया जा रहा है बंद होने के लिए। तो आपने इस क्षेत्र में बहुत काम किया है, आपने बताया, क्योंकि एक तरफ तो प्राइवेट स्कूल बंद किए जा रहे हैं और मीसा के खुद के स्टैटिस्टिक्स के अनुसार करीब 19,500 स्कूल ऑलरेडी या तो बंद हो गए थे या नोटिस को क्लोजर मिल चुका था, आई थिंक मार्च 2014 तक। और उसके अलावा गवर्नमेंट खुद अपने स्कूल बंद कर रही है क्योंकि वो बहुत छोटे छोटे हो गए हैं, एनरोलमेंट नहीं है उसमें, और तीसरी तरफ बच्चों की तादाद बढ़ती जा रही है, बच्चों की जनसंख्या बढ़ती जा रही है। तो एक जिसको कहते हैं कि टॉक्सिक मिक्स है। तो राइट टू एजुकेशन कहाँ रह गया जब आप प्राइवेट स्कूल भी बंद कर दे रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल भी बंद कर रहे हैं और बच्चों की संख्या भी बढ़ रही है। तो आपने किस तरीके से, क्योंकि आपने बोला कि आपने 10,000 चिट्ठियां लिखी और आपने करीब 2,000 या 4,000 स्कूल्स को बंद होने से रोका, तो आपने किस तरीके से उसको हासिल किया? आपने पॉलिटिशियंस जैसे इट गोस टू द क्वेश्चन दैट प्रमिला वांटेड टू आस्क कि हाउ डिड यू अचीव इट? आपने किस तरीके से किया? आपने जो किया उसका प्रभाव कैसे हुआ? क्योंकि ये हर स्टेट में ये प्रॉब्लम है। आपने दिल्ली स्टेट में जो किया वो और स्टेट्स के यहाँ पर लोग बैठे हैं वो कैसे उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं? मतलब
मेरी 3 उपलब्धियां दिल्ली के लिए रही हैं, मैं नक्शल में खत्म करूंगा। 2006 में दिल्ली में एक मूवमेंट चली कि जितने भी अपनी लैंड पे स्कूल चल रहे हैं उनको इसलिए बंद कर दिया जाएगा क्योंकि वो दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के नॉर्म्स को पूरा नहीं करती है। हमने कहा भी आपने 400 स्कूलों को लैंड दिया, 4,400 स्कूल चलते हैं, आप इनके लिए अरेंजमेंट कर दीजिएगा। और मैं थोड़ा अड़ियल आदमी हूँ, मेरी एक कॉल के ऊपर दिल्ली में 1 लाख बच्चा अपने स्कूलों के बाद प्ले कार्ड लेके खड़ा हो गया था, डोंट सील आवर स्कूल। मीडिया ने मुझे दिल्ली जंतर मंतर पर मैंने हजारों पेरेंट्स को लेकर के, हजारों बच्चों को लेकर प्रदर्शन किया, यूपी के चेयरपर्सन उसके घर के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया, तो मेरा ये रास्ता रहा है। दिल्ली में शिक्षक अवार्ड दिया जा रहा था 5 सितंबर 2006 को, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री दे रहे थे तालकटोरा के बाहर, वहां मैं बहुत सारे लोगों को लेकर के वहां मैंने डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया। मुझे पूरे दिन भर बंद करके भी रखा गया थाने में। पर मैंने वो बचाया। हाँ, उसके बाद फिर मैंने आईना दिखाया, खाली यही काम है। मैंने फिर उसको अगर बीमारी है तो उसका मैंने रास्ता भी उनको बताया। अभी दूसरा ये रहा कि दिल्ली में इन्होंने कहा भाई दिल्ली में 800 मीटर से कम पे प्राइमरी स्कूल नहीं खुलेगा। हमने कहा दिल्ली में 1 लाख रुपए से गज कम की कहीं जमीन नहीं है, कोई संघी होगा जो 10 करोड़ रुपए की जमीन लेगा प्राइमरी स्कूल बनाएगा। हमने कहा जो स्कूल आरटी में आप बंद करना चाहते हैं उससे पहले जो चल रहे हैं उनके लिए आपको नियम बनाना पड़ेगा। उसके लिए मैंने दिल्ली 13 मार्च 2013 को दिल्ली विधानसभा का घेराव किया। उस समय के प्रदेश प्रेसिडेंट विजय गोयल उसमें आए, केंद्रीय मंत्री थे, और इसमें जो आप एक फोल्डर आपको दिया है उसमें जो हाथ में प्ले कार्ड लेके बैठे हैं वो उसी का ही है। जो आपके इसमें फोल्डर है ना, ये इसमें तीसरी जो बीच की फोटो ये उसी की है। और रिजल्ट ये निकला कि लैंड नॉर्म्स कम हुई। तीसरा, एक दिल्ली में बहुत बड़ी समस्या थी कि 1973 में एक एक्ट बना था कि आपको सैलरी एट पार विद द गवर्नमेंट देनी है। जिस समय एक्ट बना उस समय दिल्ली में पब्लिक स्कूल नहीं हुआ करते थे, कुछ स्कूल हुआ करते। अभी लास्ट वाले सेशन में आशीष खेतान आएंगे, वो डीडीसी के चेयरमैन है दिल्ली डायलॉग कमीशन के। वो जब आए उन्होंने हमें बुलाया, मैं गया, मैंने उनको ग्राउंड रियलिटी बताई। और मैंने जो चुनकर के विधायक आए हैं, मंत्री आए, उन्हें बताया आप जहां से चुनकर के आते हैं, जिन गलियों में जाकर के आप वोट मांगे आप उसको देखिएगा। उन्हें लगा कि मेरी बात में कहीं सच्चाई है। मैंने कहा मेरी बात ना सुनिएगा, आप गली गली में जाकर वोट मांगते हैं, मैंने भी मांगी थी 2013 में। आप जिन स्कूलों में जाके वोट मांगते हैं, जिन गलियों में जाकर वोट मांगते हैं, उनकी पेइंग कैपेसिटी देखिएगा। उन्हें वो बात दिमाग में आ गई। अभी पिछले दिनों दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री ने मुझे बुलाया, 1 घंटे तक मेरी अकेले में बात हुई। फिर उन्होंने वहीं से कहा केजरीवाल जी से जैसा मेरे पास बैठे, तो मैं केजरीवाल जी के पास गया। उन्हें कहते हैं ना नलायक का बस्ता भारी, तो एक मैं बहुत बड़ा बस्ता लेके गया था जिसमें बहुत सारे डिसीजंस थे, बहुत सारी रिपोर्ट्स थी। और 1 घंटा मेरी केजरीवाल से बात की। मैंने उनको कन्विंस किया, मैंने उनको ग्राउंड रियलिटी बताई, मैंने अगर कोई समस्या बताई तो उसका सोल्यूशन भी मैंने बताया। जो आपने इसमें देखा है सेक्शन 10(1) जो खत्म हुआ है, उससे जो दिल्ली में 7th पे कमीशन आने के बाद आज दिल्ली में 6,000 रुपए अगर आपकी एक बच्चे की फीस है तो आप ईमानदारी से स्कूल चला सकते हैं। 7th पे कमीशन आने के बाद 7,000 रुपए पर बच्चे की फीस होगी तो आप ईमानदारी से स्कूल चला सकते हैं। यहाँ का इस प्रकार का है। तो मैंने कहा 7,000 रुपए अगर फीस होगी तो बच्चा स्कूल में आ नहीं पाएगा, ड्रॉप आउट बढ़ जाएगी, क्योंकि दिल्ली में अब पेरेंट्स की कमर टूट चुकी है। उनको मैंने समझाया तो सेक्शन 10(1) को भर के मैं प्रदर्शन भी करता हूँ। अभी दिल्ली में क्या बसें देंगे, मैंने धरना किया। पिछले इतवार को मेरे ख्याल में 11 अखबारों में मेरी खबर थी, चैनल पे में। तो मैं बात बड़े लॉजिकली करता हूँ और बहुत उसका सोल्यूशन भी बताता हूँ। जहां प्रदर्शन की जरूरत होती है प्रदर्शन करता हूँ, जहां अड़ने की जरूरत होती है अड़ता हूँ, और जहां पे मुझे पता है कि इससे प्यार से काम निकालना हो प्यार से भी निकालता हूँ। मैं सारे रास्ते अपनाता हूँ, पर मैं स्कूलों को रिलीफ दिला के लाने का प्रयास करता हूँ। मेरा यही एक रास्ता है। मैं खाली हाथ जोड़ के खड़ा नहीं होता हूँ, मैं भूसा भी दिखाना जानता हूँ। मेरे पीछे भीड़ है, दिल्ली का स्कूल मेरे पीछे खड़ा है, मैं एक आवाज करता हूँ और मेरे पीछे 1,500 स्कूल वाले आगे खड़े जाते हैं। ये मैंने कई बार, अभी मैंने पिछले 1 हफ्ता पहले ही दिल्ली में सचिवालय में मीटिंग थी और मैंने बहुत बड़ी तादाद में एक कॉल के ऊपर, एक दिन की कॉल के ऊपर बहुत बड़ी तादाद में। तो मेरा तो रास्ता ये है जिससे मैं
क्वेश्चन टू मुरलीधर जी।
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आपने जैसे कहा कि जो दिल्ली की जो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स हैं वो आपके पीछे खड़े हैं। आप जब अपनी आवाज रेज करते हैं वो आपको समर्थन देते हैं क्योंकि आपकी बात में लॉजिक है और वो बच्चों को, करोड़ों बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, जिनके बच्चों की शिक्षा के अधिकार खत्म हो जाएंगे अगर वो बंद होने के बाद में। लेकिन और स्टेट्स में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि प्राइवेट स्कूल्स डरते हैं सामने आकर के खड़े होने के लिए। वो कहते हैं कि हम बेसिक शिक्षा अधिकारी से पंगा नहीं लेना चाहते हैं, तो अगर बेसिक शिक्षा अधिकारी से हम पंगा लेंगे, अगर वो देखेंगे कि हम प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, धरना कर रहे हैं, तो वो हमें रिकग्निशन देने से और भी मना कर देंगे।
कबीरा खड़ा बाजार में ले लुकाठी हाथ, जो घर जा रहे आप ना चले हमारे साथ। अगर इस लोगों की लीडरशिप करनी है तो फिर इस चीज को सोचना पड़ेगा कि मेरा स्कूल रिकॉग्नाइज रहे ना रहे, डिरिकॉग्नाइज रहे ना रहे, तो उसके लिए तो आपको
शिक्षा का अधिकार लागू हुआ है, क्या हर पॉइंट खराब है? ये भी देखिए एक चीज उसमें मैं फॉर एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ, जो गरीब लड़के हैं सरकार पैसे देकर पढ़ा रही है, तो जो बजट स्कूल है उनको तो फीस मिल जा रही है। तो अगर वो फीस दे रहे हैं और हम लड़के के अकाउंट में डाल दे रहे हैं तो आरटी के अंतर्गत ही है, तो क्या ये खराब है? मैं तो ये चाहूंगा गिर साहब कि जो दुनिया है उसको हर स्टेट से वो करके आप लोग सुधार करें।
अगर वो जैसा सीसीएस कहती है कि आप फंड टू पेरेंट्स नॉट टू स्कूल, तो ठीक है। दिल्ली में दिल्ली नगर निगम को तो पता भी नहीं हमें फीस रिइंबर्स भी करनी है, और दिल्ली में देते ही नहीं है, ढिढोरा पीट देते हैं देंगे। तो अगर वो पेरेंट्स को जा रही है तो ठीक है, स्कूलों को देते नहीं है। और अगर स्कूलों को देते हैं तो उसमें आपके ऊपर आरटीआई लागू हो जाता है। इफ यू आर गेटिंग डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट फंडिंग फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट देन यू विल बी ट्रीटेड एज अ पब्लिक सर्वेंट, और व्हेन यू विल बी पब्लिक सर्वेंट you are covered under this RTA Act and Anti-Corruption Act.
Question to Muralidhar ji.
No, I'm sorry, I have
Last
to close
question.
the session.
Last, Muralidhar ji, your institutions are doing very well. Similar thing, our forum wanted to do in Maharashtra, that we will have a second shift for the RTE thing. They didn't allow us, and any fee collected by parents of paid staff comes under donation, and any donation is back. So these are the situation challenges which we gave the solution to the government, but government didn't accept and we could not function.
Okay, I am going to close the session here. I want to thank all of you for being with us, and I'd like to particularly thank the panelists. We've really come up with some very sort of interesting messages in the discussion today. And as many of you have said, we now need to find a way to take these to the government in a way that is persuasive. And so we all need to get together and put our heads together. I'd like to thank the panelists with a present to each one of them from CCS. A big hand, please, to all the panelists. So, I'd like to invite all of you on behalf of CCS to lunch. Oh, okay, there's an announcement from CCS.
This is from CCS to our chair, to our facilitator.
I'm really excited about the next session, which is not actually a panel, which is CCS's pet project for the last 3-4 months. Multiple members in CCS have been involved in the process of creation of this book, which we will now launch. I'll just give you a brief background of this book and how did we actually think about publishing this book. It goes back actually beyond our education work, which enters into our CCS academy work, which is an important integral part of CCS civil society, is to take liberal approach to public policy out to youth in the country and engage with them through our iPolicy programs, 4 days public policy training module, and also generally taking liberal ideas out and talking about those, engaging with different stakeholders. And youth is, of course, one of the key stakeholders for us when we do this work through academy. In fact, some of you might be interested in knowing more about academy work. So, can Mansi, Saraf, and Samta is around, just stand up for a second. So, my colleagues Mansi and Saraf can talk to you more about the academy work. Coming to the book, so Karthik is actually one of the CCS Academy alumni who attended one of our iPolicy programs, and may I say that iPolicy program motivated to write about education in the way that you have written. So, nurturing young talent and getting them to talk about public policy and think critically about public policy is one of the objectives of our iPolicy programs, and Karthik is one of the alumni, one of the graduates of iPolicy programs. Karthik went on to work in education sector. He started, of course, looking at the engineer that he is. He started looking at data and started looking at education sector much more from the data point of view, critical point of view, and has done this series of blogs, series of 42 blogs, where he has written about different perspectives, different key challenges, key issues in education. It could be assessments, it could be autonomy, it could be vouchers, and has presented comprehensive arguments, comprehensive viewpoints on those in each of his blog entries. Each of his blog entries is particular theme, and he has done it over 42 days. First of all, I just want to congratulate Karthik just for the consistency itself. It was a lot of so we are really excited about this book. Right ahead of NEP, we are launching this book. Personally, what I see in this book contributes towards is, let's say, not the solution so much, but at least presenting the entire argument, entire data about a particular theme in education in one place is something really, really important, because we have all talked about data-driven public policy, data-driven policy in education. This could be a source to get that data. This could be a source to look at what are the different perspectives on different themes in education. So I welcome Karthik, and I also welcome another academician who has been contributing significantly to academic education research in particular, Dr. Geeta Gandhi, to launch the book along with I have purposely not mentioned the name of the book because I want Karthik to start his talk with why we decided to have this name for his book, what we have decided, and what his motivation behind writing his blogs was. I am still going to give the time, so please keep it to 7 minutes.
Just speak from here.
Yeah, sure.
So I think that everybody agrees that there is a dysfunctionality, there is a malaise afflicting education in our country, school education particularly, but even at the higher education level. And we're all here because we care about it. We would like to know what to do about it. We have different models in our mind. Governments have had different models in their minds as to what the problem is. And when we see policy that has been made, those preferences, those analyses get revealed as to what the models were in their minds. So for example, if we look at the RTE Act, we know that the model that the framers of the Act had in mind was that if we provide inputs, we shall improve the situation. So therefore, they laid down the infrastructure norms of the RTE Act, and they said that there should be so-and-so pupil-teacher ratio, there should be teacher training, the NCTE will provide what the minimum qualification levels shall be, and so on and so forth. So basically, an inputs-focused approach to how we shall reform education. We now know that that approach has not delivered the goods. So now people are talking about, well, let's have different priorities. Different people are, it's like there's an elephant in the room, but different people have latched onto the different bits of the body of the elephant. Somebody's caught hold of the tail and said, look, the problem is that we don't have teachers that are trained. Another person's caught onto the leg of the elephant and said, we don't have enough teachers. Not that teacher training is a problem, but more that we just don't have enough teachers, the pupil-teacher ratios, and so on and so forth. A whole range of different potential explanations, different people working in different areas of education. Some people will say pedagogy is not right, and so on and so forth. What Karthik's book does is that it helps the policymaker to see the problems from the lens of state capacity. Because the overarching theme of his book is really how state capacity, the lack of state capacity, low state capacity, stymies all the systems with which reform that needs to happen across the piece, across all those areas, is hampered. So the policymaker who's confused when they turn to a pedagogist, when they turn to an education analyst, when they turn to an academic, when they turn to somebody who works on different aspects, and different people are spouting different priorities, the policymaker is left confused as to which priorities to give up. They can't reform everything all at once. But the value added of Karthik's book is the fact that it presents this grand synthesis, if you like, a bird's eye view of all the different aspects, and the unifying theme being this lens of state capacity. So it's looking at the dysfunctionality, and he gives a lot of persuasive examples. I think it's quite a panoramic analysis. It's erudite, it draws examples from a whole range of disciplines, from political theory, from sociology, from educational studies, from neurology, from history, with very, very engaging style of writing as well. So I think that this is a very wonderful and good contribution to the literature. And in particular, I think it's also timely that it's come at this time that the new education policy is under consideration. And I'm very pleased to tell you that I just discovered yesterday that instead of at the end of December and being made hastily, we just learned that it's going to be now the deadline will be shifted to the end of January. So I hope very much now that they will read Karthik's book and take full advantage of the analyses that are presented there. And I would like to, and of course, Karthik's mother, as he reveals, is a government school teacher. And so he's obviously his perspectives have been informed by a lot of, dinner time conversations about what the problems are with the education sector and a lot of deep analysis. So I would like to congratulate the Center for Civil Society for having a program that encourages young people to take up issues such as this and to go and do this kind of analysis. And the start by Karthik is an excellent start to the thing. It will inspire a lot of young people.
Thanks for your kind words, Geeta. And Karthik, all yours.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much, Professor, for that, for those kind words. So I'll just, since there's only 10 minutes of time, I'll just be very brief and to the point and just make a single argument that so the single important argument that I want to make through this book. So the book's name is Unpack Ed. So ED stands for education. And why is it so? Maybe it will be more evident after my this brief talk. So one thing that we have discussed is about the learning levels are very poor. Students are not of grade level, etc. I think that's everyone in this room knows about this. But I'm re-emphasizing the same point and perspective just to create that sense of urgency and also to actually understand what happens in a classroom. For example, the ASER results talk about 5th grade child being in 2nd grade or 4th grade child being in 1st grade. But if you actually see, ASER doesn't track the same children over 5 years or 6 years. So what will be interesting to see is what happens if you track same set of children over a period of 5 years, which is the length of primary school, and then see how their learning trajectories are. And this is such graph from by Professor Karthik Muralidharan. This is, so you can, I think the graph is self-evident. There are 2 standard levels, class 1 standard, class 5 standard. What you can see is at the class 5 level, the mean performance. So the mean performance is just above class 1. It means that around 60% of students in grade 5 are in grade 1 level. And more, unfortunately, if you actually look at the 10th percentile, which is the bottommost line, it's actually flat. From the 2nd grade, they'll absolutely learning that. It's actually wasting their 4 years of schooling, or you can even put 5 years of schooling. I think it's very similar to most of the engineering colleges in our country. 4 years, you don't learn much. Yeah. So this is a sort of this is the sort of picture that we have, and this is very alarming, and it can be called as sad, and I would even call it, if someone is really concerned, it should lead us to clinical depression, because assume a section of students are learning nothing in 4 years of their life, 4 years. So now this raises a question of what are these kids doing for 4 years in classroom? What's the problem? Where are the constraints? Then, then the analysis comes to okay. Now let us figure out what the problems are, and then so this is sort of a chart that I call it an education diagnostics chart, and so it represents all the map of education. For example, there's a student and there's a school, if you can see there, and in between those 2 nodes, there is access issue, security issue, motivation, health. I mean, these are all the roadblocks for a student to come to school, and so I've mapped out all the different factors. Now, what has happened is now we have realized the problem, and then people are trying to figure out. Everyone has a mental model of their own, and people are trying to say. So one person says that, for example, health is an issue. People are under malnutrition and health, and someone says motivation is an issue. Someone says teacher skill is an issue. And what has happened? So what has happened in this all discourse, as Professor has rightly mentioned and put it very briefly, is in the discourse of education reform, there is a fight of priorities, as I would call. If you call 10 people or working in education and make them sit on a table and ask them, what do you think should be done? Someone will say the very first priority should be our teacher training, and because that's the person is more sensitive about. And the second person says, oh, in our locality, some other thing is the problem, and that should be a priority. And if you actually look at it from a very macro perspective, the discourse on education has been a fight of priorities. Which one should we do first, or which one should be prioritized over? But the question then is lack of prioritizing the problem? Maybe the other way to think about it is, suppose, okay, now let us assume, now you're saying the lack of priority is a problem. Now let us look at examples where something has been prioritized and what has happened to that. And if you look at such examples, for example, rote learning is something which we commonly talk about, rote learning in schools. This is a statement from National Curriculum Framework 2005. It clearly says, for any qualitative change in the present situation, science education in India must undergo paradigm shift, rote learning should be discouraged, inquiry skills, etc., etc. And it's actually there written down. You can call it, people have recognized this problem. But then if you make this argument, then the counter argument is, oh, maybe they have recognized it, but they haven't acted on it. I mean, for writing sake, you can write anything, right? This is similar to if you go to a job interview and if you ask a person, tell me about yourself, everyone says, I'm hardworking, dedicated, committed, team player, quick learner, so on and so forth. This is something similar. That's an argument. People have written down, but they actually don't mean it, and they haven't converted it into a policy. So now that's the argument. Then let us look at an aspect or an example where people have recognized the problem and have actually taken a policy action on it. And then for this idea of testing students continuously, which is continuous evaluation, that's a broad idea, which is called CCE under RTE. That's a broad area, test students continuously with low stakes, and it's been put into form of policy. But then, as we all know, and most people who are working in education know, that CC hasn't been very effective, and there are rigorous studies also which say that CC hasn't been effective. Then the argument becomes, okay, people have recognized it, people have put it into a form of policy, but it has not been designed properly. So that's an issue. Then if you again cross-question it, okay, now you're saying the problem is with the design of the policy, then let us take an example of a policy or an intervention which was designed properly, and then see how it works in an education government system. And we have studies from Pradham, which has conducted a series of studies. Their methodology of teaching children, they find that the same methodology, the same organization supporting teachers, it works very well when outside the regular system, but it doesn't work when the same thing is implemented in a government system. And so the problem clearly is not that the policy design alone is a problem, there is something else. Then if you make this argument, then the other counter argument is, okay, here is this case of Pradham, which is an external organization. There was no pressure from top to actually implement this. Then, so that's an argument. Then if you actually cross-question it and then see, okay, let us take an example of an intervention which is working very well, and also government is convinced, and then there's a top-down this thing. This famous example of Mission Gunvatta, which was carried out in state of Bihar. there was the same methodology, there was a top-down pressure, a top-down political commitment, but then they couldn't sustain it for longer. And then it faded off with leadership change, etc. So all of this is, it's very disturbing, right? So everything you argue, it doesn't seem to be working. This can be looked from an analogy of a medical diagnosis, where a person is lying down on a floor without movement, and then someone goes to and says, "Hey, look." Someone starts with diagnosis with the heart, and then says, "Hey, look, this heart is not working. Maybe this is a problem." At the same time, some other person is saying that kidney is also not working. Maybe this is a problem. Now and then you do something to the kidney or something to the heart, and then nothing happens, and then you say, "Oh, yeah, this is a problem, but you have treated, but you haven't given a proper treatment." And then you say, "Okay, I'll give you a proper treatment," and then you actually replace the organ. This replacing organ is equivalent to bringing an intervention working outside into the system. And then even if you replace the organ, even then the person is not moving, then what do you think is a problem? So all of them are actually working on a dead body, where you do, no matter what, you do organ replacement, you give whatever the treatment that you want, that person is not going to get up. That is what exactly we are doing in education, where the soul is, we call it the soul, right? The one which makes all these organs function. That soul is missing in our system, that soul which I call as a state capacity. In the absence of state capacity, no matter how much we fight about priorities, about we should do that, we should do this, we should do that, we should do this. I mean, obviously priorities are needed, but we also should think a step ahead. Is simply the priority is the problem. So I don't have problems with arguing for priorities, but the problem with this is, for example, take the example of rote learning and critical thinking. If you actually see the discourse on rote learning and critical thinking, people talk in terms of, as any economist, and demand and supply issues, right? There is no demand for that such quality of education from people, so that's why that's where the constraint lies. And some other people argue that there is no supply side, there's a supply side gap, which means that government is not actually encouraging. I mean, the debates are always seen in form of these two perspectives, but the actual core issue of that is an issue of weak state capacity, where how do you make a system where teachers even not attending the school to make them actually teach, go through this complex process of imbibing the skills. Yeah. So my only, the purpose of writing this book was I wanted people to also look at education from the perspective of state capacity. For example, just like we saw the issue of critical thinking, which actually gives a very different perspective if you look at from the capacity perspective. And unfortunately, if you actually look at the national education policy questions, it talks about what sort of assessments are needed, what is an assessment, should we include technology or not, where should we include technology. So all of this assumes that there is a capacity to do all this. My question, or the question that I want, all people to think about it is, all these things are very much needed, but these are needed when you have the capacity to do that, right? If you have the capacity, then you said, okay, either this kind of shirt or that kind of shirt or that kind of this thing. So the critical constraint is also a state capacity, and which we haven't been discussing, or not been discussing much about. So that's that's the central argument of the book, and also that's the central, that being the central argument. The second focus of book was, as I've said, people working in education have different perspectives, from people of different strands of education, pedagogy perspective, a curriculum perspective. A good friend is sitting who works on disabled students. That's another branch of it. So if I wanted to give a very comprehensive sense of all the different strands of education. So as Professor was mentioning, in this book I've discussed evidence and experience and learnings from our initiatives till now, from all these different aspects of education, to give a comprehensive picture. And I also, yeah, for example, I discuss all the famously debated themes of decentralization, autonomy, incentive, choice, etc. And what does actually the literature say? We might have some conceptions, and for example, our Mega has talked about incentives to teachers, but there are also too many caveats to this. And what are those caveats, and how do they affect borrowing from the literature, from economics and sociology, etc. So that's also been discussed. Sorry, I don't if I'm out of time. And finally, thanks very much. So as I think there's a very famous statement by Warren, I don't know, Warren Buffett or someone who says, you need 9 months to produce a baby. Doesn't mean that if you put 9 people together, they produce a baby in 1 month. So he said that, but I think we've proven it wrong by getting this out within just 4.5 months, which is actually half the 9 months. And many people have been of great support. And I think I thank each of them wholeheartedly, and thanks very much for CCS and PAR for agreeing to publish this book and giving me this platform. Thanks very much. And final one announcement: people who are interested and who want to get a copy of the book, please drop your mail ID at the registration desk. We'll keep you updated on how to get a copy of the book. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Karthik. We'll break for lunch now. It's 1:30, so we come back. We gather here again at 2:30 sharp. But Amit requests as a whole that if we can make it 2:50, that would be great. So let's try and meet here by 2:50 for the next panel, which is on school autonomy.
You know by now.
Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't realize you were sitting next to me. How are you?
Came yesterday, right?
Yeah. From all good. Yeah. Now, since it's end of the year, so let's take 10 days or so. We start again the year. So I get you see how much I also like reading it.
You like reading it? I know. How many people are logged in? Can you see that?
At this point, 2%. There's 2 more who watch it. One guy, I think. We're putting up a video
from the CCS website.
This is going to We try to fulfill a partnership. Then we Well, partly different things are we do this, we try
early one, so let them see
Really pleasure. I've been coming to GPS very often. It was not so good when I was in English school. Now I'm at this night workshops, interaction with CPS students.
I've learned a lot from him after interacting with the recent. I've learned to live life.
No, and I'm very busy. So where's your office?
The school is in Madhugya, another school in Bashir.
Okay, I'm going to come to see you. Thank you so much.
So I think we should talk about what I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that say hi to Ashish and from there's a lot of I just wanted to take class. He was like I'm not sharing my we need arguments very conceptualize it. Actually, I'm now working with evidence. Create this That's true. And it's also ultimately it's about that whether it's as opposed to whether it's age of the two features which is interesting, but it's more about like carry on. They keep you saying, wow, yeah, you work. I will see how it goes. Trying to work. I am that's great. I mean, I'm going to doing on basically they're ready to showcase because ultimately अगर काम करता है तो municipal elections के tele they want to showcase which is happening in 2017 exactly so they want to showcase that let's say we have got this role basically that's great. Middle of the year. So basically, it's like most of the town. I don't know if you heard us. It's like that. That's probably why. Which will no, I think she's probably related to her because she was this guy actually is mad. So I mean, he's not looking at it purely from his selfish perspective. And secondly, also, I think if enough people have told her, tell you something, if you're willing to listen, and she's actually genuinely she wants to listen, she's bigger and you can kids and so that's a process. But most people, most people but she's but at least she's you can so she's obviously she's writing all these things. She's in a position where you listen to her. Just not listen to me or you. So it's always to them. What is the importance of that? I mean, but the problem is that there's no which is what it's about. Basically saying, you know, but it's also about basically. So what's happened is that tomorrow, Nisa's remember last time Nisa started today there's no separate conference. So all the Nisa people have come from tomorrow, which is a closed door on Nisa's side. So that's why this concept is because last year the secretary was much more because the Nisa part was amazing. I was expecting very small. But it turns out that what do you do? What kind of people? I have wanted to understand what ways you guys working with that. ये बहुत वाइड थोड़ा वो सीधे पे बिना नहीं थोड़ा नीचे
थोड़ा उनको चाहिए कि नई कोई एक किताब रख के ठीक समझ लो किताब ऐसा पूरी लोगों में करी देते हैं उसका जो भी होगा और किताब इजाजत किससे ली एक काम करो ना किताब
This particular event, yes. But you need something. I would. So how this why you studies? You're in touch. Yeah, you think about something, mention some uses, free times. We have volunteer for this. She or larger person. It's not for me. Yeah, I've been trying to send. Get more and more people interested in politics.
Maybe otherwise you can share me your work so that, because I do a couple of things, so I can message you.
You have nothing to do. You want to do what we think of it. It's like very inspiring.
I'm just
we have
I'll give you a text message with other details.
It's like internship. Some number of people. That is okay. Maybe mention something. Yeah. So other things, even organizing, in conferences. What part of nobody get incentives? You must be part of teams. Idea is that you get a connected education space. It's easy for them to volunteer and send each other. I mean, how are you? Dr. Dina from the Delhi University, Marina from New York University, now Shane and Divya. Kind of, yes, background work, a lot of work. She was one of the key person in the Jamaica Documentary Festival, liaising with all the international documentary makers. Right now, she's working with Park and research project.
I was just sharing an amazing experience. I'm visiting Chilka, Bhubaneswar. So I remember seeing that kind of documentary.
Akansha Joshi's Chilka.
Yeah,
Should get in touch with her, maybe she can
show
me
some
leads.
nice truth of.
No, because she's based in Delhi, but she often travels around. She also was one of the mentors during the research program. I did the research paper. That's way 8 years back, 7 years back. The summer internship program. Why do you eat something? You know, we will. You know what happens now. Yeah. Did you get something?
Thank you.
Okay, great.
I was looking for everybody.
Yeah.
Came back in. And you are. Do you need help?
So far, it's just got one. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Hamid's brother who was in charge of the media relations. Remember?
Yeah, I know that. But I heard.
No one here knows.
So I'll cover this content in each session of the month. उसके बाद then I'll come back to office. ठीक है?
Now, one of the schools which are
I don't actually see people nothing. There's some people who put it in the society. Okay. What is the law?
I'm here. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts. I got a few slides so that if I go to sleep myself, I can wake me up. I don't know slides. What is the seat? Completely. I need a 5-minute bubble. Yeah.
I'll see if I can.
Yeah. No, Sam. Yes. I'm just fortunate to be able to work with him. So I was able to just go with Grassroots and Manipur as well. So right now, the purpose of me coming back was to put the team together, to sort of work on the vision and mostly try to consolidate all the work that we have done. And sort of what we're realizing is that yes, we have just done a lot of work. Give credit to the team as well as Sam, but we now want to sort of make it more purposeful and with a strategy. Now, as I had mentioned in the email, it's more about not just about education, but also like this hug education, which carries the essence of education. So we were wondering, of course, I think I'll let Mr. Sam to officially ask you to be from the advisory. But I just wanted to make this official. No, nothing. Just like next conversation. Is it okay to talk or so I just also wanted to listen to the so far when we talked about the work, it has been a lot in terms of providing access to education, which sounds like fair enough. Fair enough, because the community where there was no school 5 years back, today they have a school because access by children. But I would like to have thoughts on how to take this forward, because it's not just about so I just said this week the coming week. Thank you so much for hearing you. Thank you. Okay, 5 minutes coming back. It's fine, as long as they are establishing. Right?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I remember today, yeah, 17. Thank
Tomorrow morning is really an elections. Yeah, so I think sounds like towards the end of the day. Yeah. So what you could do is like keep it
Yes, one more question I have.
No, it's not learning in their because we don't actually have part of a couple of science and government implementation. So this is what studies like that.
That's in primary.
That's in primary. The real equation of having that corrupt so that having correlation with whereas as we go towards higher education, it starts getting faster. And unfortunately for the higher education, so national shift towards not just India, but a lot of other countries.
clear shift towards including and this is not about like the developing countries, but I'm actually developing countries where the knowledge is available in Spanish.
MPB in Chicago, not Chicago, in Chicago.
China, if you look at overall data, then China is around. China is not
He said just started this
I would say that if it's serving the
academic interested in
giving priority to our Indian languages, foreign languages. So I
I just
they don't seem to be willing for it. For higher education, but that's not the
How are you, sir?
But it's not equipping us that first of all there's a need for
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm just send somebody like
That's the key reason. For sure. You know what? Sit down and talk.
वहाँ नालंदा के वहाँ कुछ है नालंदा से 10 हाँ अपने आसपास में वैसे कुछ नहीं राजगीर वहाँ से कहाँ से उसके आसपास I had been there 2007 but not now जिसका controversy अमर्त्य सेन
Great lunch. This panel, we were just talking about it, that we have a dual responsibility. One is to, of course, make sense, which all the panelists have, but also to keep the room awake, because it's a panel right after the lunch break. So we'll try to do that. The topic is really interesting, and we have a very diverse panel again from different aspects of school autonomy. So may I please request Vajayanti, Nika, Arvind Bhai, and Bhushan Ji on stage. And may I please request the organizers to place name tags so that we also have audience can
English में she did national law school graduate. She had a very good collaboration in the lab. She did a fellowship program. I was asking her, what is the breakup of quality engineering, a few chartered accountants, and then some solution history. Very close students.
Okay.
So आपका कार्ड दीजिए. ये ईमेल आईडी एंड फोन नंबर मुझे सब कुछ मिल जाएगा वेबसाइट पे. इसमें रहता तो फिर ध्यान देता निकल जाता.
Great. Sorry for the small logistical delay. We'll start with the panel now. We have 4 panelists. I would also request the panelists to, when they start speaking, just give a very brief introduction to themselves, which helps a lot. This panel will try to talk about school autonomy. What are the different aspects of school autonomy? What does it really mean in practice? What are the challenges currently from the policy point of view? We actually have, as I said, a very diverse panel, somebody working with schools. Vajayanti has worked with different kinds of schools across the country and outside, so she can bring a very school-based perspective, a data-driven perspective in this. Meeta is here to give a policy perspective, far more some expertise, some best practices from all over the world. And then we of course have Arvind Bhai and Bhushan Ji, who have been working with the schools. Arvind Bhai will talk about principles and what do they think about school autonomy and his own experiments in Gujarat. And Kulbhushan Ji will talk about his experiments, his experiences of work with budget private schools in Haryana and now all over the country, because he's also been championing the cause of budget private schools in the country. So panelists, it's all for you now. We'll start with Vajayanti. We have 7 minutes per panelist, and the good news for audience is we have more time for Q&A in this session.
Yeah, so there are something called karmic destinies. I often seem to end up with the immediately after lunch speaker in most programs I go to. So probably, I have to learn something where you can wake up people from, not a lullaby, but things like that. But I hope today's panel will stay awake and keep us also on our toes. Yeah. So to introduce myself, I'm Vajayanti Shankar. I'm running a Center for Science of Student Learning. This is a not-for-profit organization. It's just fledgling and newly born. Prior to this, I was with an organization called Educational Initiatives. I was a part of the startup team and traveled the journey to a space where now we are leading the South Asia's assessment experts. But then this topic is quite relevant to what we are trying to do at the CSSL. It's basically like I saw in the last 15 years of my journey with EI, people going from where children should not be assessed, learning outcomes should not get tracked and so on. The entire space moving to where people said that yes, outcomes is important and children need to be assessed, and you also saw in the policy space, right from the global level to the national level, large-scale assessment surveys getting mandated and so on. So now everybody talks about assessment, but then nobody knows how to do it, except for one or two organizations around. So you do not have institutions which create people who can train you on psychometrics, on the assessment science or the learning research and so on. That's what the Center for Science of Student Learning tries to do. It tries to bring you the research perspective, and it also tries to build capacity into the assessment and the learning research space. So I promised Amit and Rohan that I'll stay true to the topic. So today, the rest of the slide is about ensuring school autonomy. So when we spoke of autonomy, I actually looked at what it means. What does the dictionary say about it? Quality of the state of being self-governing or self-directing freedom, and especially moral independence. This is what the Merriam-Webster dictionary says. And I would move to the third point actually. It means the right to act or move freely. But school autonomy or principal autonomy implies a degree of freedom that does not exist in any system of public education or non-public education that is funded by the public purse. This is a very true statement across the world. It's not only in India. So I thought this quote was quite relevant. Steve Jobs, when asked what kind of person could you get to run a small business, if you told them that when they came in, they couldn't get rid of the people that they thought weren't any good. As business owners, as school owners and others, you will know that most public school principals have to work with systems where they do not have any say on who is part of their team. So there was a study done by the American Institute of Research and Thomas Fordham Foundation on what is needed to be effective school leaders, and public school principals were asked to say what they need to be effective school leaders. And you would find that most of them spoke about hiring, assigning faculty, allocating resources, transferring faculty, allocating time, and so on. So it's basically like, as any team leader or as any owner of a situation would want to basically have control on how the team functions and what sort of aspects gets allocated for. So you will find that this is common sense, which again the public school principals also collaborated with. But does greater autonomy actually improve school performance? So this is a question I would want the panel to discuss in depth today. So is autonomy really going to improve school performance? The research actually shares that there are mixed opinions about that. There's an in-depth research by Hanushek and Wiesman, which actually shows that across the countries, when they put together the data, they said that whenever the countries at a greater level of economic development, most developed countries where rest of the systems and resources are in place, then autonomy seems to work. But our autonomy is actually detrimental in systems where there is economies which are not very developed, which means that all the rest of the things are not in place. So this is something that we need to think through. And considering India in terms of these systems, and if you look at the McKinsey report, whether we are poor, fair, good or great system, we would be somewhere at the fair level. So considering that, then how do we introduce autonomy? So is autonomy needed, and if so, how do we do it? So that is what the panel will be discussing today. 4 areas of school autonomy that research scholars across the world point out are, the school budget, having control over personnel and staffing, curriculum and instruction, and general operational and administrative conditions. This is what research talks about as the 4 key things that goes in with autonomy. This is a study which I led a few years back called the Quality Education Study, which was done across the top elite schools of the country. And here you would find that we try to look at where is the locus of control within a school. And you will find that the locus of control in a school, for a school principal, this is in the top elite schools you'll find, are mostly with deciding which courses to be offered, determining the student policies, to some extent selecting teachers for hire. The school management does the rest of it in terms of handling the budgets, dismissal of teachers, increasing teacher salaries and so on. And teachers have very good say, very small say on this, except for the textbooks that needs to be offered, they would not have much role in it. Extrapolating this to a state situation, you will find that the school management in private institutions is at least close to the client, in the sense that they at least know the pulse of the system. But in large management systems, we have 3.5 lakh government schools across the country, you find that the distance from the client to the management is far. As a result, how effective would that be? Which is why you are talking of autonomy and decentralization of power. So when we are therefore talking of greater autonomy, where we say that decision making should shift to the organizational level, etc., then what is the goal of it? The goal of it ultimately is to improve student learning and achievement. That is the purpose of the entire exercise. And there have been few models, different models, many of you would know about it, like the charter schools or the academies in UK or the Chicago public schools. So here I would just take a minute to talk about this system. So the charter school is actually like your private school, which is taken over and managed by the private institution, but funded by the government. But in the Chicago public school space, these were actually public schools run by the government space itself, but which was given autonomy on various things, so that they could decide on things like the curriculum, some of their hires, and aspects like that. So within the system also there are possibilities where you could create autonomy. So that is a good example you could look at. The PPP models is again which you would know about in India, and then I think the affordable school space is also one where it's a model where there is a higher level of autonomy and so on, functioning more in same restrained resources as the government schools seem to function. So in that sense, I think it's a very comparable system to look at. But improving student performance. So when we say that the locus of control is about improving learning, then the improving student performance, is it actually so easy just by giving autonomy? Do we think that we can achieve greater outcomes? You will find that research says that that is not so, right? From morning we have been seeing examples given out. Geeta's presentation also actually shared how funding has actually gone up, but then the results have come down. That is in India. Similarly in Himachal Pradesh, it's something which most people would anecdotally agree that almost all inputs and resources are in place in government schools, but learning not happening, and so on. So improving student performance therefore is not as easy as just providing the resources or providing just the the environment, but actually about going deeper into research, understanding what goes well, what doesn't go well, what has been learned, what has not been learned, and how do you actually support the system. Yeah. So what best school systems do. So here we saw actually improving student performance is not so easy. Then let us see what the best school systems across the world do. They do three things. They first figure out where the system stands in terms of student learning outcomes. Then they bring a set of interventions which will take the inputs from the learning outcomes to set up the intervention, and then adapt these interventions to the local context. And they continuously do this, and that's how the system evolves from a poor, fair to good to great continuum, if you really see. And so in such a journey, therefore we talk of assessments. So when we talk of assessments, so ultimately if you're talking of student learning, basically you also need to know what the child has learned and what the child has not learned. And that is where the assessments play a role. So the assessments have to be approached as a diagnostic, as something which gives you feedback on to every child on what are the misconceptions, what are the common errors, to the teacher on what is being learned well in the class, what is not being learned well in the class, to the principal on which streams of the school, like is it the science department that is doing well, or is the math doing well, or is it the grade 3 having problems, or is the grade 5 having problems. So basically generating more and more of diagnosis which will provide actionable feedback and so on. And here when we talk of assessments, it need not be just one paper pencil test, there could be multiple measures of performance. But whatever it is, the data that needs to get generated has to be something which will drive decision making because it's providing actionable feedback. So even if teacher training has to happen in schools, whether it's at the government situation or in the private space, it has to be based on what the children are doing well and what the children are not doing well, as a result what the teacher needs to be strengthened with. If you go granular in such a way, then that is the way that I think autonomy would actually empower and improve systems in actually addressing the learning outcomes. I have just 2-3 more slides which I would share before I close. So this is again from the QA study which I spoke about. So when we are talking of therefore school leaders and school principals, then what sort of leadership would actually improve learning outcomes? So it was found that, and research across the world also says that if the principals are what we call as instructional leaders, and when we say instructional leaders, leaders who are involved in school goals, communicating the goals, looking at the curriculum, supervising the instruction, monitoring the school progress,
being closely involved in the professional development of teachers. When you look at all these aspects of a leader, not just in an administrative aspect, but in an instructional leadership aspect, then there is actually higher student achievement. And this was actually seen also in the top elite schools of our country when we tested. We found that whenever the principal was an instructional leader, the impact on learning was quite high across the subjects. And principals, when asked again on what they need to improve learning outcomes, so if we are talking of getting the entire system to sort of improve learning outcomes and hence we give autonomy to the system, then you ask the principal, I am giving you autonomy, but what else do you need actually to improve learning outcomes? These are what the principals across the world say. They say that we need to understand about data, we need to learn about how to take data-driven decisions, we need to build a community of learners within our school, and more importantly, we also have to have a staff or a teacher performance accountability system and evaluating teachers and curriculum and so on. So these are some of the things that the school leader thinks are needed along with autonomy, or that the autonomy actually gives them power to do these things, and then only the learning outcomes would improve. So coming down to recommendations, so what are the implications for the education policy? So basically, we do not have anything which says that, okay, what are the types of school leader autonomy that exist in our country? What are these models? What are their strengths and weaknesses? We do not have. We need to systematically map them. There is no literature review available, which is relevant to our country on what is international research, because many countries across the world are also at different levels of educational system evolution. So where is this literature that is available for our school leaders and our policy makers to look at? And no one shoe fits all, which means that, as a government system, we need to encourage a number of promising models, whether it be the budget schools or whether it be the charter schools or giving autonomy within the same schools, the government system itself and so on. But before giving autonomy, as I said, because we are a system who are from poor and fair, not necessarily into good and great in terms of evolution, we are not a very mature education system. So which means that if you are talking of bringing in autonomy and decentralization of power, it has to be strongly built in with accountability measures, which I think the next panel will be talking about. So, but unless accountability measures are put in place, decentralizing power prior to that is not necessarily going to create a better situation. Developing a comprehensive roadmap for how this would be used. Strengthening participation of local communities. Again, when we are talking of autonomy, so when we are thinking of actually giving power to a village school and so on, how would that village school function? So can we create a community which would actually be functioning as controlling that? And identifying and developing school leaders. You will find that the difference between a private school and a government school is that most government school principals think of themselves as middle managers, but the private school, principals often have to function like CEOs, in charge of the business. So that is, how do we train them to that? And provide them with the necessary resources and skills for data-driven decision making. And lastly, therefore, when we are talking of autonomy, we can actually not say that, not think of saying that, okay, we are not a mature system, so we should not have autonomy, but because autonomy is needed. And within our system itself, there are schools at different levels. So can we identify those schools at different levels of efficiency and start granting autonomy, what I call as an earned autonomy, if they are eligible, if they have higher measures of discipline of handling fiscal, responsibilities, performance recording, etc. Like that, you base or identify schools at different levels and then start granting autonomy at different, strategically at a different scope and space, and that is, I think, the way to go. Thank you.
May I now request Arvind Bhai Patel to make his presentation.
सम्मानीय मंच, मैं गुजरात से आ रहा हूँ, इसलिए थोड़ी गुजराती मिक्स हो जाएगी। इंग्लिश तो आती नहीं है, हिंदी में बोलने का प्रयत्न करूंगा। चलेगा बोला गुजराती में। मित्रों, नवी शिक्षण पॉलिसी ના સંદર્ભની અંદર આપણે સૌ ચર્ચા વિચારણા કરવા માટે ભેગા થયા છે। એની જરૂરિયાત એટલા માટે પડી છે કે જે મૂળ હેતુ સ્ટુડન્ટ વિદ્યાર્થી છે એ વિદ્યાર્થી આજની શિક્ષણ પદ્ધતિમાં શોધ્યો જવાબ નથી. We can't see the student. પોલિસી મેકરોએ જે કંઈક પોલિસી બનાવી વિદ્યાર્થી કેન્દ્રિત હોવી જોઈતી હતી. 0 થી 14 વર્ષના બાળકને મફત મુક્ત ફરજિયાત શિક્ષણ આપવું જોઈએ, સારામાં સારી વાત છે. પરંતુ એ 14 વર્ષ સુધીના બાળકને મફત શિક્ષણ આપવાની જે વાત હતી, વાતની અંદર જ્યારે બાળક શાળામાં પ્રવેશ કરે છે ત્યારે શું એને એન્વાયરમેન્ટ આપણે પૂરું પાડ્યું છે? શું શાળામાં દાખલ થયેલો વિદ્યાર્થી એને જરૂરિયાત પૂરતું 4.5 ફૂટનું જે ક્ષેત્રફળ જોઈએ છે શું એને આપણે પ્રોવાઈડ કર્યું છે? શું એને સારા ટીચર્સ આપણે પ્રોવાઈડ કર્યા છે? તો બધામાં પ્રશ્ન આવશે ના. એટલે એ સાહેબ સાથે હું સંમત છું કે આરટીઆઈ તમે લાયા છો, પણ આરટીઆઈ ની અંદર ઘણી બધી ફોલ્સ છે. મિત્રો, ગુજરાતની અંદર વાત કરું તો 2-3 વર્ષ પહેલા એક સર્વે થયો હતો. પ્રાથમિક શાળાના પ્રાઇમરી ટીચર્સને એક ઇન્ટરવ્યુ લેવામાં આવ્યો અને પૂછવામાં આવ્યું કે રાજ્યપાલ કોણ છે, રાજ્યપાલ કોણ છે? તો ગાંધીજીનું નામ પણ આવતું હતું અંદર. રાજ્યપાલને રાષ્ટ્રપતિ કહેતા, રાષ્ટ્રપતિને રાજ્યપાલ કહેતા. આ પ્રાઇમરી ટીચર્સ ના ખુલ્લું સત્ય છે. આ ગુજરાતની અંદર પ્રેસ આઉટ પણ થયું છે, તમે પણ સાંભળ્યું છે. અને કદાચ ગુજરાતમાં નહીં, અમે યુપીમાં પણ આ બનાવ સાંભળ્યો છે, બિહારમાં પણ સાંભળ્યો છે. મિત્રો, કયા મોડે આપણે આ શિક્ષણની વાત કરી રહ્યા છે? એટલે આપણે સૌએ આ શિક્ષણ પોલિસીની અંદર પહેલા તો ટીચર્સ અને સારામાં સારું ટ્રેનિંગ આપવું જોઈએ. ગુજરાતે એની પહેલ કરી છે. ગુજરાતની અંદર હવે ટીચર યુનિવર્સિટી બની રહી છે કે જેને ટીચર બનવું હોય એને પહેલેથી જ એની અંદર 12મા પછી એમાં દાખલ થવાનું હોય છે. 5 વર્ષ સુધી આપણે બાળકને કેવી રીતે ભણાવી શકીએ એના વિષય પર જ એને અધ્યયન કરીને સારામાં સારા ટીચર્સ પ્રોવાઈડ કરવાનું ગુજરાતે શરૂઆત કરી છે. ગુજરાતની અંદર ગુણોત્સવ પણ ચાલે છે. આપણે ખબર હોય તો આ ગુણોત્સવની અંદર 3 પેરામીટર 3 વિભાગ છે. એક તો મધ્યાહન ભોજન, બીજો છે એની અંદર શિક્ષણ, કેવી રીતના શિક્ષણની પદ્ધતિઓ છે અને કેવી રીતના ફોલોઅપ થાય છે એનું પેરામીટર્સ માપવાના હોય છે, અને શાળાનું એન્વાયરમેન્ટ. આ 3 પેરામીટર્સની અંદર જે શાળાઓ અપગ્રેડ થાય છે એને A અને B ગ્રેડમાં આપણે આપતા હોય છે. C અને D ગ્રેડની જે શાળાઓ છે એ શાળાઓને ખૂબ મોટું કામ આવતું હોય છે. IAS IPS કક્ષાના અધિકારીએ શાળાઓની મુલાકાત લેવાની હોય છે અને 2 મહિના સુધી ત્યાંના શિક્ષકોએ અને એના આચાર્યએ 1 કલાક ટાઈમ પહેલા અને 1 ટાઈમ બિફોર અને આફ્ટર સ્કૂલ ટાઈમ એ વીક બાળકોને ભણાવવાના હોય છે. આવા સંશોધનો ગુજરાતની અંદર થઈ રહ્યા છે. પ્રવેશોત્સવ દ્વારા હજારો બાળકો આવે છે, પણ શાળાઓ અમારે ત્યાં સવારમાં વિષય હતો કે શાળાઓ બંધ થઈ રહી છે. અમારે ત્યાં શાળાઓ વધતી ગઈ છે. શાળાઓમાં ક્યાંય ગુજરાતની અંદર બંધ ન થવાનું કારણ એ છે કે 2011-12 ની અંદર જે નવી અમારે ત્યાં શિક્ષણની વિષય આવ્યો કે 8મું ધોરણ પ્રાઇમરીમાં લઈ જવાને કારણે ઘણા બધા વર્ગ માધ્યમિકમાં બંધ થયા. પરંતુ અમે સરકાર સાથે યુનિયનના નેતા હોવાને નાતે સરકાર સાથે પ્રયત્ન કર્યા અને દર વર્ષે 5,000 વર્ગ પ્રાથમિકમાં લઈ જવા માટે પ્રયત્ન કર્યો કે એકી સાથે પ્રાથમિકમાં ન લઈ જતા 5,000 વર્ગ અમે નીચે લઈ ગયા. જે શિક્ષક ફાજલ થતા હતા એના કારણે એને પ્રાઇમરીની અંદર મોકલવામાં આવ્યા અને જેમ જેમ જરૂરિયાત ઊભી થાય હાઈસ્કૂલમાં એમ એને રિટર્ન બેક કર્યા અમે અને ત્યાં ફરીથી પ્રાઇમરીનું શિક્ષણ માટે પ્રાઇમરીના ટીચરોની ભરતી કરી. સવારે ઓનલાઈન ટીચર ભરતી છે અમારે ત્યાં. આ ટીચરની ભરતીમાં ક્યાંય ભ્રષ્ટાચાર નહીં. ગરીબમાં ગરીબ વ્યક્તિ એને તમે ઓનલાઈન ફોર્મ ભરી શકો, મેરિટના આધારે એને જોબનો લેટર ઘરે પહોંચતો હોય છે. એ પણ એક સારી સુવિધા થઈ જેથી લાગવક અને મની જે પૈસાની જે નોકરીઓ લેતા હતા એ પણ બંધ હોય. એટલે આવનાર દિવસની અંદર સુધારો થઈ રહ્યો છે. એટલે સૌથી મહત્વનું છે કે 6 થી 8 ની અંદર અત્યાર સુધી 7 ધોરણ સુધી પીટીસી ટીચર હતા, પરંતુ અમે 5 સુધી એને મર્યાદિત કર્યા છે અને 6 થી 8 સુધી MA BEd MSc BEd એટલે કે માસ્ટર ડિગ્રી વિથ BEd ટીચર્સ ની ભરતી કાયદેસર ગવર્નમેન્ટે ચાલુ કરી છે. એટલે આવનાર દિવસની અંદર કદાચ શિક્ષણ અમને
સારામાં સારું મળશે. બાકી અત્યારે ગુણોત્સવના પરિણામો પણ સારા નથી આવ્યા, પ્રયત્ન પુષ્કળ થયા છે, સુધારો નથી આવ્યો, પણ કદાચ આ થોડો ઘણો સુધારો મેં આ ભરતી પ્રક્રિયામાં પણ કર્યો છે. ટ્રાન્સપ્લાન્ટ એની બદલીની પ્રક્રિયા હવારમાં એ વાત થઈ કે 15 પર ટ્રાન્સપ્લાન્ટ ભરતી પ્રક્રિયાની અંદર જો તમે ન જાઓ તો તમારે પૈસા આપવાની જરૂર છે જ નહીં, પણ મારે યોગ્ય પ્લેસ પર જવું છે, આ જ પ્લેસ પર જવું છે અને એને એના નોર્મ્સમાં નથી આવતું તો મારે પૈસા આપવા પડે છે. બાકી એક વ્યક્તિ ત્યાં ગુજરાતમાં પૈસા આપવાની જરૂર નથી પડતી. તમારા ટોટલી તમે કેટલા વર્ષની સિનિયોરિટી ધરાવશો એ સિનિયોરિટીને આધારે જ તમને જિલ્લો પસંદ થાય છે અને એની અંદર તમને જવા મળતું હોય છે. પણ મારો હટ હોય કે મારે આ જગ્યાએથી નહીં આ જગ્યાએ જવું તો અધિકારીને પૈસા આપણે આપવા પડતા છે. બાકી ટ્રાન્સફર બદલીની પ્રક્રિયા પણ અમારે ત્યાં થાય છે. એટલે મિત્રો શાળામાં પ્રિન્સિપાલોની પણ હવે 1 મહિનાની અંદર અમારે ત્યાં SCNC બનાવ્યું છે ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ લેવલનું. એ ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ લેવલની અંદર 50-60 જેવી આ કોન્ફરન્સ છે એવી 50-60 લોકો આચાર્યો અમે ભેગા થઈએ છીએ દર મહિને અને ત્યાં બેસીને જે શાળા 1 મહિના દરમિયાન જે નવું કર્યું હોય એનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન અમારે કરવાનું હોય છે. એ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન સારું લાગે મારી સ્કૂલમાં નથી થતું તો મારે એક ફોલો કરવાનું છે અને દરેક 50-60 શાળાઓ આજના દર મહિને ભેગી થાય છે. જિલ્લા શિક્ષણાધિકારી ત્યાં હાજર હોય છે એટલે શાળામાં સારું જે પરફોર્મન્સ હોય એવી શાળાઓને પસંદ કરીને ઇનામો પણ અમે 5,000 રૂપિયા આપવાના નક્કી કર્યા છે અને 5,000 રૂપિયા એને પણ આપીએ છીએ. અને એને એ જે સારી વસ્તુ છે બધી સ્કૂલમાં ફોલો કરવા માટે પણ અમારા ત્યાં ગુજરાતની અંદર અમારા લોકો કરી રહ્યા છે. એટલે આવું ક્યાંક નવું આપણે કરીએ. બાકી સરકારની ગ્રાન્ટ ને સરકાર પર આપણે આધાર રાખીશું તો થવાનું નથી. સરકાર પૈસા આપીને છોડી જશે કાં તો નોક્સ બનાવી છોડી જશે, પણ એના કરતા પણ બીજું આપણે ઘણું કરી શકીએ છીએ. મિત્રો એક સીધું સાદું ઉદાહરણ આલું કે મારા ત્યાં મારી શાળાની અંદર હું એક ગ્રામ્ય કક્ષાની શાળામાં છું, ઇન્ટિરિયર શાળામાં છું. ગરીબ વિદ્યાર્થીના 8 ગામથી મારા ત્યાં વિદ્યાર્થીઓ આવતા હતા. મને વિચાર આવ્યો કે બસની અંદર ન આવી શકે તો સાયકલ પ્રોવાઈડ કરવી જોઈએ. અમે સાથે ગામમાં જઈને ટેલ નાખી કે ભાઈ દરેક ગામ અમને 2 સાયકલ આપે. જોત જોતાની અંદર મારી પાસે 28 સાયકલ નવી શાળામાં આવી ગઈ. એ બાળકોને મેં પ્રોવાઈડ કરી તો આજે એ બધા ગામો સરાઉન્ડિંગ એરિયાના ગામો મારા ત્યાં આવતા હતા. એટલે કહેવાનો મતલબ કે જે પ્રિન્સિપાલ હોય એ પોતાના રીતે પણ ગરીબ વિદ્યાર્થી માટે આવું કરી શકે. બીજું મારી શાળાની અંદર ગવર્નમેન્ટ છે તો ફી ઓછી હોય પણ છતાં પણ કેટલાક વિદ્યાર્થીઓ હતા કે રેફર કરી શકતા નતા, યુનિફોર્મ નતા લાવી શકતા, બુક નતા લાવી શકતા. તો મેં નક્કી કર્યું કે મારા સરાઉન્ડિંગ એરિયામાં જેટલા NRI છે બહાર વિદેશમાં ગયા મેં પત્ર લખ્યા કે આપ મને ડોનેશન આપો અને મારે આ ગરીબ વિદ્યાર્થીની સેવા કરવી છે. જોત જોતામાં 2.5 લાખ રૂપિયાનું ડોનેશન મારા એકાઉન્ટમાં આવ્યું. એને મેં એને ફિક્સ બેંકની અંદર મૂકી દીધું. એના ઇન્ટરેસ્ટથી હું આજે મારા ત્યાંના 28 થી 30 બાળકોને એની ફીસ પણ ભરી શકું છું, એના યુનિફોર્મ પણ લાવી શકું છું, એને કપડાં પણ આપીએ છીએ અને શૂઝ પણ આપીએ છીએ. એટલે મિત્રો જો પ્રિન્સિપલ ધારે તો ઘણું બધું કરી શકે, બાકી વહીવટની પ્રક્રિયામાં ગૂંચવાઈ રહે તો ન થાય. થેન્ક યુ. મને સાંભળ્યો. આભાર.
Can I just quickly understand? Have you all understood the speech? Okay. So I'm going to quickly summarize what he talked about. So he started with making a point that current system is such that the student itself is invisible in the entire system. We need to have education which is student-centric, which is revolving around student. The second student, when he gets into the school, we also have to have the right environment in the school that the student should feel that he or she should stay in the school. So it's up to us to provide the right environment. Do they have children all that they need in the school? Are there teachers, infrastructure in place when they enter into the school? So we need to make sure that we have all of that. He went on to talk about the Ganotsav model and how it operates. The midday meal scheme, which is one part of it, pedagogy is the second part of it, and environment, which is overall school environment. 3 main components of Ganotsav. However, he went on to say that there is no real impact of Ganotsav that he can talk about at the moment. Overall, schools have increased in Gujarat. He also went on to talk about, I'm going to quickly focus on 3 important points of school autonomy that he talked about. He talked about this very innovative program where the DEO himself is present for a district level meeting of principals, where the school principals present their innovative models to other principals. Around 50 to 60 people are present in the room. They have Arvind Bhai represents the School Principals Association, of course, he's the secretary of that. So he also proposes to give a 5,000 rupees award to the school principals who present most innovative work. He feels that the platforms like this also motivate other school principals to start some innovations in their own schools. So these work as motivators platforms, which is a great initiative. He talked about how some school principals, particularly in rural areas, and he gave his own school's example as well as the area where he operates in rural Gujarat, that the equity issues, how poor children and children who can't enroll into schools because of financial constraints, the school principals play an important role in providing them admission. So autonomy can also solve the equity issues in education, particularly equity in access, is what he's probably trying to say there through this point. He also thinks that he reached out to some of the NRIs to donate towards children of children who could not go to the schools, and within no time he collected 2.5 lakh rupees into his account, which he's using now to educate 28 to 30 children, covering all the expenses related to their education. He thinks that a school principal indeed holds a lot of potential to innovate things, start great things at the school level, and the school principals must be innovative. This is actually a great point made by him, which was also the concluding point that Vaijanti covered in her talk, that she talked about school principals' role. So great, we do seem to have an agreement that the school principals have a greater role to play in school autonomy. Let's hear Kulbhushan Sharma ji, who comes from Haryana, represents the Private Schools Association, one of the biggest low-cost private schools associations. He is also Vice President of National Independent Schools Alliance. Kulbhushan.
नमस्कार, हम बात कर रहे हैं प्राइवेट स्कूलों की ऑटोनॉमी की, उनके प्रिंसिपल की ऑटोनॉमी की। प्राइवेट स्कूल और प्रिंसिपल्स जहां पर शब्द ही प्राइवेट लगा हुआ है, नहीं प्रिंसिपल को भी ऑटोनॉमी की बात आती है, नहीं होती।
प्रिंसिपल भी संचालक
कुछ मैंने गलत बोल दिया तो जब शब्द ही प्राइवेट है तो जब वो निजी हो गया तो उस पर रूल्स लगाने, उस पर बंदिशें लगानी मुझे तो समझ ही नहीं आता। जब शब्द ही प्राइवेट है, स्कूल कितने तरह के हैं, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल है, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल पे आप लगाइए जो कुछ लगाने, उसके बाद स्पेसिफाइड स्कूल्स हैं जैसे सैनिक स्कूल्स हैं, दूसरे स्कूल्स हैं, एलसीडी के स्कूल्स हैं, एडेड स्कूल्स हैं। जो प्राइवेट है, जब गवर्नमेंट से कुछ लेता ही नहीं है, बिल्कुल प्राइवेट है, तो उसको अगर आप आजादी नहीं देंगे, उसके ऊपर बंदिशें रखेंगे, नियम ला देंगे, तो वो कैसे फलेगा फूलेगा। गवर्नमेंट जहां पर इंटरफेयर करती है, आजादी नहीं देती, गवर्नमेंट का शब्द लगते, उनके इंटरफेरेंस लगते ही स्कूल किसी भी चीज का बर्बाद हो जाना तय हो जाता है। वो आपके सामने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल की पिक्चर सबके सामने, बहुत सारे हमारे टीचर्स होते हैं जो हमारे से बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा रहे होते हैं और उनको जॉब गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में मिल जाती है, हमारे पास पढ़ा रहे होते हैं। 80% वो शिफ्ट होते हैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में, लेकिन उनके साथ जो एजुकेशन वो वहां दे रहे होते हैं वो शिफ्ट नहीं होते। वो वहां पर जाकर जो है ना एजुकेशन शिफ्ट की ट्रांसफर नहीं कर पाते, क्योंकि वहां पर उनके इंटरफेरेंस है, बिल्कुल आजादी नहीं। गवर्नमेंट स्कूल जब थे शुरू में बहुत अच्छी एजुकेशन से उनके पढ़े हुए लोग प्राइम मिनिस्टर तक बने। आपके पेरेंट्स भी पढ़े होंगे, हमारे पेरेंट्स भी पढ़े, बड़ा अच्छा कहते थे, टीचर अच्छे थे, गवर्नमेंट की इंटरफेरेंस नहीं थी, आजादी थी, तो बड़े अच्छे लोग निकले। उसके बाद जो जो पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस आनी शुरू हुई, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल बर्बाद हुए। गवर्नमेंट के पास अपने साधन नहीं थे, उन्होंने प्राइवेट स्कूलों को प्रमोट भी किया। 70s के बाद गवर्नमेंट प्राइवेट स्कूलों को प्रमोट किया गया। जब प्रमोट किया गया तो आपके सामने जो है प्राइवेट स्कूल्स बहुत निखर कर आए, डीएवी स्कूल्स जो है बड़े अच्छे निखर कर आए, कॉन्वेंट स्कूल्स बड़े निखर कर आए। आपके सामने सिटी मॉन्टेसरी स्कूल के मैडम बैठे, उन्होंने भी बड़े छोटे लेवल से स्कूल शुरू किया, उस समय इंटरफेरेंस नहीं रही होगी। गांधी जी ने जहां तक मैंने सुना है कि एक एक बच्चे को पकड़ कर लाए, ऐसी स्टोरी। तो अगर उस समय इतनी इंटरफेरेंस होती है, रूल्स होते, तो शायद वो बच्चों को पकड़ के ना लाते और इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशंस खड़े ना होते। डीएवीज इंस्टीट्यूशंस खड़े हैं, कॉन्वेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस खड़े हैं, सिटी मॉन्टेसरी आपके सामने बहुत बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूशन खड़ा है जिन्होंने एक मास्टर कंप्यूटर तक बना दी। लेकिन आज गवर्नमेंट की जितनी इंटरफेरेंस बढ़ती जा रही है, मैं तो 5 मिनट में खत्म कर ही दूंगा। तो इंडिपेंडेंस ना देने से स्कूलों की जो वर्किंग है उस पर फर्क पड़ रहा है। बात यहाँ पर आती है कि गवर्नमेंट का जो माइंडसेट है, माइंडसेट ही सही नहीं है। अरे आज से सही नहीं है, शुरू से हिंदुस्तान में सही नहीं रहा, और उसी माइंडसेट को आगे लेकर काम जो है चल रहा है। प्राइवेट स्कूल्स पे जैसे कहा जाता है कि इन पे रूल्स बनाए जाए, रूल्स का हम विरोध नहीं करते, एक मिनिमम रूल्स होने चाहिए, चेक एंड बैलेंसेस भी होने चाहिए, लेकिन वो बहुत मिनिमम होने चाहिए। अगर उन पे ज्यादा इंटरफेयर किया जाएगा, उनको आजादी नहीं दी जाएगी, प्राइवेट स्कूल निखर नहीं पाएंगे। प्राइवेट स्कूलों को चेक करने के लिए, चेक एंड बैलेंसेस के लिए पेरेंट्स सबसे बढ़िया जजेस है। आप सभी पेरेंट्स हैं, आप सबको पता है कि मुझे किस स्कूल में बच्चा डालना है, क्यों डालना है, कितने बजट के स्कूल में डालना है। गवर्नमेंट को क्या जरूरत है चीजों को चेक करने की, आपसे बढ़िया जज कोई नहीं। और गवर्नमेंट का मैं आपको बताऊं, आज तक कभी हमारे स्कूल में आकर, अगर हमारे स्कूल में कभी ये आकर नहीं कहा कि आपको एजुकेशन कैसे देनी है, एक सिंगल स्कूल ऑनर बता दें कि गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऑफिसर उनके पास आया और उसने कहा कि आपको एजुकेशन कैसे देनी है, हम एक वर्कशॉप लगाएंगे, एक क्लास पढ़ाकर दिखाएंगे। हम एक ऐसे सेमिनार में बैठे हुए तो सारे प्राइवेट स्कूल्स और बाकी हमारे सारे डीओस थे, तो डायरेक्टर ने कहा कि ये सारे स्कूल वाले तो बात कर रहे हैं, अब मैं चाहता हूँ एक डायरेक्टर भी खड़ा, एक डीओ भी खड़ा होकर बात करे। तो अब हैरान रह जाएंगे, एक भी डीओ ने खड़े होकर बोलने की हिम्मत ही नहीं की। कारण क्या था, उनको एजुकेशन पे बोलना ही नहीं आता था। अब ऐसे लोग अगर हमारे पे इंटरफेयर करेंगे तो जो खेल हमने बनाया हुआ है, जो एजुकेशन का सेटअप हमने बनाया हुआ है, उस सारे सेटअप को कहां ले जाएंगे। एजुकेशन तो उनके दूर दूर तक उनके नजदीक नहीं है। जो डीओस है, डीओस है, उनकी इंटरफेरेंस तो सिर्फ यह है कि पैसा कैसे स्कूलों से इकट्ठा करना है। अगर स्कूल्स के ऊपर ऐसे रूल्स थोपे जाएंगे, उनको ऑटोनॉमी नहीं दी जाती, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में सारा ढांचा जो है ये खत्म होने की तरफ जो है चला जाएगा। और राइट टू एजुकेशन जो है उसको एक बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा कर रहा है। वो गवर्नमेंट को इतनी, अधिकारियों को इतनी पावर दे रहा है, और कहीं भी आप उसमें भी देख लीजिए कि कहीं पर उन्होंने कोई रखा है कि क्वालिटी के लिए कोई अधिकारी काम करेगा, प्राइवेट स्कूलों की क्वालिटी के लिए काम करेगा, कहीं पर भी एक भी चैप्टर उनका नहीं है। और अगर आप उनका जैसे बात आती है कि फिर स्कूलों को जो है, मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूंगा, स्कूलों के रूल्स ना थोपकर, इंटरफेरेंस ना करके, बड़ा एक सिंपल सिस्टम है कि होना क्या चाहिए। बीएड की जो एजुकेशन है, ये एक ऐसी एजुकेशन कर दे गवर्नमेंट, किसी चेक और बैलेंसेस लगाने की, कोई इंटरफेरेंस करने की जरूरत नहीं। अगर आप प्रिंसिपल को आजादी नहीं देते हैं, स्कूल को आजादी नहीं देते हैं, तो पेरेंट्स के इतने काम है। एक हमारे वहां पर खबर आई कि एक बच्चा क्लास में कोल्ड ड्रिंक पी रहा, 8th क्लास का, टीचर ने रोका, उसने कहा मैम आप भी पी लो। कारण क्या, उसको पता है मुझे स्कूल से निकाला नहीं जा सकता, ये गवर्नमेंट की इंटरफेरेंस। अगर उस टीचर को, प्रिंसिपल को ये आजादी हो कि अगर कोई बच्चा शरारत करता है तो कैसे उसको सही करना है, बड़े प्यार के मेथड में अगर कोई प्यार से ना माने, पूरे क्लासरूम का माहौल करे, खराब करे, दूसरे बच्चे को तंग करे। इवन कई बार ऐसी शिकायतें आती कि एक बच्चा जो है, लड़का दूसरी लड़की को, छोटा सा बच्चा बहुत गलत शब्द कह रहा है। मैं पीछे अपने स्कूल में बैठा हुआ तो एक छोटे बच्चे आए 3rd क्लास के, शिकायत लेके टीचर की, लड़की को ऐसे गलत बोल। पेरेंट्स कहते हैं इस लड़के को स्कूल से आप निकालो, अदरवाइज मैं लड़की को नहीं भेजूंगा। अब उसको कैसे निकाले, गवर्नमेंट का बहुत इंटरफेरेंस है, निकाल हम सकते ही नहीं। तो प्राइवेट जहां तक स्कूल है, गवर्नमेंट को अपने अंदर जो करना है करे, प्राइवेट स्कूल में ज्यादा इंटरफेयर नहीं होना चाहिए, उनको ऑटोनॉमी होनी चाहिए, प्रिंसिपल्स को, स्कूल्स को। बाकी जैसे मैंने कहा कि पेरेंट्स अपने आप चेक करते हैं, जो बड़े बच्चे हैं 9-10 के जो बच्चे हैं वो स्कूल को अपने आप चेक कर लेते हैं, स्कूल इवन टीचर्स को भी चेक कर लेते हैं कि मेरा टीचर सही है कि नहीं। उसको पता होता है टीचर जो है पढ़ाने में अच्छा है, इसको नॉलेज है कि नहीं, ये दिल से पढ़ा रहा है, अगर मुझे डांट रहा है दिल से डांट रहा है, हर चीज को जज करता है। तो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स के ऊपर मैं कहता हूँ मिनिमम एक रूल्स लगाकर, मिनिमम नॉर्म्स लगाकर गवर्नमेंट को ज्यादा इंटरफेयर नहीं करना चाहिए, इनको अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए। मैं तो यहाँ से कहता हूँ कि टाटा और बिरला को जो है भारत रत्न जो है, टाटा को बिरला रत्न भारत रत्न दिया गया, ये भारत रत्न जो है सामूहिक रूप से प्राइवेट स्कूल्स को मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि 70 के बाद अगर सभी ऑफिसर्स हमारे कहते हैं कि एजुकेशन अगर किसी ने संभाली है तो प्राइवेट स्कूल ने संभाली। मैं राष्ट्रीय माध्यमिक शिक्षा निगम की जनरल काउंसिल का भी मेंबर था, तो हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर ने अपने फाइनेंशियल कमिश्नर को कहा कि ये प्राइवेट स्कूल जो है, आप कहते हो कि इनके पास टीचर्स भी क्वालिफाइड नहीं है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी अच्छा नहीं, फिर क्वालिटी आपसे बेटर क्यों है? तो फाइनेंशियल कमिश्नर ये कह रही है कि इसलिए अच्छी है कि इनका स्कूलों पे अपने कंट्रोल अच्छा है। तो अगर हमारा कंट्रोल अच्छा है तो आप हमारे कंट्रोल के ऊपर अपना कंट्रोल क्यों करना चाहते हो? चलने दीजिए ना हमारा कंट्रोल, हमने अच्छा तो किया हुआ देश को। एक बात और लास्ट आपको बताऊंगा मैं रिजल्ट के बारे में, कि गवर्नमेंट के बोर्ड तो ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, तो स्कूलों को ऑटोनॉमी नहीं। आप ये सुनकर हैरान होंगे कि जो रिजल्ट्स हम देखते हैं मुझे लगता है काफी फेक होते हैं, क्योंकि मैंने अपने सामने 50% को 20% रिजल्ट जो है ना बढ़ाते हुए देखा है। तो जहां पर इनकी इंटरफेरेंस होती है वहां पर यही काम होगा कि आपके बच्चों का सही मूल्यांकन भी नहीं हो पाएगा, आप धोखे में रह जाओगे। और प्राइवेट स्कूल बच्चों का सही मूल्यांकन कर रहे हैं। मेरे सामने बैठे बैठे हमने रिजल्ट जो है, उन्होंने कहा कि रिजल्ट इस बार डाउन क्यों आया, वो कहते हैं जी हम पिछले सालों में ग्रेस दिया करते थे। तो मंत्री ने कहा कि इसी साल मुझे ही जूते पड़वाने थे आपने, अगर पीछे सालों से ग्रेस दे रहे थे तो इस बार भी ग्रेस दीजिए। तो वो जो है ग्रेस मार्क्स देकर रिजल्ट को 20% अप कर दिया, यानी आप सबके बच्चों को धोखा गवर्नमेंट के इंटरफेरेंस से कर दिया गया। लेकिन प्राइवेट स्कूल ऐसा नहीं करते, अगर उनको इंडिपेंडेंट रखा जाएगा तो ये समाज के हित में होगा, आपके बच्चों के हित में होगा। अब मैं कहता हूँ सभी पेरेंट्स को, आप लोगों को प्राइवेट स्कूल्स को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, ताकि प्राइवेट स्कूल अगर रहेंगे तो एजुकेशन रहेगी। That's all.
Thank you, Kulbhushan ji. And next up is Meeta sir.
Namaskar. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak with so many people. SCNC से हमारा ताल्लुक मेरे ख्याल से I think अब 4, 5, 6 सालों से डेफिनेटली है। और जब हर साल जब यहाँ आते हैं या तो बोलने के लिए या आप सबसे मिलने के लिए, ऐसे लगता है जैसे बिल्कुल अपनों से मिल रहे हैं। सबकी कहानियां सुनते हैं, सब अपने अपने प्रांत से आए होते हैं और ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे हमने एक विश्वास की गांठ जो है वो हमने दोबारा बांध ली है आपस में। That sense of renewal is what I thank all of you for, because इस पूरे साल में हम सब ने जो मेहनत की है, जो हर एक इंसान यहाँ पे कह रहा है कि चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक एजुकेशन करेंगे, हम सिस्टम को बदलेंगे, इस साल की मेहनत को सराहने का ये एक मौका है। और इसके लिए आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टू बी एबल टू स्पीक टू ऑल ऑफ यू ऑन दिस। अब बात इस समय मुद्दा है ऑटोनॉमी का, एंड Vajanti rightly started off with the meaning of autonomy, and she gave us a technical definition of autonomy. I have to say I agree with most of what she said, and I think her argument was built very strongly, एक से बढ़कर एक। पर मेरे लिए autonomy का सिर्फ एक मतलब होता है। ऑटोनॉमी का एक तरह से मतलब है फ्रीडम, सच्ची। ऑटोनॉमी का एक मतलब है चॉइस। But when for me it means my ability as a teacher or as a school leader to be able to respond to the situation at hand. अगर मेरे सामने मेरी क्लास और मेरे स्कूल की ये जरूरत है, तो क्या मेरे पास ये रिसोर्सेज हैं, ये हिम्मत है, ये कैपेबिलिटी है, ये सपोर्ट सिस्टम है, और ये हमारे 4 पिलर्स, ये है हमारे पास अवेलेबल कि हम वो डिलीवर कर सकें जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की जरूरत है। And if we talk about autonomy from the point of view of regulations, and as the next panel will talk about from the point of view of accountability, अब जरूर सुनेंगे ये वाला statement, accountability and autonomy are 2 sides of the same coin. Sorry, we're not playing heads or tails here. I think approaching that question that way is simply ignoring the child in the question. I think autonomy should really be viewed from the point of support systems that the school is able to run to be able to do the right thing for the right student and the right class at the same time. It is the freedom to be able to serve the student. I don't know how many of you in this room are teachers and how many of you have heard me say this before, but I strongly believe in one thing. I believe that as teachers, we teach a group of people. But as learners, as students, we all learn individually. जो मैं इस समय बोल रही हूँ, I'm sure कोई 2 लोग नहीं होंगे इस कमरे में जिनको वही चीज सुनाई दे रही है जो मैं बोल रही हूँ। आप हर एक कोई वही सुन रहा है जो आपके एक्सपीरियंस से रेजोनेट कर रहा है, आपके रिक्वायरमेंट से रेजोनेट कर रहा है। वो वाला हिस्सा हम सुनते हैं, वही वाला हिस्सा हम सीखते हैं। हमारी क्लासेस में भी यही होता है। इसीलिए कुछ स्टूडेंट्स कुछ चीजें समझ पाते हैं, कुछ पीछे छूट जाते हैं, और इसलिए सपोर्ट सर्विसेज की जरूरत होती है। ऑटोनॉमी वो होती है जो उस टीचर को वो हिम्मत दे और वो मोटिवेशन दे कि मैं उस बच्चे को भी एक्स्ट्रा अटेंशन दूं। मुझे अगर जरूरत एक्स्ट्रा रिसोर्सेज की है, कोई है मेरे लिए एक बीईओ या ब्लॉक ऑफिसर जो कोई अरेंज करेगा। प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में प्रिंसिपल के पास जाएगा। तो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में दोनों में I was very curious. I went around asking this question. 1.5 साल जहां भी गई मैंने ये सवाल पूछना शुरू किया कि आपको कौन रोकता है, आपको रोकता कौन है कुछ करने से? और unanimously गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में जवाब ये आया, and which is very fitting that the topic is this today. हमें कोई नहीं रोकता, अगर प्रिंसिपल हमें सपोर्ट करे, हमने जो करना चाहे हम कर सकते हैं। घूम फिर के बाद प्रिंसिपल यही आई कि प्रिंसिपल अगर हिम्मत रखता है, तो प्रिंसिपल इज एबल टू डील विद द सिचुएशन एंड इज एबल टू गेट द रिसोर्सेज दैट अलाउ अ टीचर एंड द स्कूल सिस्टम टू डिलीवर व्हाट दे नीड, then the school system is able to behave in a much more autonomous fashion. What does that mean for the school principal? That means that the school principal is not merely a super teacher. That does actually mean that the school principal also is a political person. You can't deny that. उनको अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, अपने स्कूल के लिए, अपने स्कूल की आजादी के लिए they have to be able to negotiate. चाहे negotiation आप सरकारी सिस्टम में सर करके करें, चाहे आप थोड़ी हिम्मत करके करें, और जैसे सर ने डोनेशन लेके किया कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को ये जरूरत थी, whatever you want to do, the principal has this extra responsibility that is very often not written in their job description. उनके अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर में लिखा नहीं होगा that you hold. So what holds this principal up? And I'm going to use because I'm very fond of the English language, I must say. I love playing with words. Principals need strong principles to stand upon. जब उनको पता है कि ये हमारा उसूल है, ये हमारे principles हैं, and if they're able to stand strong, saying this is the right thing for my students, this is why I will do it, and they're able to build a strong argument, I do not think any right-thinking person can stand against such a principle. And even today, we know so many school principals who we respect very deeply. Many of you are in this room and I have visited your schools as well. There's a great deal of respect because you take a stand and you say, my school will do this even if it is different from what the system dictates. और मुझे policy पे बोलने के लिए बोला गया था. So इस last minute पे I will also agree, as you said, the RTE Act, for example. अब वो बेचारे निकले थे standards बनाने, फंस गए standardization में. As I said, I love my language. And I think it is very silly to allow ourselves to get trapped in standardization. One size does not fit all. One size will not fit every learner. Let us acknowledge that. Let us work towards higher and higher standards. I'd just like to end with something that Father Joseph is not here. He was supposed to be here as part of the channel system. So I remember my moral science teacher. She was a Catholic nun from Italy. और उन्होंने एक पूरा साल क्लास 7 में हमें सिर्फ एक चीज सिखाई थी, एक सेंटेंस बार-बार, again and again and again. She said the freedom, and I use that in place of autonomy right now. The only freedom you have is the freedom to do good, and that is the responsibility we give ourselves when we say, thank you.
Thank you, Mika. We have about 20 minutes, 15 minutes? 15. Okay, great. I'm going to quickly summarize. I think Mita's talk is already very clear. Mita, I really like the point you made about RTE. I had also heard somebody saying something similar, that under the name of universalization, instead of building schools, they're focusing on school buildings. So, it's basically just getting the right buildings in place. So, great. I think I just want to quickly respond to one point that Vajanti made, which was about Hanushek's research about autonomy in which kind of economy or which kind of society. It's a very important point to make, and I would just like to quickly build upon that a little bit. We have been asked this question that, in number of government meetings as well as in the policy platforms as well, that autonomy for whom? Private schools are already free. In fact, our problem is that they're too free. Unaided private schools. This is particularly the response from the government. And within the government, what is the right definition of autonomy? I do not think that there could be a standard definition of one size fits all kind of definition of autonomy. Again, a point that Vajanti covered. And one example, one best practice I would like to present here would be very briefly just to mention the name, is in Portugal. They have actually tried something called school autonomy contracts, which is actually an excellent system where the school actually gets into an autonomy contract with the local body, education body, whichever it could be, like municipal corporation, for example, and of course the central education department, where they decide that this school stands here in terms of its overall quality. These are the areas where it still requires government control. And these are the areas where the school is probably okay to function on its own. So there are these areas of the school functioning where autonomy can be ascribed to the school right in the beginning. And it's an incremental contract where you perform better, you get more autonomy. So in a way, you win your autonomy. So it should probably take care of some of the challenges that you, of course, see from the research that are coming across, and very valid concerns, of course. Second example that I want to give here is Pakistan. I don't know how this government would enjoy knowing examples from there, but at the same point, one of the important factors about autonomy is what kind of policy environment do we require to give schools more autonomy, particularly the private schools, the low-cost private schools. Is the Punjab Educational Foundation example, where the schools have actually been, are regulated first of all on the basis of their learning outcomes and their performance, and number of areas in terms of teacher recruitment. When we actually hear some private school owners talk so passionately about autonomy, what are they talking about essentially is teacher eligibility norms and the teacher salary norms, which actually they think are stringent rules around that, and they're actually completely detached from what the reality of private schools is when they're actually running the schools. It's not based on the same principles, is what their grievance is. And I think the Punjab Educational Foundation model, which is now replicated in all 4 major provinces of Pakistan, the same Balochistan as well, is an excellent example where the schools have been given great amount of autonomy to function in multiple administrative areas as well. And of course, then the pedagogical or the curricular autonomy, which is also another important factor, the principal's role and all of that is also something that the first model takes much better care of. So I just wanted to present these two models. And yes, autonomy has been practiced and there is a wider consensus that it should be ascribed to the schools. It will certainly play a great role in advancing schools and creating great schools. With this, I'm going to open the floor for questions and answers. I'm sorry I've been saying this and I really promise I will not say this again after this, but when you say questions, please ask questions. If you want to make comments, make those after the session in tea break directly to the speakers. That would serve the purpose. It will also help you to have a great icebreaker and start a conversation with them. Here, if you have specific questions, ask. And keep the question very sharp and brief if possible. Sorry. We'll start with the back of the room. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, my name is Gauri Sarin, and I'm actually a businesswoman who works in the social space. One of my key interests in the social space is that how to bring the corporate world closer to social issues, working with the government. And one of those key issues, of course, is education, and also how to bring thinkers together in platforms so that they can impact policy more effectively. That's just a brief background. I was listening to this debate very interestingly. So it's a small reflection and a question with it. So the reflection is this, that in this whole space, so whenever I see any ecosystem, I try to compare it with the organizational or corporate ecosystem. That's what I understand the most. And today, in today's world, what is most being talked about, so earlier it used to be leadership and CEOs and all of that. And then it used to be the customer and make everything customer-centric. Just like you talked about, make the schools children-centric. But what we forget most between the CEO, who's the principal who runs it, and supported by the government, which is the larger ecosystem, and the children is the most pivotal stakeholder, which in my view is the teacher. Okay. So my question really is that autonomy, as I understand, and I think Meeta gave a beautiful explanation for it, and Vijayanti before that, and it's a whole range of understandings of what autonomy means. I kind of reflected and felt autonomy is something even larger. And the larger is the ecosystem in which the most important stakeholder, which is the teacher, gets the chance to reflect, learn, incentivize, motivate, inspire himself or herself all the time. Okay? And this can be done through a larger ecosystem. We keep talking about a single school's autonomy and what every school is enjoying as autonomy. But we forget that autonomy is really a very large ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, what are the teachers doing? So the question is...
Sorry, can you please ask the question?
I'll ask the question. The question is that in the context of autonomy, what are you thinking about what the whole subsystem of teachers doing across schools? And can we create learning platforms for them, incentivized platforms for them, so they serve the whole journey of autonomy for us? That's really my question.
Thank you. I'll take a couple of more questions.
Can I
repeat again and then we'll answer? Yes, Depoliticizing.
मेरा सवाल जो है कुलभूषण जी से है. So अक्सर हमारी beyond this भी बात होती रहती है इस बात पर कुलभूषण जी. आपने कहा checks and balances from the government, minimum intervention, minimum आपकी interference हो. उनसे पूरी तरह निजात पा पाए पोस्ट आरटी तो बिल्कुल फीलिंग ही आती है कि दे शुड हैव नथिंग टू डू विद आवर स्कूल्स एंड हम लोग अपना जो काम हम कर रहे हैं करने दें. पर आप कहते हैं कुछ मिनिमम चेक्स एंड बैलेंसेस होने चाहिए. आपके हिसाब से क्या कौन से वो एरियाज हैं, क्या चेक्स एंड बैलेंसेस होने जिसमें गवर्नमेंट हमसे जवाबदेही मांग सकती है?
थैंक यू.
Yes. A study was made.
One minute. There's a gentleman behind is already asking the question. So.
मेरा सवाल मंच से है. जैसा अभी सभी ने बोला कि चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए एजुकेशन सिस्टम. तो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में तो मैं समझ सकता हूँ क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट तो डिक्टेट कर सकती है सारी अपने टर्म्स एंड विशेष जो है. लेकिन प्राइवेट स्कूल्स चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक कैसे हो सकता है क्योंकि पैसा तो पेरेंट्स ने देना है. तो मेरा थोड़ा सा डिलेमा में हूँ कि पेरेंट सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए या चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए.
Thank you. A study was made 10 years ago by for the private and the public schools, where 1,600 students were involved by Urvi Vikram Charitable Trust of the Child Advisor. So a study was made among so many things. Now that you cannot fail a student before after 8th class. At that time it was not the thing. It was found 2 parameters I will quote, that 37% of the students did not know what is going on in the classroom. And 40% of the students fear failure in the examinations. There are other parameters I don't want to quote. So in the present context, when up to 8th class not declared fail, so what will be the impact and how it can be improved upon the educational system as you get an autonomy in the schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Just get a quick round of answers for these 4 questions and we'll have some more questions. Okay. So we have a question on teachers and teacher autonomy from Gauri Sareen, and then we have a question on what are the minimum checks and balances, specific question to Kulbhushan ji, and whether we should be child-centric or parent-centric, and the last question on no detention policy or no failing children, and how does it work out in your autonomous system. So anybody wants to answer the teacher question?
I'll answer half the question and I'll leave the difficult job of the other half of the question to Janveer for views. One of the words I had in my notes, Gauri, was ecosystem, and I didn't talk about the ecosystem. Merely referring to it when I spoke, just saying that the entire school system and the entire concept of autonomy really should be redesigned as the question should be redesigned as a question of supporting schools to be able to do the right thing for the student learner in the classroom. The minute we say that it's about support systems, we are talking about the ecosystem impact. So it would take a lot of time to actually go through all the questions. But when I said the DEO needs to be able to do this, or the block education officer needs to be able to do this, or the teachers need to know where should I go to find these resources, it was about the ecosystem supporting autonomy in the schools. You can't expect a teacher suddenly to be faced with a new situation, or a school principal to be faced with a new situation. And there they are. So far they have been told, you must get the marks. See, they have no other principles or no other soul to stand on. Their only God is the next mark that you have to do. And suddenly you're on your own. And marks are actually incidental but not so important, because now we're in this brave new world. That teacher is lost. Without that ecosystem support and ecosystem impact, the word autonomy itself becomes meaningless.
Yeah, so you actually got on to a very key point. So the research actually proves that no system in the world can exceed the quality of its teachers. So the quality of the teachers is the one which determines what's the quality of the education system. So in that sense, you're bang on the target. But then when you're looking at the hierarchy of how the power plays, so autonomy is all about power and the freedom to do things, right? So one has to see what how it evolves. So you have at the state level, the district level, and then you have at the school level, and then within the school again, in a private school, it's a different management, and then you always have a management and you have a principal. You know, even in the private schools, it's not as if the principal has all the autonomy. So it's just that in a state setup, the management is little far located, whereas in a private school, it's much more closely located to where the principal sits. So in the sense that they're more closer to the problem, more distant from the problem. But let us look at what research says. So research says, that's why I brought in the fact of, where principals are the ones who are ultimately going to be the ones who are executing that autonomy within the school. If the purpose of all these, autonomy, accountability, everything, or even the school system itself exists, in order to give better, quality education to the child. If the purpose of the education system is to give quality, then autonomy has to ensure that improving of learning outcomes is a very, very critical aspect of why you need the autonomy. So that is where the instructional leadership comes. So when you're talking of principals as having the ability to influence instruction, and which means that they need to get all the necessary leadership skills, the power, as well as the ability to handle that. What actually happens is that when principals are instructional leaders, then it actually filters down into the school. There is something called as a school climate, and there's something called as the classroom climate. The school climate means essentially like what do the teachers feel within a school? How collegiate are they? How collaborative are they? How far do they feel involved in the decision-making process in the school and so on? If principals are only administrative leaders, in the sense that if they just check whether children are coming on time, school teachers are in time, and that sort of a thing, this is where they have to actually focus on what is the curriculum happening, how is the professional development happening, what sort of a learning happens, and etc. So the principal's time actually gets sort of divided into ensuring that the children learn. So as a result, many of the administrative aspects of the school, he has to start delegating. So what happens in a school is that then he starts actually providing committees. So the teachers get involved in many decision makings of how to run the school. So the school climate actually therefore improves. So when then every school teacher actually starts feeling as if they are in the power seat, where they are contributing to the decision. So this filters down into what we call as the classroom climate. So in the sense that because the teacher has a role model of how to handle that power, she's actually able to come across in the classroom also as somebody who's able to give power to the students. So it's not like top-down approach, it's a more collaborative classroom, it's a more inclusive classroom. So in a sense, autonomy for the teacher has to evolve only based on what role model she's provided with. So it's not only about handling power, it's also role model in terms of even improving instruction and pedagogy. So there, if you say that if the teacher is not equipped or does not have the ability to handle more granular decisions on why a child is learning, why a child is not learning, what concepts are being taught well, what concepts are not being taught. So if I have to teach this concept, what sort of pedagogy I should follow and what sort of a textbook I should follow. In a sense, these are all very, very interrelated and connected things. But of course, definitely you cannot ignore the teacher there. But then the teacher is very much a part of the school. So unless the CEO of the school, who is the principal, has power himself, he cannot be in a position to empower his teachers. So in a sense, that is where the leadership plays a role.
Thanks, Vijay. The second question is about what are the minimum checks and balances that you think are okay?
मल्होत्रा जी, देखा, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है और बहुत सभी लोगों का ये मानना है कि मिनिमम नॉर्म्स जो हैं वो स्कूल में होने चाहिए। अगर हम सोचें कि स्कूल वैसे ही चलेगा, ना छत हो ना कुछ हो, तो बच्चे जहाँ पढ़ेंगे देखो उनको टॉयलेट भी जाना है, बारिश भी आएगी, धुंध भी पड़ेगी। तो अगर इस तरह की एजुकेशन भी दी जा रही है, बहुत जगह पर दी जा रही है, जहाँ पर लोग जो है स्लम एरिया में जाते हैं, शाम को पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को, ओपन स्कूलिंग से उनका सिस्टम है, उनको पेपर दिलाए जाते हैं। लेकिन अगर फॉर्मल एजुकेशन, स्कूल एजुकेशन की बात जहाँ आती है, वहां पर एक मिनिमम नॉर्म्स, रूम्स तो चाहिए। अगर आप 5 क्लासें पढ़ा रहे हो तो 5 कमरे तो चाहिए। कि आज की स्थिति में भी अगर हम सोचे भी कमरों के बगैर एजुकेशन की कल्पना करें तो शायद सही नहीं होगा। कमरे जरूर होने चाहिए, टॉयलेट जरूर होना चाहिए। अब बात चल रही है लड़कियों का टॉयलेट अलग होना चाहिए, लड़कों का अलग होना चाहिए, इतना तो होना चाहिए। मिनिमम नॉर्म्स जो हैं, ठीक है, हम कहते हैं कि हम स्कूल चला रहे हैं, बजट प्राइवेट स्कूल चला रहे हैं, हमारे स्कूल चलते रहने चाहिए, इसका मतलब ये नहीं हम कुछ भी करें, मुझे मिनिमम नॉर्म्स तो एक होना चाहिए। ये तो जनता को भी एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं होगा और एजुकेशन के लिए भी अच्छा नहीं होगा। ठीक है, हमारे पास गरीब बच्चे आते हैं, वो बड़े स्कूलों में नहीं जा सकते, उनको छोटे स्कूलों में अच्छी एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं। ऐसे स्कूल है, अगर आप विजिट करें, बहुत सारे लोग हमारे बीच में मुनि इंटरनेशनल के प्रिंसिपल बैठे हैं, संस्थापक बैठे हैं, भरत परीक्षी बैठे हैं। इनके छोटे स्कूल से अगर आप देखें तो बड़े स्कूल भी जो है सोचकर अचंभे में रह जाएंगे, ये स्कूल कैसे स्कूल है। मैंने मुरली जी को भी रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप जाकर एक बार मुनि इंटरनेशनल देखें। मैं प्रोफेसर गीता जी को भी कहता हूँ क्योंकि इनके स्कूल बहुत अच्छे हैं, आप एक बार इन छोटे स्कूल्स को जाकर देखें, बहुत अच्छा काम जो है समाज के लिए कर रहे हैं, एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मिनिमम नॉर्म्स के फेवर में, बच्चे को छत भी चाहिए, उसको टॉयलेट भी चाहिए, फर्नीचर नहीं होगा चलेगा। बहुत जगह पे फर्नीचर नहीं, मैंने ऐसा स्कूल भी देखा, हमारे हरियाणा में नंबर 2 स्कूल है बोर्ड में, लेकिन उसके पास फर्नीचर नहीं है। फर्नीचर ही नहीं, वो लगा नहीं सकता। उसकी अपनी सोच है कि बच्चा अगर नीचे बैठता है तो वो उस पर सुस्ती नहीं आती, एक्टिव रहता है। अब वो नंबर 2 पे, उसके जब बोर्ड क्लासेस में जब रिजल्ट आते थे, अगर उसके पास 60 बच्चे तो 60वें बच्चे के 85% मार्क्स होते हैं। तो मिनिमम उसने भी स्टैंडर्ड दे रखा है, ये रूम्स दे रखे हैं, टॉयलेट ये तो एक नेसेसिटी है। जैसे हमें अब कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि हमारा घर हो उसमें बाथरूम ना हो, जब बाथरूम बाहर जो है टॉयलेट और बाथरूम ना हो, मोदी जी तो रोज कह रहे हैं कि शौचालय तो होना ही चाहिए। अब शौचालय होगा तो शौचालय को यूज करने वाले लोगों के लिए कमरा भी होगा। तो मिनिमम लोताजी मेरा ये है कि नंबर ऑफ रूम्स तो जरूर चाहिए जो हम बात कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है हमारे सभी साथी भी मैक्सिमम सहमत है। जो कहने की बात आती है कि अगर हम एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं, पेट के नीचे भी दे रहे हैं, कहीं भी दे रहे हैं, सरकार को उसको सपोर्ट जरूर करना चाहिए कि हम अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान को बढ़ा रहे हैं। और ईच वन टीच वन का नारा भी गवर्नमेंट ने दिया था, तो वो पेड़ के नीचे ईच वन टीच वन किया जा सकता है। ओपन स्कूलिंग की एजुकेशन दी जा सकती है। अडल्ट एजुकेशन, जो अडल्ट जो लोग शाम को लेबर का काम करते हैं, लेडीज को जाके एनजीओस पढ़ाते हैं, लेबर दूसरे लोगों को, अनपढ़ लोगों को पढ़ाते हैं, ऐसे काम किए जा सकते हैं। लेकिन जो स्कूलिंग एजुकेशन है उसके लिए मिनिमम नॉर्म्स चाहिए।
Each one की जगह each one teach 10 होना चाहिए। 1 से 50।
We have one question about child-centric or parent-centric. I think CCS's core work is entirely about parental choice. So I think, I'll take the liberty to answer this question. I don't see a dichotomy between parental choice and students, pupils' choice, because I don't really think that the parents would try to impose something on their children in the sense. And when we are talking about autonomy, we are essentially talking about choice for both students and parents. So that's how I see it. So it's a choice for basically the key stakeholders in education, which is child and the parents. In terms of no detention policy, I'm going to actually duck this question because it just opens a completely different box altogether. But we would certainly like to talk to you maybe after this in the tea break. How does autonomy and no detention policy go together? I will actually open the house for 3 more questions, and we'll answer all 3 together. Yes, Ms. Hema here and Professor Hema here and one.
Thank you. My name is Hema Ramanath. I'm sorry.
Do you want to do that?
Hema Ramanath from the University of West Georgia and Encyclopedia Britannica, India. It's a question of what the culture is that we need to have. And it's not just the ecosystem, but a question of culture that we need to have in place for autonomy to be effective, both in principle and in practice. The Indian society is very hierarchical. Autonomy requires a less hierarchical, more horizontal approach. Is the Indian society really ready for that kind of thing in a public enterprise? Whether it's a private school or a government school, education is a public enterprise. In a public enterprise such as schooling and education, is the society ready for that kind of non-hierarchical culture? The second thing that we need for autonomy to succeed is for the principals and the teachers to be trusted. At least twice this morning, questions have been raised about the lack of respect for teachers. So does society trust principals and teachers enough to give them that autonomy, to believe that that autonomy will be used well?
Next question.
Hi. So I'm pretty new to the whole school system because I've only worked with children outside school before. And currently we are working with technology and seeing how children can be taught using technology. So now the topic is very different. It's autonomy in schools and everything. I just wanted a view from the panelists as to how they think technology could be used. I mean, let's face it, we are in a very digital world, and now that we're going to low private schools, we have to face technology some of the time. So how do they perceive that technology could be used to probably, I don't know, probably instill autonomy or to probably figure out an entirely different ecosystem wherein a child could be incentivized on his own to learn rather than a teacher being the main teaching person, could be a facilitator. So that's a question to all the parents. Thank you.
I think Is there any question? Last question. One last question. You take a call. Yes, the lady there. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm Anupriya and I'm a student. And one thing that I've faced throughout my school life, and now I'm in college, so and my college is great. But during school, I faced this issue that whenever we judge a school, or mostly schools, it's judged based on like their board marks or some really superficial parameters. And I think board marks are superficial in terms of judging a student's ability. Okay, am I opening the box for a completely separate debate? But okay, that's my opinion, and I think a lot of people might agree. I mean, that's a debate with Indian education actually. Like, how can you judge a student based on his board percentage? So I wanted to ask this question of autonomy. When you're standardizing things, and then you compare, when you say that okay, this school wants to do this differently because they want so and so results. So the question comes, but are those results helping us, improve their board marks, or some parameter that's not actually helping growth completely? Like one size does not fit all. People are very different. People have different talents and creative interests. So is this the initial step of judging an education system and giving schools autonomy? Like, does this parameter ever come up to the panelists here that maybe we need to look at this as well? Like, if you're going into the grassroots.
Yes, I think I got your point. Yes, and I think in fact, Vaijayanti, I would request you to also probably try and answer that question around marks and boards and assessments, and all of you already know that part. I think Nita, Vaijayanti, I think if you want to lead, Arvind bhai, आपको अगर इसमें कोई point रखना है तो आपकी तरफ से. Is the society ready for autonomy? Is there enough trust, and what kind of do we trust our teachers and principals enough to make them, allow them to have more autonomy? One was around technology and of course marks and assessments.
Yeah, so the question about the culture, yeah, I think that was a very beautiful point actually, the Eastern and the Western society and so on. Yeah, so in the sense that, are we actually more inclusive? I don't know, we are a very competitive society. I mean, just by, you travel in metro here and a metro in Washington DC, you will know the difference. So, given that, as well as, so the culture is a very, very critical aspect of it. So are we in a position to provide autonomy, and would the, system take it? I think when culture is a very, the reality of the situation, that doesn't mean that we should stop, experimenting with autonomy, etc. We have to create those models. So we would know only by piloting different models, see how it behaves, and then adapting those to our context. So I do not have a concrete answer to that, but that's a reality. Principals and teachers to be trusted for autonomy. I think, when I closely work with teachers and the society and so on, I find that if the teacher is actually somebody who's actually teaching well, you cannot see any resistance. Parents implicitly believe the teacher. You do not see that there is a inherent distrust in the society towards the teacher. So that is not it. The model has not moved to that far. Even now we think of the teacher as the guru. There may be cases where the teacher is absent. You have teacher absenteeism rampant in the government school system. But I still think, as a society, we do respect the teacher. And when the teacher is reacting with responsibility, you find that it actually she gets back whatever trust and respect she needs to get from the society. Yeah. So yeah.
Just to add to what you have said, and I think you have actually captured the point of view on this very well. I think autonomy, we should not interpret it as it's free of monitoring and evaluation as well. I mean, while you have autonomy, you'll of course also have certain checks and balances in place, so that would keep the system together. I think sometimes when we argue
for autonomy, what are you arguing for? That there should be no autonomy. So then the decisions should continue to happen at a central level. Is that what we are arguing for? Is also what is the other side of the argument is also something important to see when we talk, when we problematize autonomy in that sense. Is something that I would just like to add one sub point to this. I'm only going to answer the question on technology. Somebody asked about technology. In fact, we just recently, Meeta and I were on another panel talking about technology in education and autonomy. At the moment, if you ask me purely from the policy point of view, there is nothing stopping us from using technology in schools for practically anything, because first of all, there is no policy as such. I mean, there is one, of course, ICT in school, ICT at schools, and one technology in education policy of MHRD, which was published in March 2012. And of course, the ICT at schools, which has been running from 2004. Both of those actually broadly talk about promoting use of technology in schools. How would it actually roll out when it comes to giving more autonomy to school principals and teachers? Well, I mean, it really depends on what are you using the technology for. One is, of course, the entire information part of it and the data part of it, taking away the administrative workload and actually allowing teachers to do far more significant things in schools. One, in terms of curriculum, in terms of pedagogy, actually including in rural areas, using technology the right way to actually innovate in classrooms is something that the teachers can certainly do with the use of technology. So that's also a part of the overall autonomy itself. Upskilling and reskilling of teachers and school principals and the school different stakeholders within the education system, particularly within the schooling community, is something that we talk about. Quite often there is a lack of resources available. Technology can certainly fill into that gap of providing those sorts of inputs to teachers at a school level so that they can actually improve their own performance or improve their own skill sets within the school. So that's another area where I see technology playing a great role. And of course, number of other areas. Technology, the whole idea of technology education is disruptive, and when we call it disruptive, we don't know exactly which areas it will impact. So these are the few areas where we actually see technology already playing a great role and freeing up a lot of bandwidth for schooling community. And by schooling community, I mean essentially the players within the school, which is school principals, teachers, and students, of course, and parents to a great extent as well. I do see in next 20 years, technology will only have greater and greater role to play. I do not want to at this point get into that very philosophical question whether it will completely replace teachers or no. We don't know the answer, but at this point, we just certainly see that it will do a lot of good to schools in terms of providing teachers and principals a complete new sort of empowerment within the schools. And government, I think, in fact, recognizes this. Here is one thing where I can actually say that, you know, there is some awareness even at the government level, even including in the new education policy theme documents, there is complete theme dedicated to technology in education. So they are free to kind of see how technology can be used in school education space.
I believe the question on education technology also was about, do we see education technology bringing more autonomy to learning for students? Amongst the various possible answers, I just have one simple example: gamification. Gamification is one thing that has worked. You build the games, bring it to the SCNC next year, and watch school owners out here actually respond and adopt it in their schools if you can prove that it improves learning outcomes and learning outcomes in the wider sense as well. Sure, do that. I'm sure we're all waiting for technology to catch up with us, to be honest. We're just waiting. So, yeah.
एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, ये जो स्वतंत्रता की बात करते हैं प्रिंसिपल और टीचर्स की, क्या एक लिमिट तक होना चाहिए? हालांकि बजट स्कूल की बात हम कर रहे हैं ना, सरकारी स्कूल की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। कहाँ तक पूरा अगर मालिक रोज स्कूल में छुट्टी अगर कर रहा है प्रिंसिपल या कुछ इस तरह की बातें कर रहा है, तो उसके सही कामों के लिए तो फ्रीडम हम दे सकते हैं, लेकिन जो सरकार जो मैनेजमेंट है इसके ऊपर होता है, प्रिंसिपल और टीचर्स के ऊपर होता है। हालांकि गुरु को लोग भगवान का रूप देते हैं, लेकिन हमारे बजट स्कूल में भी अलग भी अगर ऊपर कंट्रोल नहीं होगा तो जाके रोज गीत गाना सुना करके घर चले जाएंगे तो कैसे बात होगी? तो हमारा कहने का मतलब कि किस सीमा तक आप छूट दे सकते हैं?
मेरा जवाब इसमें बहुत स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है कि अगर आपके स्कूल प्रिंसिपल्स बच्चों को सामने रखते हुए अगर आंसरेबल अकाउंटेबल टू स्टूडेंट्स नहीं है, तो आप बाहर से कितनी भी अकाउंटेबिलिटी लाइए, वो काम करने वाली है नहीं। तो अगर पेरेंट आपके यहाँ पे स्कूल्स में पेरेंट्स जब बच्चों को भेजते हैं तो क्यों भेजते हैं? क्योंकि आपके स्कूल्स में कुछ वो वैल्यू देखते हैं ना कि आप स्कूल टाइम में चलाते हो, आपकी स्कूल जगह पे हैं, टीचर्स हैं, इसीलिए तो आते हैं। या ये जो पूरा ट्रांसफर हम देख रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से लेकर के लो कॉस्ट प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में जो बच्चों का है, वो इसीलिए है कि उन्हें कुछ ढंग की चीजें वहां पे दिख रही है। आपके प्रिंसिपल्स अगर वो कल नहीं दिखाते हैं तो बच्चे आपसे चले जाएंगे। आप अगर मार्केट का प्रिंसिपल जैसे बच्चों को लाने में चलाता है आपके स्कूल में, वही मार्केट का प्रिंसिपल बच्चों को आपके स्कूल से निकालने में भी चलेगा। So it's as simple as that. So I think you need to be answerable to parents, and that's the biggest factor which will keep your principals in check, no matter how much autonomy you have.
समाज में मैंने पहले कहा था कि पेरेंट्स आपको अपने आप चेक कर रहे हैं, आप छुट्टियां कैसे करते हैं? आप छुट्टी ड्रॉ करके देखिए, बाकी स्कूल लगे हो तो पेरेंट्स आपकी जान वैसे ही खा जाएंगे कि आपने छुट्टी कैसे करते हैं।
Yeah, so there was this question on board marks being used for judgment, and what connection autonomy is sort of how is it connected to that. I can share with you some experiments on trying to change the board exams. One was actually done as a part of the Gunotsav initiative with Gujarat, where we actually looked at, there was a project which I led when I was with educational initiatives, where we looked at to see whether can board exams be made much more, not rote, but reform the board exam. So we looked at board exams of what different countries are doing. What does Finland do? What does Korea do? What does Singapore do? What does Denmark do? And so on and so forth. And you actually find that in most cases, what you call as innovative, societies or economies which are moving towards more of innovation and growing economies, whether it be the Hong Kong or whether it be the Korea, all these were actually where we are just 10 or 15 years back, but now they are at the forefront of education and innovation. So if you see what they have done, you would find that most of their board exams, exams are there. Nobody has said that they have not made exams optional as we have tried to do. Exams are very much there, but it's just the nature of the questions in the exams. The questions itself are not necessarily where you memorize an answer, but more in terms of learning and internalizing concept understanding, higher order thinking, those types of things. So that was the one fundamental change that board exams seem to have done in these countries. So we actually worked with Gujarat. We said that okay, we actually interviewed a lot of parents and others to see whether if we bring a change in the board exams, how does the public take it? Because board exams are very, very sensitive things. So even if the government wants to do it, there are lots of there are the teacher unions, there is the tuition lobby, there is the textbook lobby, and it's a very political thing, and then the media gets onto it, and so it's not a very easy thing to do. So when you actually interview parents, parents will say that no, this is very good. Actually, children should not be tested on memory, but they should be tested on understanding. But wait. But my child is in grade 11 and 12. Can you wait for 2 more years before you implement the system? So this is the type of response we as a society sort of give. Yes, you are right. Using marks to come to judgment is not the right thing. Which is why, if you actually see in the Right to Education Act, this continuous comprehensive evaluation was brought in as a response to that. In a sense that is the time CBSE actually also made board exams optional, and the NCF happened at that time, and then so the CC was actually mandated, where they said that let the child not be judged just on the terminal exams, but let the child be judged through the year by giving comprehensive continuous evaluation and so on. But you all know what disaster CC is now, because what happened is that we are talking of influencing policy without underlying support that needs to go around with that. So you do not have the system really understanding what CCE is. You do not have teachers understanding that. And even if the teacher understands, she may be sitting in a single one-room school, in a situation where she has to judge the child on art and music and science and whatnot, and she may be tone deaf, and she has to find a Beethoven and all those things. So in a sense that if the system is bringing in policy without bringing the sufficient scaffolding, no change can happen. But then these are all what the system is trying to do. Yes, you are right. The exams have to change, not necessarily the exam itself, but the types of questions in the exam.
Very nice. Thank you, Rajendra. I think I will conclude the panel here. We have a tea break after this, and we of course have last panel discussion after that. We'll have a 20 minutes tea break instead of half an hour, and we'll gather back in this room exactly at 4:20. We'll try to gather back in this room at 4:20. I would request you to please take around for 2 minutes. Let me just felicitate all the panelists who have been great, who have contributed greatly to the conversation discussion here. And thanks for being a wonderful audience in a session right after lunch and not. I haven't seen a single nap here in the room, so it's really going great. Thank you.
I don't think you, if marketing can make you so able so that you can say that marketing like this. So yes, it is there also so much. It is not able to any your dying is not a factor. It is not any sort of end to what you are doing. Nothing is coming down. Still they're doing it, so we should learn from them. DD Maheshwari, President of Shub Foundation. His foundation takes care of education, energy, waste management, healthcare and water. So he's given his card and has asked for mine also. So I have given mine also. He has lived 7 years in Gujarat, and he was saying that let's go. So we'll get to stretch
ऐसा है, निर्णय करो, सही निर्णय करो, अपने अंदर से बोले, अंदर से आवाज आनी चाहिए कि सही हो, तो करने की जरूरत है। सही हो, निर्णय करो।
Okay, thank you. इधर बोल रहे कि उधर बोल रहे बोलने में बहुत सारी बातें होती है वो सारे जो है
Very nice. Meeting you and you have covered a lot of things.
हमने किने हमने पता क्या कहते हैं अच्छे काम कर रहे लेकिन क्या जवाब
So we have basically come up with a tablet-based solution for teaching children. We get to find out tablet-based solution. If something could discuss, then the child
मिलके दूसरे साइड से जब वो गए और आपके पास बंद हो गया आप हमारे
Yes, that's so basically,
Now even a child studying in the fourth class is able to do PPT and do
so basically what we have is interactive
Self-government, which is what the government has no right to intervene in
and what we got basically do the right assessment to see the beneficial so from what I understood from what you introduced yourself as some kind of research.
Fishing, so that they
Yes, I get it.
so what we have to do is that, and therefore we want to explain this like so that we can but then there is data allows you to think of certain insights, which means actual brain data mining, artificial intelligence, pedagogical psychology, neuroscience, I mean, whole range of reasons. And actually, this is the first part because it's something else is actually captured.
Which is quite interesting. We don't have such thing in India.
Yeah.
That's why I'm very interested. Because we're working with data mining, we're working with artificial intelligence, we're working with all these things. So that's why I should be.
Yeah, yeah. I am IITM. IITM. Yeah, okay. Okay. So where are you based now? You're in Bangalore. So I was in Bangalore till May. So I should go to Delhi just for settle here. And I want to change the system. So
So if I could get your card, I
yeah, so
interest company.
I'll just drop you a text for you.
Medical का देख लीजिए आप.
So we've got permission from the Saudi Municipal Corporation setting up 15 schools in the government is providing all budget, all finances, and teachers. We are bringing in external NGO in each school to come and manage those schools. And one of the things that we want to bring into the system is the accountability. In fact, my CEO is looking at expanding that. And we're just thinking of different models to assess this. Because we don't want exams to be the benchmark for our schools to say, because the kids have passed so-and-so grade and so-and-so report exams. So we're just toying with the whole idea of what is the assessment that we should build in for our own school, which should be the KPIs that the government should hold us accountable for. So that is one of the things that, hospital like now, the government comes to data that we could speak to you about. If you could give me an email address, I will send you some more details on our work.
it's advisors@gmail.com. VYJ1US@gmail.com. Yeah.
Actually, just taking on from what Kanchana was talking about, budget private school, and the idea is again in neurology. Okay. So one of the things that we always struggle with is assessments. Obviously, like how do we assess? So I just finished the Teach India Fellowship and taken a lot of that, and so the entire data-driven approach, understanding what the child knows, assessing that rather than what
So
the
this
child
is
doesn't know.
your own school or you set up?
Yes,
You
yes.
set up school.
We set up a school in for it's an affordable private school.
Which grades are there?
We have primary, nursery, KG, first and second.
Okay.
It's a primary school which is in but assessment is one of those things that we're really struggling with to understand what should our assessment strategy be. Understanding all the different data-driven, all of these things are important. But where like creating a research essentially. If we do have the data, problem is not really what is the philosophy behind creating the research. So I'm going to talk to you about that.
Touch base with me.
I actually did not
It's YJ. What is VYJ?
VYJ.
मतलब चल भी है
काम कर रहा
Yeah, so and I do have some idea. I have a very basic so, but I love it. Yeah.
नॉन वेज तो होता ही बंगाली
See, you would not get any data.
No, yeah.
So, and you would find the majority of models, I mean, even for documentation, find that India is very poor in documentation, very poor in you can get access. Basically, it's how you structure that. Who are the partners you are taking? So those are the things. Not in the sense like it depends on what your project is, right? So if the, for example, being part of the visa, they give you some amount. It's a platform. So it basically you need to understand what is going on. So once that model evolves, then permission system can happen. You don't start with the permission service. For example, I want to study across India, just for the government schools, and I have to take 120 permissions. So obviously,
ऐसे बंगाली ऐसे करते नहीं
that will stop you from thinking about getting the funding.
कौन सा बंगाली मारे A90 क्या कार्ड में फोटोग्राफर
Critical specifics.
किसका शंकर का अच्छा शंकर कैटर अभी क्यों बना के दिए थे कितने में काम किया था सीटों पर 50 सीट का और वीडियो भी नहीं वीडियो भी
अभी जो तू काम करेगा ना इससे 30 से 35 और 5 छोटे कंपनी चाहता तो मैं कर लेता हूँ और तो टीचिंग कर लेता लड़के हों तक सभी हूँ लड़के हों तक ठीक है। मैं कहा वो चलेंगे उनके साथ आके मैं हल्दी लगा दूँगा तो चला गया वहाँ से बारात लेके आ जाऊँगा यहाँ पहुँचा सिर्फ गैप 15 मिनट की गैप हो रहा था इसकी वजह से मैंने कहा पैसा मैं ले रहा हूँ ना पार्टी से खर्चा करने में क्या हाल है तभी तुम्हें लिखवाया अब 15 तारीख को इनका कॉकटेल है लड़की वाली वीडियो स्टील दोनों कहीं साउथ का था पार्टी मैं और मेरा बेटा बंगाली में करना क्या उसके बाद से तुम्हारा क्या कहते हैं 16 तारीख को अमित का काम है वीडियो स्टील दोनों हाँ 16 को तुम्हें लिखवा रखा है 16 फरवरी तो अब अमित का काम है अब अमित से मैंने ये बोला है भाई अमित को अमित ने बोला भाई मेरा करवा देना पहले मैंने लिखवा दिया दो 16 तारीख कैंसिल हो गई है उनकी कैंसिल हो गई मेरी तो है मेरी 16 तारीख है नहीं चलो भाई मैं नहीं जाऊँगा मेरी वीडियो चला जाएगी मुश्किल का फंक्शन हाँ 17 तारीख को काम मैंने एक वीडियो को दे रखा है वीडियो स्टील एक वीडियो स्टील पे रखा है जो 17 तारीख डबल काम है सुबह पूजा है शाम की शादी है और उसके बीच में गए तो उसमें तिलक भी कुछ टाइम मिल जाएगा सुबह उनका हल्दी लगेगा पूजा करने लड़के वाले जब आएंगे गाय के बाद शाम को शादी है हम अपने डेकोरेशन इंतजार करेंगे उनको सब रात में ठीक है बीच में तुम्हें गैप मिलेगा ना यार रात में तुम आओगे शादी का टाइम होगा तो तुम 2 घंटे जैसे 11-12 बजे भी खाली हो जाए तो 1 बजे भी कर 3 से 5 ये भी तुम काम कर सकते हो 6 बजे करना पड़ जाता है ना कई बार क्या कह रहा है तो मेरा ही काम है ना जो भी काम होगा मेरा ही है आगे पीछे जो भी तो सब मेरा को एडजस्ट करना है तो काम दूसरे का नहीं है ना तभी मेरा हेलो हाँ भाई बोल क्या करवा दूँ किससे करवानी है मेरे को देना है और किसको देना है मैं 22 तारीख को तुम्हें फोन करके बोला तो था 22 तारीख को आऊँगा मैं दिल्ली में नहीं हूँ हाँ अब मैं दिल्ली में नहीं हूँ तो कहाँ से कर दूँ बताओ इसके लिए फोन सुनील कपूर इसको काम देखे ना मैं पछताता हूँ एक चीज देख मैंने तेरे को लिखवा दिया तब मैं तुझे बोल सकता हूँ मैं काम करने जा रहा हूँ तुझे लिखवा के घर पर ये सुबह नहीं देता मेरे पास बुकिंग थी फैमिली और इसको भी लिखवा था इत्तेफाक शादी मेरे को पता नहीं मैंने फोन किया इंडिया शादी किसके साथ इसको लिखवा रखा था मैंने और ऐसे थोड़ी होता भाई साहब इतना बड़े सीजन में ये ठीक है तुम काम करो यहाँ पर मैं नहीं लेना अपने घर बैठी 2000 का काम अब इसको क्या देना है फिर उसको शादी को अरेंज कर उसके बाद से इसने एक काम और क्या किया है एक चौकी की थी यार तुम कमाल की बात है कितने पैसे देने हैं तुम्हें पता है कि मुझे कितने पैसे लेने हैं हमें पता है कि मुझे कितने पैसे लेने ये सब पीछे कोई इंसान नहीं है सभी लोग काम नहीं करते मैं काम क्यों कर रहा हूँ मैं तो पूरा महीना काम मैं अभी से पैसे नहीं मुझे तो पहले 2 महीने से मुझे पैसे नहीं दीपक को सर्विस को 10,000 रुपये देंगे तो अपने काम नहीं सर कोई पैसा मैंने तो नहीं होगा भाई ठीक है भाई एक्चुअली तुम नहीं करो तुम नहीं करो तुम्हारी चीज़ है मेरी हम तो 3 अभी अमित को बुला लो अमित आ जाएगा ये कोई नहीं आया अभी उसको 10 को हो जाएगा मुझे काम करने के लिए कोई मना नहीं करेगा हाँ भैया मेरे को आया मैं तो अभी कहाँ वैसे ले जाओ यहाँ पे मंगाई नहीं यार संभाली फिर कुछ तरफ अंदर में जाओ वहाँ पे लेके या फिर कुछ कॉकटेल पी लूँ आप नहीं लेना ऐसा तो है नहीं हम कहने मतलब ये बिजनेस करना है बिजनेस का वो है साथ चल रही है क्या मतलब हो गया पैसे के लिए पैसे
college, they argue about the privatization of schools, education
एक ही काम अब एक ही काम ठीक है तो छोटे काम एक अमित का वो नाटक 26 तारीख उसके बाद एक शादी अभी 4 दिन जाएंगे क्या उसका है आम आदमी आ जाओ लास्ट 6 बजे तक का टाइम तो लो
They were used to compromise. It's like always.
वैसे चालू होगा 1 घंटा चलेगा ये सेक्शन है ये इसके ऊपर select करते हैं इसके ऊपर चार तारीख को वीडियो 5 तारीख को सवेरे वहाँ दिया शाम को 4 बजे वीडियो और 12 तारीख को वीडियो ना उसकी शादी तो मैं 12 तारीख के मेरे पास 2 काम जिसकी 4 तारीख कौन बोल रहा था जानते हैं ना वो पता था उसके जीजा को पता है कि मैं दिल्ली में बोल दिया तो भाई मैं कहेंगे काम करना क्यों नहीं काम डॉक्टर है हाँ तो बिल्कुल 6 तारीख है ना हाँ वो तो पता है उसको पता था कि मैं दिल्ली से बाहर हूँ क्या क्या हो गया उनका तो डिस्कशन का चौकी पर पहले मैंने सुबह शादी में आ जाता कहता नहीं मैं चौकी की उनको भी काम नहीं काम दे देता बढ़िया से काम नहीं करता नॉलेज नहीं है
Okay, so I'm actually going to welcome those of us who are in the room, back in the room and back after the tea session. We have our last panel of the day, which talks about accountability and what does that mean with all the things that we have discussed through the day. I'm going to hand over the proceedings to my colleague Amit to take the panel discussion forward from here. Let's wait for about a couple of minutes for others to join.
May I also invite on stage from Karnataka, Mr. Mirajuddin Said. Mr. Amitabh Nirmani is already with us here on stage.
How I read them.
We can also contact Lisa for
Yeah.
मुझे इतना काट दिया
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Can we all be settled down so that we start the next and the final panel discussion for the day? At the beginning of this panel, I also have to make a small announcement that our other colleague panelist, who we were expecting, Mr. Ashish Khetan, representing DDC, Delhi Dialogue Commission, which recently had formulated 3 important laws to regulate education space in Delhi, actually cannot make it. He got an urgent thing and he had to travel out of Delhi. So we won't have the 4th panelist here. But we have the 3 panelists here, and that is the order we'll go. Let me briefly also set the context for this panel. The idea here, what we're going to talk for the next 1.5 hours is how do we fix up accountability, right? So no matter what the idea and the regulation and regulatory authority that you set up, we can certainly argue to some extent in terms of what should be those ideas at place or not. But once the law of the land has to be followed, and while you are following, where does the buck stop? The one most important thing for me is the uncertainty in whatever I'm doing. So let's say even if I have to travel, I have to go out of Delhi, I need to know my clear path as to what is the mode of conveyance I can take up, and be sure that by next morning, if I have to visit Jaipur, Lucknow, Varanasi, Allahabad, Kullu Manali, whatever, I can reach there. So I should have that clear, certain path. And when there is uncertainty and things are not sure around it, then that becomes a problem. To give you some anecdotal examples right from my own experience, CSIS also hosts this righttoeducation.in website, right, that we created, and our own experience at times in the interaction with the government officials, they say quite a bit of things that they don't know about Right to Education Act and the various courts judgment and the various rules adopted and the modifications has happened. They actually have referred to our website, which is a non-government organizations created effort initiative, that even the system there is no mechanism to know, right? And since we host this, we also get queries and calls. I'll mention a couple of those which gives you a starting example. I received a call from a school principal from some far away rural areas of Bikaner who runs a private school. And what was his question? His question was, okay, Rajasthan has one of the, at least in my knowledge, one of the best model of RT implementation in terms of the fee reimbursement, etc. So they have a good mechanism, and things have also worked well. Couple of consequences. So
the school owner, the school manager says, "Sir, I have submitted all documents to get my fee reimbursement." The officer also has visited and verified and cross-checked all the documents, not once but 6 times. But the final deal is he wants 25% as a cut, which I don't give, and please help me out. How do I go about it? Right? In many states, including Maharashtra, so far government has not really been able to fix up what should be the admission level, whether it should start at nursery or standard 1, right? In the morning at this starting only, I mentioned about how the corruption is coming into the picture, and day by day it is increasing, right? I was there in Lucknow. We had example from Delhi itself, from Punjab, Haryana, where schools started closing down. In Rajasthan, happened. It's not only just the private school, even the government school started closing down. So you get this beautiful dynamic sitting there and observing from bird eyes views, right? Other important, interesting thing I learned was from Rajasthan, where it is a good model of implementation also. So the per child expenditure, which was when they started implementing around 9,000, etc. per annum, which they were revising every year. And now with this 25% reservation, what happened that students from government schools started shifting to private schools, which led to seats, unfilled seats in the government schools, which came down to the below the level of student minimum 20 in per schools. And then those government schools started closing down. So you also see that beautiful dynamic. And then I was interacting with this education secretary of Rajasthan, and he says, now what I wish to know, since those students are moving to private schools, but our expenditure remains the same, and when every year we calculate per child our expenditure, that is going up. So now what they started from 9,000, they had to revise to somewhere 11,000 to 14,000. This year 17,000, right? So these are some beautiful things happening where we need to observe, learn, and understand things, which goes into policy making. But the key thing remains as a question is, where does the buck stop, right? If, as in morning session, Ekta talked about that one typo error and it halts your process for 1 year, who is accountable for this? So that is the question we are going to explore through this panel. We have 3 panelists. All the speaker profiles are there. My colleague Niraj, who started an informal school in tribal area in Bhopal, and thereafter graduated, started a primary school, and now also runs a high school level school. We have Amita Virmani, who is with the Education Alliance, and also previously initiated and led ARC. And then we have Shashi Kumar, who is from Karnataka Association. So they all 3 going to bring that beautiful perspective, which I think should be very beneficial for all of us to learn. So let's take from their experience. So what I'll start is with my first friend from Bhopal. We understand in a narrative through his story and journey of setting up informal school to a primary and high school, and thereafter we'll come to more theory part of it. So Miraj, all to you. You can sit here or you can stand there. How do you want to do this?
Hello. Thank you to CCS and Lisa for inviting me here. जैसा कि अमित ने बताया, मेरा नाम निराज है और मैं मध्य प्रदेश के श्योपुर जिले के एक आदिवासी इलाके में, जो कि बिल्कुल भी पिछड़ा और गरीब नहीं है, वहाँ पिछले 15 सालों से काम कर रहा हूँ और मैं एक स्कूल चलाता हूँ। मैं आपको अपने एक्सपीरियंस में से, अपने अनुभव में से कुछ छोटी-छोटी कहानियां सुनाना चाहूँगा। पहली कहानी है एक लड़के की जिसका नाम है साधु जाटव, जो पिछले 10 सालों से हमारे साथ पढ़ रहा है, यानी वो 10वीं में है इस वक्त। 3 साल पहले वो सरकारी रिकॉर्ड से गायब हो गया, क्योंकि सरकार ने एक जिसको हमारे यहाँ मैपिंग और फीडिंग कहते हैं, उसमें से साधु जाटव गायब हो गया। नतीजा ये हुआ कि उसको स्कॉलरशिप मिलना बंद हो गई। जैसा कि हमारे यहाँ होता है रूरल एरियाज में, ना हमारे पास कंप्यूटर्स होते हैं, ना इंटरनेट कनेक्शन होता है, ना सरकारी ऑफिसेज में होता है, तो ये सारा काम ठेके पे छोटे छोटे शहरों कस्बों में जो कंप्यूटर्स चलाने वाले होते हैं उनके जिम्मे होता है, जो पैसे लेकर ये एंट्रीज करते हैं। और उनकी गलती से साधु जाटव का पता नहीं चला। इस साल मैंने सुना है कि उसका पता चल गया है, लेकिन उसकी स्कीम किसी और बच्चे के खाते में डाल दी गई है क्योंकि अकाउंट नंबर गलत था। दूसरी कहानी, छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं जितेंद्र और उपेंद्र, उनके पिताजी मिस्टर महेश, वो हमारे पास इस साल एडमिशन के लिए आए और वो दोनों ही 6वीं पास थे, लेकिन 6 साल से पढ़े नहीं थे। तो हमने कहा कि भाई आप कैसे पढ़ सकते हैं स्कूल में, आप ऐसा कीजिए कि छोटी क्लास में एडमिशन ले लीजिए। लेकिन आरटी हमारे आड़े आ गया और हम उन्हें एडमिशन नहीं दे सके। अब ना तो वो हमारे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, ना वो सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन चूंकि आधारशिला यानी हमारा जो स्कूल है वहां किसी के आने जाने पर रोक नहीं है, इसलिए दोनों बच्चे थैंकफुली तीसरी कक्षा में पढ़ रहे हैं। तीसरी कहानी है संतोष ओझा की। संतोष बहुत सालों तक हमारे साथ पढ़ा। उसकी एक छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम थी, उसे कहना था कि मुझसे कुछ लिखवाइए मत, पढ़वा लीजिए, पढ़ाइए और जबानी पूछ लीजिए, लिखवाइए नहीं। हम उसको बहुत साल तक समझाते रहे कि बेटा पढ़ो, लिखोगे नहीं तो कैसे चलेगा। नतीजा इस साल वो 10वीं में बैठा और जो हमारा एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है उसे एक भी नंबर किसी विषय में नहीं आया और वो फेल हो गया। लेकिन एक बच्चा जो कि जानता था, ऐसा नहीं उसके पास नॉलेज नहीं था, जानकारी नहीं, जानता तो था, लेकिन हमारा जो करिकुलम है, जो हमारा स्कूलिंग सिस्टम है, जो हमारा एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम है, उसने उसको 10 साल की मेहनत का सिर्फ एक 0 दिया, 1 0। चौथी स्टोरी खुद मेरी है। मैं दिल्ली से पढ़ा, हम लोग पढ़ाई किया करते थे, तो मेरा शौक था कि जो उस्तादों के शेर होते हैं, गालिब ये सब बड़े बड़े उस्ताद हैं, तो उनके शेरों को थोड़ा मरोड़ा करते थे। और 15 साल की जो मैंने पढ़ाई की उसका निचोड़ सिर्फ गालिब का एक तोड़ा हुआ शेर है। गालिब का एक बहुत मशहूर शेर है, आपने सुना होगा, न था कुछ तो खुदा था, कुछ न होता तो खुदा होता। वो मेरे ऊपर ऐसे फिट होता है कि बना मैं आदमी पढ़कर, न पढ़ता मैं तो क्या होता, डुबोया मुझको पढ़ने में, न पढ़ता तो खुदा होता। शुक्रिया। उसके बाद जैसा कि मैंने बताया, मैं मध्य प्रदेश चला गया। वहां एक ऐसा स्कूल चलाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं जो बच्चे के लिए हो, जिसको आप चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक कहते हैं। लेकिन सरकार से मान्यता रिकॉग्निशन लेने के बाद मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम जैसे फंसे गए हैं। हमें समझ में नहीं आता कि लोग बच्चे से चाहते क्या है। मैं तो पर्सनली बच्चे से कुछ नहीं चाहता हूँ। हमारा स्कूल चलाने का पर्पस ये था कि बच्चा 10 साल तक, 12 साल तक, जब तक हमारे साथ रहता है, खुश रहे, हम भी उससे कुछ सीखे, वो भी हमसे कुछ सीखे। लेकिन अब ये फैसला करना बड़ा मुश्किल है कि किसकी सुने। हमारे सामने कोई ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है जो हमें ये बता सके कि सरकार उस बच्चे से क्या चाहती है, पेरेंट्स उस बच्चे से आखिर चाहते क्या है, क्या बनाना चाहते हैं, कैसे पढ़ाना है। ये तो शायद इस बारे में थोड़ा बहुत मैं भी जानता हूँ, लेकिन जब इस पे सोचते हैं हम, या मैं सोचता हूँ कि क्या पढ़ाना है, तो ब्लड प्रेशर बिल्कुल ही लो हो जाता है। हमारी किताबें पता नहीं ऑनेस्टली कौन लिखता है, लेकिन उसको पढ़ाना सचमुच बहुत टेढ़ी खीर है। मैं आपको एक बहुत छोटा एग्जांपल देता हूँ, वक्त तो नहीं होगा। एक बहुत छोटा सा एग्जांपल, बहुत छोटा सा। सभी लोग कहते हैं कि बच्चों में साइंटिफिक टेम्पर लाना चाहिए और उसके लिए उसको बहुत सारा साइंस, आप लोग भी साइंस पढ़े होंगे। एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है, सूर्य ग्रहण कब होता है? When does the solar eclipse happen? कब होता है? हमें ये पढ़ाया जाता है कि जब सूरज, चांद और जमीन तीनों एक लाइन में आ जाते हैं। Am I right? Right? Sure? सूरज से रोशनी को जमीन तक पहुंचने में 8 मिनट लगते हैं। आपको क्या लगता है 8 मिनट तक सूरज वहीं खड़ा रहेगा? नहीं रहेगा ना। सो जिस वक्त जमीन पे सूर्य ग्रहण पड़ता है उस वक्त तीनों एक लाइन में नहीं होते हैं। नहीं होते ना। फिर भी बच्चे को पढ़ाया जाता है बेटा सीधी लाइन में सीधी लाइन में सीधी लाइन में। हम खुद अपने आप से ये सवाल नहीं करते हैं। हम भी साइंस पढ़े हैं, हम खुद ये सवाल नहीं करते हैं उसको जरूरत से क्यों पढ़ाए। आपको मैं ऐसे इतने सारे हम पढ़ाते हैं, जब तो इतने सारे एग्जाम्पल हिंदी पढ़ाते हैं। हिंदी में आपने देखा होगा कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ गौर वर्ण की प्रशंसा के बाद प्रशंसा, काव्य के बाद काव्य है जिसमें गौर वर्ण की। आदिवासी इलाके में आदिवासी 30 आदिवासी बच्चों के सामने बैठकर जिनका रंग गहरा है, गौर वर्ण की व्याख्या कैसे करूं मैं, कैसे करूं और कैसे उनको लिखने को कहूं कि बेटा ये लिखो, ये हमारा काव्य है। इसी तरह से काफी सारा कुछ है जिसको पढ़ाने में बहुत दिक्कत होती है। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि जिस तरह से हमारे लिए एक करिकुलम सीबीएसई बोर्ड या सेंट्रल बोर्ड ये सेट करते हैं, उसी तरह से वहां ये क्लैरिटी भी होनी चाहिए कि हम अल्टीमेटली बच्चे से क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं और बच्चों की जो अलग अलग क्षमताएं होती हैं, बच्चों की जो अलग अलग कैपेसिटीज और एक्सप्रेशंस जो होते हैं, उनको कैसे जज किया जाए और उस हिसाब से बच्चे को कैसे माना जाए कि वो हमारे यहाँ से पढ़ रहा है। थैंक यू। बस मैं यहाँ पर रुकना चाहूँगा।
Thank you, Miraj. Let's not waste time and go to our second panelist for the day, Amitabh.
So before I turn your attention to the presentation, when CCS asked me to speak on accountability, and I looked at this session explanation, it said fixing up accountability in the system. The immediate question that came to my mind is that does accountability even exist? What are we trying to fix? Question really is maybe introduction of an accountability framework to the system. So I don't know where to start. Quite honestly, there is such a wide variety of conversations we could have. I don't want to even pretend to be an expert on the subject. I think there are a lot of people sitting here who probably are much more, better equipped to speak on the topic. But I just have some ideas which I'd like to share. And in preparing for this, I wanted to go back to a study that McKinsey and company did in 2007, I believe, correct, which is what I'm just going to show you. Most of you may have seen the study, but nevertheless, I tried to pull this slide together, which will help walk through and maybe give you a sense of what I'm trying to present and why. So if you remember in 2007, McKinsey had done this study across, I think, 3 countries across the world, where they said, what are the interventions that are being applied in the world's most improved school systems? So they looked at these 20 countries. I think Madhya Pradesh was part of that study as well. So they had not looked at countries, but they looked at specific districts. They had looked at charter school systems. They had looked at full countries as well. So it was fairly comprehensive. And they broke up those countries into essentially 4 categories based on where the country's school system was. So you see those 4 categories. So the 4 categories are the fair. So is there a poor system that is on the journey to moving to fair? Is there a fair system on the journey to moving to good? Is there a good system on the journey to moving to great? The great system on the journey moving to excellent. So those are the 4 categories. Okay, great. What I want to focus on really is the first 2 categories, the poor, the fair, and the fair to good. I think most of us would argue that India probably falls in maybe the first bucket. Some here may say it falls in the second bucket. So basis that, if you look at the intervention clusters, what are the interventions? And what they studied was they interviewed 200 different people and organizations, and looked at 600 different interventions that had taken place in these 20 countries. And basis that, they arrived at these intervention clusters. What are the fair intervention clusters? They're really talking about motivation and scaffolding of low-scale teachers. So here you're talking about scripted materials, right? You're talking about coaching on curriculum. You're talking about spending time on task. School visits by the center, if the center is efficient. Incentives for high-performing teachers and high-performing students. Then they talk about getting all schools to a minimum quality level. So they're talking about outcome targets. Those have been well defined. What are we trying to achieve as a school system? That we have a certain outcome. And here is where I want you to focus on the accountability debate that we'll come to in the second slide. Additional support for low-performing schools. Again, an accountability framework that can respond to